1. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. Full original text, Roman transliteration. And English version with notes. Asterisk asterisk hash hash asterisk asterisk. Authored in English by Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Ayodhya, Faizabad, UP. Full address of author, 360, Rajghat Colony, Parikrama Marg. P.O. Ayodhya, Pin, 224123. Dist. Faizabad, UP. India. Mobile, +919451290400, +919935613060. Website, email of author, I2, Facebook ID LinkedIn, www.linkedin.com/Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Google+, www.google.com/Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Twitter. Copyright symbol by author, all rights reserved by the author. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any means without permission of the author Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. 2. Note, this book is also available at -1. www.amazon.com in its Kindle version. 2. www.createspace.com in a print edition. Language, English. Contents. 1. Preface, page 3. 2. The Hymns of Lord Shiva, the Great God, page 5118. 1. Vinay Patrika of Tulsidas, page 5. 2. Rudra Ashtak from Ramcharit Manas of Tulsidas, page 56. 3. Shiva Manas Puja, page 67. 4. Shiva Parad Kshamapan Stotra, page 70. 5. Vedasar Shiva Stavaha, page 77. 6. Shivashtak, page 82. 7. Shiva Panchakshara Stotra, page 86. 8. Twadash Jyotirlingani Stotra, page 89. 9. Twadash Jyotirlinga Stotra, page 91. 10. Shiva Tandava Stotra, page 96. 11. Shri Pashupatashtak Stotra, page 103. 12. Shri Vishwanathastakam, page 107. 13. Mahamrichanjaya Mantra, page 112. 14. Neelkantha Agarastra Stotra, page 114. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. Full original text, Roman transliteration. And English version with notes. Preface. OSSAUEAEVUUUOSSOEXHA with acute EMA, 3HUI cent A with acute YR9AAHE. S9A, so EUH4H. 90EUOEY cent AY cent L cent EVOUMA, E5HY eco AU sigma UA9, E9 La H6H. Bhavnakaral Van Srad DHA with Macron Viv Surapial. 3. YA with Macron BHYA with Macron Vin Napazi Anti Sid DHA with Macron Svantastamvaram. 4. Vandbdamayana Guru Akara Apium. 5. Yomri Hai Vaka Pai Kandra Savatra Vandit. 6. I bow before and pay my obeisance to Bhavani, Parvati or Uma, the divine consort of Lord Shiva, and Lord Shankar, Shiva himself, who are personified forms of the divine spiritual virtues of Shraddha and Vishwas, devotion and faith. Without them it is Not possible even for the great ascetics and the realized ones to have a vision or experience of the Supreme Being, known as the Ishwar, here meaning the pure consciousness, the Atma, the soul, who resides on their inner self. 3-4. I bow before and pay my obeisance to Lord Shiva, who is the universal and most realized Guru, teacher, moral preceptor and guide, for the whole world. 1. Who is a personified form of Jnana, true form of knowledge, and is eternal and omnipresent, being the Supreme Being personified. Even the crooked, crescent moon is praised by being associated with him. This refers to the crescent moon present on the forehead of Lord Shiva. Ramcharit Manas, Balkant, Shloka line. Numbers 3-6 at the very beginning of the holy book. Lord Shiva is the greatest god in the pantheon of gods. He is honored by the epithet Mahadeva, meaning a great god. This book is the second, Book 2, in a 3-book trilogy dedicated to Lord Shiva. It contains 13 wonderful sacred hymns dedicated to Lord Shiva. The full original text is presented with its Roman transliteration and simple English version. It will be of immense value to readers because it brings under a single cover so many sacred hymns of Lord Shiva from different sources that are normally not accessible easily. 4. Besides this book, let me give a very brief idea of the other 2 books in this Shiva trilogy. Book 1 in this series describes in detail the marriage of Lord Shiva with Parvati that has been elaborately narrated in Goswami Tulsidas' 2 classics, viz. Ramcharit Manas and Parvati Mangal. Both these have been included in full in the narrative. The third book, Book 3, has 4 chapters, viz. Chapter 1 covers the different legends associated with Lord Shiva, and explains at length uniqueness, their significance and their importance. 2. Chapter 2 narrates the legend of Shiva as described in Shiva Puran. 3. Chapter 3 has all the Upanishads dedicated to Lord Shiva, and Chapter 4 tells us why it is important to worship and revere Lord Shiva as declared by Lord Ram, an incarnation of the Supreme Being, himself. I hope this book will be interesting and useful to all its readers because it helps to access Shiva's hymns and legends in English, thereby overcoming the language barrier that the majority of Indian scriptures face. Finally, I wish to express my thanks to Sri Somil Bhatti of Vrindavan, who has done the Roman transliteration of the original text for me. Date: 28th November, 2015. Place: Ayodhya. Prepared and presented by Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Website, email of author, I2, Facebook ID LinkedIn, www.linkedin.com/Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Google+, www.google.com/Ajay Kumar Kochharia. Twitter. ************************************ 5. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. Full original text, Roman transliteration, and English version with notes. 1. Sacred Hymns from Vinay Patrika of Goswami Tulsidas. Note: in the book Vinay Patrika, there are a number of excellent hymns dedicated to Lord Shiva. All such prayers are included herein below. These hymns are 13 in number, and appear from serial number 3, 14, and 49 in the mentioned book. Their original numbers have been preserved in our present book so that in case any reader is Interested, he can easily locate these hymns in the book Vinay Patrika of Goswami Tulsidas, which is also being published separately by this author in English. 3. DKSTKFP, SLHKQRFTVGUE. Nhun, KYQHKXR and VKJFR and GJ, LCISTKJFKXOQAA1AA. DKYDV and TQJ and TJRWLJKLJ, QQ FUTIUYKFXFD, SFCK and IQA. NK#UNUCT, TXR and NQ, KNK, D, ECHMSF equals ECHDGHQAA2AA. TKSXFRVXEGKEKFU NQYZHK, DGRLR, AJQFR, LDYHQA. LKSXFRJU and DKYVUSH, NRSUNKFLO LCFG ALIQAA3AA. ULSA LQYHK, MNKJD hash, IKJGRA and IFR IJLKTGUA. NSGQDKE and FUIKJKE and PU and JFR, RQYFLNKLDGD/QAA4AA. 3. Kajmaki Samhutejino. Gnadalu Bigate Tihara, Saba Prakra Samaratha Bigavna. 1. Klakajurajurata Surshura, Nija Panel Gaiki Bayana. Dranadanuja, Jagate Dakadika, Ma with Macron Ru Tripurika Hbno. 2. J Gati Agamamamuni de Laba, Kahata Santa, Sruti, Sakala Purna. S Gati Maranakla Apanpura, Tasad Siva Sabahai Samna. 3. Sveta Sulaba, Aldra Kalapateru, Prabhat Pati Paramar Sujna. Dukma Ripu Aramakaranarati, Tulazid Sakaham Pnina. 4. Verse No 3. Whom else should one petition except Lord Samhu, Shiva? 1. He is merciful and kind on the underdogs, the downtrodden, the unfortunate, the privileged, the wretched and distressed. He eliminates the miseries, grief, troubles and 6. Tribulations of his devotees. He is a Lord God with all abilities, the Lord who is supremely competent, almighty and all-powerful. 1. During the legendary churning of the ocean, when both the gods and demons were being scorched by the heat of the hell-like poison too, which was the scum that formed a froth as the result of the vigorous churning of the highly toxic ocean, you had gulped it down voluntarily immediately to keep your vow, i.e. to uphold your promise and reputation, of protecting those creatures who are humble, distressed and unable to take care of themselves. When the ferocious demon Tripuraju III began to greatly torment and tyrannize the world, you had slayed him with a single arrow. 2. O immortal Shiva! When one dies at Varanasi, a holy pilgrim city in northern India, you bestow upon him the most exalted and supreme end, i.e. death, which gives salvation and emancipation to the soul, which is considered by the Vedas, Purans and other learned sages as rare and difficult to attain even for saints, sages, hermits and other such people. 3. O Lord, husband, of Parvati! O Sujan, one who is clever, wise, intelligent, enlightened and learned. You are easily accessible by service, i.e. by devotion and worship. You are as fulfilling and magnanimous as the Kalpa tree, the all-wish fulfilling evergreen tree of the gods, giving desired fruits as desired by your devotees. You are an enemy of Kamdeo 4, the patron god of lust, Cupid and passion. That is, you vanquish inherent passions and worldly attractions that are an integral part of all creatures in this creation. You have astounding self-control. So, O merciful Lord, Blessed you'll see das so that he has great devotion in the holy feet of Lord Ram. 4. Note, 1 Lord Shiva, the Lord is also known as Rudra, the angry form of the concluder of evil aspects of creation. The mantras of Lord Rudra, references, I, Krishna Yajur Veda equals Rudra. Hridaya Upanishad, verse no 16, mantra of Rudra, Panch Brahma Upanishad, verse no 30, mantra of Shiva. 2. Atharva Veda equals Tripurata Upanishad, Canto 4. Paragraph numbers 1 to 6, mantra of Lord Triambak, paragraph no 8, mantra of Lord Shiva or Rudra, Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 1, Canto 2. Paragraph no 3, Rudra Mantra / Sukta, Canto 2, paragraph numbers 4, 18, Tarak Mantras of Rudra, Brihaj Jabal Upanishad, Brahman 3, verse no 12 to 13, Brahman 6, verse no 5 to 6, Brahman 7, verse no 1, the 7-lettered mantra of Rudra, known as the Shat Rudra mantra. Now, let us see these mantras in brief. I, the one-word mantra of Shiva, it is the Lord's name Shiva that is in itself a mantra. Hence, the one-letter eclectic mantra of Lord Shiva is Shiva or Shivam. Refer Bhasma Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 2, paragraph no 4. 2. The two-letter mantra of Shiva or Rudra is the Rudra mantra, the eclectic mantra is Rudra Rudra. It is dedicated to Lord Rudra, who is one of the 11 divine forms of Lord Shiva. It is described in Rudra Hridaya Upanishad of Krishna Yajur Veda tradition, verse no 16. The two letters RU plus DRA equals 2. It is so powerful and grand that it is said to incorporate all the mantras of the not only the other two gods of the Trinity, viz. Vishnu and Brahma, but all other gods combined. To quote this Upanishad, therefore, a wise and enlightened man who repeats the great mantra Rudra Rudra and remembers the great Lord is symbolically worshipping all the gods and repeating their mantras. This helps him to overcome the evil effects of all sins and misdeeds. 16. In the view of what has been expounded in this Upanishad, the mantra Rudra would deem to include the divine mantras of all the gods of the Trinity, i.e. Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Much like Om, which is the universal mantra for the supreme transcendental Brahm, this mantra Rudra Rudra is the universal mantra for all the gods combined. 7. 3. The 5-letter mantra of Lord Shiva has been described in Panch Brahm Upanishad of Krishna Yajur Veda tradition, verse no 30. It is Namaha Shivaya. Na plus Maha plus Shi plus Va plus Yi equals 5. 4. The 6-letter mantra of Shiva or Rudra is Om Namaha Shiva Om, which is mentioned in the Atharva Vedas Tripurata Upanishad, Canto 4, paragraph no 8, Brihaj Jabal Upanishad, Brahman 3, verse no 12 to 13. Om and Na and Maha and Shi plus Vara plus Om equals 6. The Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph numbers 4, 18 however says that the 6-letter mantra of Lord Shiva is Om Namaha Shivaya. Om and Na plus Maha plus Shi plus Vara plus Yi equals 6. This is the Tarak mantra of Lord Shiva. Canto 2. Paragraph no 18. V. The 7-letter mantra of Lord Shiva or Rudra is Om Namaha Shivaya Om. Om plus Na plus Maha plus Shi plus Vara plus Yi plus Om equals 7. 6. The 8-letter mantra of Lord Shiva is Om Namaha Mahadevai. It is given in Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph no 4. Om and Na and Maha plus Ma plus Ha plus Da plus Vara plus Yi equals 8. This Upanishad says that the 8-letter mantra of Shiva is known as the Tarak mantra, the one which provides liberation and deliverance to the spiritual seeker. This mantra provides liberation and deliverance to the devotees of Lord Shiva in the Lord's terrestrial abode known as the pilgrim city of Kashi. Preaching this Tarak mantra of Lord Shiva is equivalent to the preaching of the mantras of the Vedas. In other words, this is the Veda mantra. 7. The Triambak mantra is described in the Tripuratapini Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 4, which is entirely devoted to Lord Triambak. It describes the meaning of this word and the mantras dedicated to Lord Triambak in great detail. This mantra is given in Canto 4, paragraph numbers 1 to 6, and it is Triambakam Yajamah Shagandim Pushtivadan Uruarakmiv Bandanan Mrityamukshayeti Mamrite 8. 8. The Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 4, and Brihaj Jabal Upanishad, Brahman no 6, verse numbers 5 to 6 says that the mantra / sukta of Lord Rudra, Shiva, should be said while preparing the sacred bhasma, ash, for applying on the body of the ascetic. 9. The Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 1, and Canto 2, paragraph no 3 say that after praying to Lord Shiva by using the Rudra Sukta / mantra, the worshipper should offer the Lord white bhasma, the fruits of the bell tree, the wood apple tree, eagle momelos, and leaves of the bilva tree, eagle momelos. The leaves of the bilva tree should be green, i.e. freshly plucked, and 3 in number. If green leaves are not available, then dry leaves can also be offered. Now, let's see what these two Rudra Suktas / mantras are. Canto 1, paragraph no 1 equals the Lord known as Mahadev was an embodiment of Om, the ethereal sound manifestation of the Supreme Brahm, also known as Pranath. He was accompanied by his divine consort named Uma, the mother goddess. He had a crown of matted hairs on his head. He had 3 eyes represented by the sun, the moon and the fire. He was wrapped in the hide of a tiger. He held his hands like a deer, i.e. his hands were resting on his folded-in legs as he sat in meditation. Posture. His body was adorned, smeared, by the bhasma, ash of the fire sacrifice. 8. On his forehead were marked the 3 lines of the tripand, which is a sacred mark borne by ascetics. There was a subtle, sweet and pleasant smile on his face. His body was cheerful and he had a pleasant demeanor, i.e. he was rested and calm. He was not agitated, fidgety or upset. He was like a lion who was sitting in the posture known as Virasan. This one of the many sitting postures of yoga, and is usually adopted by brave warriors, hence the name Virasan. The word Va means one who is brave, valiant, gallant, bold, courageous, daring and mighty. He is so mystical and sublime that he is beyond the purview of proofs and measurements. He is Anadi and Anant, i.e. he is without an end or beginning as he is eternal, infinite and imperishable. He is Niskal, i.e. he is the one who has no taints, faults, blemishes and imperfections that can scar his immaculacy and purity. He is immaculate and without any faults or blemishes, as he is from all the corrupting influences of Maya, delusions, and deceit. He is Nirguna, i.e. he has no attributes or qualities or physical forms in the true sense, as the Lord is not an ordinary God with attributes, but the Supreme Being who has no known forms, specific attributes and describable qualities. He is Shanta, i.e. he is calm, serene, peaceful and tranquil. He is Niranjan, i.e. he is faultless, flawless, uncorrupted, untainted and without any blemishes of any kind. A Niranjan is an entity that has no defects, faults, taints, blemishes, shortcomings and scars of any kind, one who is absolutely immaculate and pristine pure. It is an epithet applied to Lord Vishnu, the sustainer and protector of creation. One whose sublime, subtle, esoteric and mystical form is so microscopic and diffused that it cannot be seen by the naked eyes of the physical gross body, but which can only be perceived by the eye of wisdom, erudition and enlightenment. He is Nirame, i.e. he is healthy and without any moral or physical ailments or tainting effects that are like a disease that might afflict a person's spiritual well-being. One who is free from any kind of diseases, spiritual, mental, physical, psychological, moral etc. that may taint one's character and personality. He, Lord Mahadev, was pronouncing the Bij mantra Hum, Fat etc., and continuously repeating the holy name of the Supreme Being who is also known as Shiva. That is, he was meditating upon his own pure and enlightened self, which is truly the Supreme Being known as Brahm manifested in the form of the Atma, the cosmic consciousness. Hence, he was doing japa with the mantra Shiva Shiva. His is a living embodiment of the virtues for which the word Hiranya is an aphorism. That is, the Lord has a radiance that is like gold, his hands, limbs, have a golden radiance, his form is like gold, his countenance is golden, and he is a treasury of immaculate virtues which resemble gold. Since gold is the most precious metal, all his virtues and characteristics are completely immaculate and of the highest quality. The Lord is a personification of the grand philosophy of Advaita, the philosophy of non-duality, which says that there is only one Brahm or cosmic truth in the form of consciousness that is revealed in all the forms that this creation has taken, and therefore whatever that exists is nothing but one single Brahm. In other words, Lord Mahadev is perfectly wise, enlightened and Brahm realized inasmuch as he sees no difference between himself and the Supreme Being. This is the reason he is repeating the mantra Shiva while meditating. Since he is extremely enlightened, self-realized and Brahm realized, he stays in the fourth state of Turiya. This is the transcendental state of existence in which the ascetic lives in a state of trance. He is so deeply submerged in meditation and contemplation that he is not even aware of his body and what it does, and therefore there is no question of his being aware of the surrounding material world and its temptations. Hence, he is free from all corruptions and delusions that Maya and 9. Ordinary soul. The concept of Turiya has been explained in detail in a separate appendix of this volume. This fourth state is a representative of the Supreme Being who is beyond the Trinity gods known as Brahma the Creator, Vishnu the Sustainer, and Rudra the Concluder. Hence, the Lord who stays in this eclectic and sublime state of Consciousness is known as Mahadev, the Great Lord. This fact has been expressly emphasized in the Pashupatopanishad, Pavakant, verse no 10, which is the 19th Upanishad of the Atharva Veda. Such a divine and majestic Lord is the fulfiller of all the desires of his devotees. Sage Jabal Pujund politely bowed before the Lord repeatedly, worshipped him, and paid his obeisance to him, offered him fruits of the bilva tree, eagle marmelos, and basma, ash of the fire sacrifice, bowed his head, and asked him with folded hands as a gesture of politeness and submission, O Lord, you are well versed in the essence of the Vedas and their profound teachings. Please tell me about the rules and tenets pertaining to the Tripan too as described and prescribed in the Vedas, and by following which one is able to attain moksha, final liberation, deliverance, emancipation and salvation. One need not take the recourse of any other means if one fully understands this doctrine. 1. Canto 2, paragraph no 3 equals the Lord is sitting on the Nandi, the bull. His arms are of a golden hue, his general countenance also has a golden hue, and his form appears to be cast in gold. The Lord is the eliminator or destroyer of the snare represented by the continuous cycle of birth and death that has shackled all the living beings in its vicious grip. That is, the Lord grants the boon of mukti, or liberation and deliverance, to all the creatures. He is the primordial Purush personified. That is, Lord Shiva is a personified form of the cosmic Virat Purush, the macrocosmic all-pervading and all-encompassing gross but invisible form of the supreme transcendental Brahm, the supreme being. His neck is colored dark with a tinge of yellow. 1. He is highly self-realized, enlightened and wise, Budvarita. He has 3 eyes, Trilocorn. The Lord has 2 conventional eyes, and 1 eye on the middle of the forehead signifying the mystical powers of insight that comes with the highest form of wisdom, enlightenment, knowledge and self-realization. He has taken the form of this whole world, Vishwarup. This is because the entire creation is a revelation of Brahm, the Supreme Being, and Shiva is a personified form of Brahm. That is why he is said to have thousands of eyes, Sahasraksham, symbolizing countless creatures. This is also metaphor for the fact that nothing is hidden from the Lord, for he sees everything, even the most secret and the esoteric. Similarly, he has thousands of heads, Sahasra Shirsha, and thousands of legs, Sahasra Sharan. In fact, the entire creation, world, is embraced in his arms. This whole creation represents his arms. If he has thousands of eyes, then it is natural that he would also have equal number of heads. It also means that the Lord has equal number of mouths, tongues, ears, noses, etc. Again, if he has thousands of legs, it also implies that he must have equal number of hands. All this simply indicate that the entire creation is a majestic multifarious revelation of one single divinity known as Shiva. Hence, Lord Shiva represents the Atma, soul, of the whole creation. This reflects upon the metaphysical doctrine that the word Atma refers to the pure consciousness that resides inside the body of an individual creature as his true self. This Atma of the individual is the microcosmic counterpart of the macrocosmic consciousness that is universal and uniformly pervades throughout this creation. This 10. Universal Atma at the macrocosmic level of creation is known as Brahm. This Brahm, therefore, is the subtlest and most sublime entity in existence. When this Brahm revealed itself, it went through subtle steps in its transition from the subtlest to the grossest forms. The first step was the Virat Purush, the all-pervading, all-encompassing, all-inclusive invisible macrocosmic form of Brahm, which was the latter's first gross form. The word gross, when applied to the Virat Purush, is only in terms of relativity, for both Brahm and Virat are sublime and subtle when compared to the word gross as is understood in the context of the visible world of material sense objects. It is easy to understand this phenomenon. We have air all around us. But do we feel it? Can we survive without it? Obviously, the answer is no. But when this same air moves or shows some gross virtues, such as its form known as the wind, which is felt when the breeze wafts gradually or a storm blows violently, it is then we can actually feel it bristling against our skins, but still we can't see it. Now, when this same air has pollutants in it, like smoke or colored gases, we can actually see the air. The same thing applies to Brahm, the cosmic consciousness. The Virat Purush is like the wind, and the rest of the creation that evolved from this single Virat Purush is like the various forms the same wind has taken in this world. The grosser revelation of this Virat Purush in the form of the visible world is akin to the instance of smoke, colored gases or other pollutants which make us see the invisible wind move. It is the grossest form of the subtlest Brahm. Since Lord Shiva is Brahm personified, it is natural that all the honors and epithets applied to Brahm would also apply to Shiva. Hence, Shiva is Advaita, i.e. he is non-dual. He is Nishkal, i.e. he has no Kailas, i.e. no separate or distinct attributes, forms, parts, divisions, variations and fractions, as he is one immutable whole, one who has no taints, faults, blemishes and imperfections that can scar his immaculacy and purity, one who is immaculate and without any faults or blemishes, as he is free from all the corrupting influences of Maya representing delusions, conceit and deceit. He is Nishkriya, i.e. he is not involved in any of the affairs of the world, as he is totally neutral, detached and dispassionate, has renounced everything, and being self-realized he knows that the deeds are done by the gross body and not by the Atma, which is merely a neutral witness of what the body does. He is absolutely Shanta, i.e. he is calm, peaceful, serene, rested, tranquil, having no restlessness or agitations. He is Shiva, i.e. he is an embodiment of the virtues of auspiciousness, righteousness, truthfulness, divinity and holiness. He is Aksha, i.e. he is imperishable and one who is represented by the divine word Om. He is Avyoa, i.e. he is not diminished, he is infinite, he is eternal, unchanging and imperishable, he is not subject to degradation. He is the eternal Lord, the Supreme Being, Brahm, from whom Hari, Vishnu the sustainer, Rudra the concluder, and Hiranyagarbha, Brahma the creator, have come into being. This supreme creator and lord of creation cannot be known or verified or judged by proofs, evidences and logics. The Lord has no beginning or end. 3. Note, 1. Lord Shiva's throat is dark blue or purple in color. Since the glow and radiance of the whole body of the Lord is golden, but the throat had turned black, because he had kept the horrible poison he had drunk in his throat instead of allowing it to enter the stomach. This corroding poison had emerged from the ocean when it was churned by the gods and demons in search of Amrit, the elixir of eternity. The Lord had accepted to drink it to protect the rest of the creation from getting scorched by its heat and toxins. Since this creation is lodged in the Lord's own self, in his abdomen, he had kept this poison in the throat and did not allow it to enter his 11. Stomach. This resulted in the throat getting permanently burnt. The dark blue or purple color of the Lord's throat is the result of this single event and shows the Lord's willingness to go to any length to grant his unilateral protection to this creation. It is very interesting to note that while on the one hand Lord Shiva is depicted as being the concluder of creation, and this is assigned role amongst the trinity of gods consisting of Brahma, whose role is to create, Vishnu, whose role is to sustain, nourish and protect the creation, and Rudra, a form of Shiva, whose designated role is to bring about the conclusion of this creation, but on the other hand he had allowed himself to be permanently discolored and take the risk of keeping the most horrible poison in existence lodged inside his body, because otherwise this poison would kill the creation and scald everything in it to ashes. This is the reason why only Shiva is honored as being the Mahadeva, the great god. Though Vishnu shoulders the formidable, most daunting and arduous task of taking care of the whole creation, and this is not a cakewalk and a joke considering what a man experiences in life taking care of his single family, what to talk of the whole society. This honor of being a Mahadeva was not bestowed upon him. The same thing applies to the grand old patriarch of creation called Brahma, who had not only created this gross world but even the sources of highest wisdom in the form of the venerable scriptures, but was not honored with this title. Hence, Shiva is truly the Supreme Being personified. One of his functions is to conclude this creation, and in this role he is known as Rudra, the angry form. But even as the same Brahm is known to have revealed himself in the form of each and every unit of creation which is extremely diverse and multifarious, the same Shiva has taken many names and assumed many roles, one of which is conclusion. The word Shiva refers to the third god of the Trinity, and the one who has been assigned the task of bringing the world to an end. The word itself briefly means the eclectic, glorious and beautiful virtues of truthfulness, purity, auspiciousness, wisdom, enlightenment, erudition, sagacity, blissfulness, dispassion, detachment, holiness and divinity. These are accompanied by a high degree of peace, tranquility, serenity and their attendant happiness, joy and bliss. Since truthfulness and auspiciousness are qualities that are beautiful, this word also means something that is beautiful and beyond reproach. Briefly therefore, the word Shiva means one who is auspicious, always pure, holy, divine, truthful, beautiful and blissful. Shiva is the Lord who is self-realized, and a personified form of the cosmic consciousness and the absolute truth. The Mahopanishad of Samveda tradition, in its Canto 1, verse No. 7 describes that Shiva was born from the forehead of the Virat Purush, the macrocosmic, invisible and all-inclusive gross body of Brahm, the Supreme Being. The Panch Brahma-Panishad of Krishna Yajurveda, verse No. 41 espouses that Shiva lives in the heart of the creature as an embodiment of Satchitanand, i.e. as his Atma. Shiva, as Satchitanand personified, always lives in the heart. He is a constant witness of all that is happening. That is why the heart is regarded as the doorway to liberation and deliverance from the traps that have been laid out by this delusory and cunning world of artificiality to ensnare the creature in its tentacles. The Bhasma Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition was preached by Lord Shiva himself to sage Jabal Bhujand, and it highlights the fact that Lord Shiva is no ordinary god, or even a senior one, being a member of the Trinity of gods, consisting of Brahma the creator, Vishnu the sustainer, and Rudra the concluder, but is the supreme transcendental Brahm himself personified. Shiva is the supreme being himself. Refer Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, Paragraph No 1, Canto 2. Paragraph No 3, 6-8. The Yoga-tattva Upanishad of Krishna Yajurveda tradition, in its verse numbers 92-94, says that Lord Shiva, in his form as Rudra, is the patron deity and personification of 12. The fire element, and it is no wonder then that he is surrounded by fire-spitting serpents as a symbolism of this fact. In this Upanishad's verse numbers 98-102 it is asserted that Shiva is the patron deity and personification of the sky element. The Dakshinamurti Upanishad of Krishna Yajurveda, in its verse numbers 8, 10, 13, 15 and 19 affirms that Shiva is invariably wrapped by serpents. The Dakshinamurti Upanishad of the Krishna Yajurveda describes Lord Shiva as the south-facing Lord and elaborately elucidates the metaphysical significance of this form. The Brihad-Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, in its Brahman 4, verse No 29 says that the Lord with 3 eyes, Trinetram, is the bearer of this world, having 3 aspects, or the one who is the foundation upon which all the 3 gunas, such as Sataguna, Rajaguna and Tamarguna rest, Trigunadharam, and is the one from whom the Trinity gods, i.e. the creator Brahma, the sustainer Vishnu, and the concluder Rudra, are born. This Lord is none other than Lord Maheshwar, the great Ishwar or Lord of creation, who is also known as Shiva, Ishan, Isha etc. This Lord is synonymous with the supreme transcendental Brahm. This fact is endorsed Krishna Yajurveda's Varaha Upanishad, Canto 4, verse No 32, and in Dakshinamurti or Dakshinamukhi Upanishad. As the deity of the fire element, he is said to have 3 eyes, Yoga-tattva Upanishad, verse No 93, and as the deity of the sky element he is depicted as having a moon tucked in his lock of hairs, besides having 5 mouths, 10 arms and 3 eyes, Yoga-tattva Upanishad, verse No 100. Now let us see their significance. The Ramata-tapini Upanishad of the Atharva Veda, Canto 5, verse No 4/42, says that it is Lord Ram who has manifested as Maheshwar, the great god. Since this term is conventionally applied to Lord Shiva, it follows that Shiva is actually Lord Ram in this form. Its verse No 4/43 clearly endorses this view when it says that Lord Ram has manifested himself as Mahadev, the great god. This term Mahadev is also conventionally used for Lord Shiva. The Atharva Vedas Pashupat Brahma Upanishad, Pavakanda /Canto 1, verse No 32 emphasizes that Lord Rudra or Shiva is also known as Pashupati. To quote, one must understand that the knowledge of the self-illuminated hands that has been revealed in this Upanishad deals with the eclectic and the divine knowledge of the pure cosmic consciousness known as the Atma as well as Brahm. This Hans is also revealed in the form of Lord Rudra, Lord Shiva, who is also known as Lord Pashupati I. It is this Brahm that is represented by Pranav, the cosmic ethereal sound, encapsulated in the word mantra Om. It is this Pranav representing Brahm that provides one with liberation and deliverance from this mortal gross world. 32. One Lord Shiva who has full control over his sense organs and their inherent animal-like instincts and behavior, because he is a highly self-realized and enlightened deity who is chosen by exalted ascetics and spiritual aspirants as their patron god, is known as Pashupati, literally the Lord of Animals. Since Lord Shiva tolerates no nonsense and ruthlessly overcomes the wayward tendencies of the sense organs and the mind, showing anger at them for their natural grossness and tendency to commit mischief and misdeeds, he is also known as Rudra, the Angry One. Lord Shiva is uncompromising and unrelenting in his pursuit of immaculacy, purity, auspiciousness, righteousness, nobility, probity and propriety, and hence called Rudra, the Angry God. Rudra has zero tolerance for impertinence, mischief and nonsense. Shiva is, on the other hand, calm, tolerant and forgiving. Shiva always remains in a state of meditation and contemplation, a state that is depicted in his posture of blissfulness and half-closed eyes. Rudra, on the other hand, spews fire and brimstone, while Shiva symbolizes the virtues of Brahm marked by blissfulness, tranquility, calmness, wisdom, enlightenment, self-awareness and contentedness. Rudra represents the qualities of dynamism, vitality, vigor, strength and energy present in Brahm. 13. The question arises, why did Shiva become Rudra, angry? The answer is that when Shiva found that his sense organs and mind did not allow him the peace that he sought by meditation and contemplation upon the Atma, the Self, he became angry over them, and severely took them to task, i.e. he became Rudra or angry. It is like the case of a teacher who is of a very calm nature and loves his students like they were his own sons, but when he finds that his kindness and loving nature is being misused by the students who create ruckus in the class, he has to become stern and spank them in order to restore discipline and decorum. But that does not mean that he is cruel or wishes to harm his students in the least. This same thing applies to Shiva. Shiva becomes Rudra in order to ruthlessly punish the creatures of this creation who behave like savages or animals. This is necessary for him as he is the supreme being who has the mandate to maintain order and balance in this creation, and he would be failing in his moral duties and obligations if he tries to maintain a false exterior of calmness when his interior is agitated by the upheaval all around. The supreme being that Shiva is has an obligation to uphold positive traits and the virtues of auspiciousness, righteousness, probity and propriety in this creation, even if it means that his own image of being calm and forgiving is questioned and overshadowed by anger and vehemence. Just as the case of severe and malignant diseases like cancer and tuberculosis, requiring an equally strong medicine, the evil, pervert and demonic forces of creation require an equally strong antidote to be overcome. Therefore, that aspect of Brahm, the supreme being, which helps the Jiva, the living beings of this creation, control evil tendencies and negativity which make him animal-like, is known as Pashupat Brahm, and the effort that a Jiva makes to achieve this eclectic goal is known as Pashuhata Yajya. The Tripuritapini Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 1, verse No 8, says that Shiva is known as Hans, and Canto 1, verse No 9 says that he is Brahm. The Tripuritapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse numbers 10, 14 assert that Shiva is the creator of everything in this creation, and Canto 1, verse No 13 says that Shiva represents the creation itself, much like Brahm, the Supreme Being, who is also treated as being an embodiment of the entire creation. The Tripuritapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse No 11 says that Shiva represents the third state of consciousness known as the Sushupta state. The Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph No 6 asserts that Shiva and Rudra are one. The difference between the two names is due to the fact that the same Lord exists in two forms which appear to be diametrically opposite of each other in their characteristic features. If we closely examine this verse, we will understand the difference between the two terms Shiva and Rudra on the one hand, and between Brahm and Shakti on the other hand. Lord Shiva is extremely calm, serene, self-contented, self-realized and blissful like Brahm, and is therefore regarded as a personification of the latter, i.e. of Brahm. He remains perpetually involved in doing meditation and contemplation, remaining happy and submerged in the thoughts of the transcendental truth. Hence, he is regarded as the patron deity of ascetics, who themselves are regarded as personified forms of Brahm because they have become extremely self-realized, i.e., they have experienced the truth about themselves as being the Atma, which is pure consciousness. This Atma is a microcosmic form of the cosmic consciousness and the absolute truth of creation known as Brahm. When the same Shiva assumes an angry form of Rudra at the time of conclusion of creation, he shows an astonishing and an astounding level of dynamism, energy, power, strength and vigor that are synonyms of the cosmic Shakti of Brahm. It is like the case of lightning that is present in the dark rain-bearing clouds in the sky. This lightning appears suddenly, streaks across the sky and causes a huge blast of light and thunder, and if it happens to strike the earth, leaves behind scorched trees, 14, and ruined buildings, only to vanish without trace in another moment in the sky, withdrawing itself into the thick bank of cloud from which it made its appearance. This analogy of the lightning appearing from and disappearing into the clouds in the sky would explain the phenomenon of Rudra vis-a-vis Shiva, and Shakti vis-a-vis Brahm. Rudra appears momentarily from Shiva, accomplishes the task for which Shiva had to assume this ferocious and ruthless form of anger, wrath and vehemence, personified, only to vanish into the calm and tranquil form of Shiva. Similarly, Shakti appears from the neutral cosmic entity known as the divine Brahm, accomplishes what is expected of it, and then disappears into Brahm without trace. Since everything in creation is a manifestation of Brahm, this unique character of Brahm and its relationship with its dynamism revealed as Shakti is also revealed in all the 5 primary elements of creation, such as sky, air, water, fire and earth. Let us take one example of earth to understand how it works out. The earth is the grossest of the 5 elements, being heaviest and most dense. It is inert and lifeless on the outside like any other celestial body of the fathomless heaven. But still it conceives and harbors all imaginable forms of life, takes proper care of them and provides endlessly for their necessities of existence. The earth is self-sufficient in this respect, and it does not need any other help to sustain life, or even to replenish its reserves which never deplete in spite of constant exploitation. So in this sense the earth is Brahm personified. But when the Mother Earth becomes angry, she vents her anger as earthquakes, landslides, floods, tsunamis, famines and drafts, leading to large-scale destruction and havoc. This is the Shakti form of Earth. Then again, the Earth is a solid piece of cosmic body which is lifeless, neutral and barren at one place, as evidenced by the endless stretches of rocks and sand seen at some place on its surface, but at the same time it constitutes of charming and vibrant forms of endless variety of fauna and flora, symbolizing life in all its splendor and grandeur at the other place. Even when the earth seems to be neutral, lifeless and inane, it still has its inherent dynamism and energy, as shown by its magnetic field and its movement not only around its own self but also around the sun. This means that Earth stands for Brahm as well as for Brahm's Shakti simultaneously. Likewise, if we take the example of the fire and the water, we find that on the one hand they are harbingers of life, growth and development on the one hand, and when annoyed become the cause of widespread destruction and havoc on the other hand. For instance, fire is an essential component of life because without the fire there will be no warmth and light, and the resultant chill and darkness would snuff life out of this creation. But the same fire can scorch everything to ashes if it becomes annoyed and decides to punish the world it had so benevolently nurtured. The water also behaves in a similar fashion. While water is called the benevolent elixir of life, as it is the only element which actually cradles life in its merciful arms, by providing it with ready-made nourishment, and acts as a buffer, a coolant and a lubricant that helps this creation to overcome the harsh and abrasive conditions on Earth, which is nothing but a solid and rugged ball of thick and hardened rock that would have caused severe injury to the creation if it was not protected by the water. The same water can wipe out life if it turns malevolent, as is evident during floods, high ocean tides and huge waves, tsunamis etc., or as observed during drafts when the water decides to withdraw itself and let the life parch itself out by thirst. Air also exhibits similar characteristics. On the one hand, the air is absolutely essential for life to exist in this world, because without air the life would suffocate to death, but the same air can cause ruin when it becomes angry, as is proved during fierce storms and cyclones. The sky is the cosmic bowl which harbors everything that exists in this universe, from the smallest piece of cosmic debris to the huge galaxies and planetary systems. It is in the sky that our Earth lives, and it is in the sky that the air we breathe is contained. But it is the same sky in from which devastating meteors and asteroids 15 might strike upon the Earth to wipe out entire generations of creatures. It is one such event that had wiped out the ancient dinosaurs from the surface of Earth, and more recently one such meteorite had blasted its way down to Earth across the skies in the Ural Mountains of northern Russia, which injured thousands of people and caused material damage to buildings and factories. During severe thunderstorms, hurricanes, and cyclones, it is the sky that is said to open up and pour rain on the Earth, which cause deluge, or blow fierce winds that strike out viciously anything standing up in its path, much like the swing of the Vajra of Indra, the king of gods. It is one such deluge pouring down from the sky or heaven that is expected to wipe out the present generation at the time of doomsday. Then again, during wars, it is from the sky that rockets, missiles and arrows shower down upon armies to kill and slay mercilessly. So we conclude that while all the elements and all the units of creation are indeed manifestations of Shiva or Brahm, the latter's life-fostering and benevolent nature is displayed in these units when they act as aids to development of life and its growth, while their destructive aspect is a representative of Rudra. The dynamism, energy, vigor, strength and abilities displayed by all the units of creation are, however, a manifestation of the Shakti in its many myriad forms. Names of Lord Shiva and their significance. Rudra, as the concluder of creation, Lord Shiva is known as Rudra, because then he has to assume a ruthless and angry form. The word Rudra means anger and wrathfulness. Refer Sharafa Upanishad, verse no 10. Mrityunjaya, Shiva is called Mrityunjaya because he has conquered or vanquished death. Refer Atharva Vedas Tripuratapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse no 1. Yajamaha, Shiva is called Yajamaha because he represents the basic or fundamental truth and authority of creation that we offer our obeisance to. The word Yajan means worship and honor, and Mai means me. So, with the combined word Yajan and Mai we invoke the essential tattva or the basic truth that forms the fundamental cosmic reality and the ultimate force that is behind all aspects of this creation. Shiva represents the absolute truth and reality known as the universal cosmic consciousness of creation that is the only thing that is true, eternal, constant and steady in this otherwise transient and false world. Refer Atharva Vedas. Tripuratapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse no 2. Aga, Shiva is also called Aga, meaning the most fierce, terrible, formidable, and an unconventional form of the Supreme Being who has an odd and mysterious existence. Refer Atharva Vedas Pashupat Brahma Upanishad, Pavakanda / Canto 1. Verse no 10. Shugandim, Shiva is called Shugandim because of an aura of divinity, holiness, purity, spirituality and majesty that effuses from him and radiates in all the directions, in an invisible form like the sweet fragrance of a beautiful flower. The word Sugandha means good fragrance or a sweet and pleasant aroma. Lord Shiva is omnipresent and an omniscient Lord. His auspicious glories, magnificence and eclectic virtues are well known and famous in all the directions of this creation. The Lord radiates a divine halo wherever he is present and worshipped, and it is as invigorating and spiritually rejuvenating as the fragrance or aroma of a divine flower. Hence, the term Shugandham is used for him. The word Shugandha means pleasant fragrance, sweet and attractive aroma, an enchanting scent. Refer Atharva Vedas. Tripuratapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse no 3. Pushtivardhan, Lord Shiva is honored by the word Pushtivardhan because he creates all the worlds, sustains them, protects them, nourishes them, makes them. 16. Health, helps in their growth and development, and enhances their glories and importance by living in all of them uniformly as he is all-pervading, all-including and all-encompassing. Hence, he is honored by the epithet Pushtivardhan. Refer Atharva Vedas Tripuratapini Upanishad, Canto 4, verse no 4. Uruaruk Miv Bandanan Mrityumukshayeti, Lord Shiva is called Uruaruk Miv Bandanan Mrityumukshayeti. Just like the muskmelon is firmly attached to its stalk, a creature is also sternly clasped in the shackle of death. When he breaks free from this vicious grip of the cycle of birth and death, he finds mukti or final liberation and deliverance. Lord Shiva is the most enlightened of the gods in the pantheon. This is why he is the patron deity of ascetics and hermits. He can liberate the creature from the cycle of birth and death. He is depicted in the Purans as having his terrestrial abode in the holy city of Kashi, where he gives mukti to the dying man, who is brought for cremation on the banks of the holy river Ganges. Refer Atharva Vedas Tripurata Upanishad, Canto 4, verse No 5. Mamritate, Lord Shiva is called Mamritate because the worshipper attains the elixir of life that gives him eternity and imperishability. He becomes one like Lord Rudra himself. Refer Atharva Vedas Tripurata Upanishad, Canto 4, verse No 6. Ishan / Ishan, Lord Shiva is called Ishan because he is the greatest, the most wise, and exalted amongst the gods in this creation. He is the Isha or the Supreme Lord of creation, and a symbol of cosmic authority and power of the Supreme Being. Hence, he is known as Ishan, the symbol, the icon or the emblem of the Supreme Being, known as Brahm. This term Ishan has been defined in Atharva Upanishad of Atharva Veda tradition, in its Khandika 4 as follows: Why is he, Brahm in the form of Rudra, known as Ishan, literally meaning the Lord and his insignia or authority? It is because he, Rudra, has full control over all the gods and their powers and authority. Ishan signifies the Lord's overriding authority and complete control over all the aspects of creation that are individually controlled by these gods who actually act on behalf of Rudra, representing the dynamic form of Brahm. These gods are nothing but the different forces of nature personified. It is you who controls this entire creation as Indra, the king of gods, as well as the organs of the creature's body over which these gods rule. That is also why you are called Ishan. According to Rampavata Upanishad of Atharva Veda, Canto 4, verse No 38-39, Ishan is one of the 10 Digpas / Digpas, or the custodians of the celestial world. He takes care of the Ishan cone or the northeast direction. His weapon is shul or a sharp spear or lancet or a trident. Maheshwar / Mahadeva, references, I. Atharva Veda equals Sharafa Upanishad, verse No 34, Atharva Upanishad, Khandika 4, Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2. Paragraph No 1. Lord Shiva is considered as the most exalted and wisest amongst the gods, and is therefore honored with the epithet Mahadeva or the great god, and Maheshwar or the great Ishwar, as he is regarded as the supreme lord of the entire creation. Refer Atharva Vedas Atharva Upanishad, Khandika 4, and Bhasma Jabal Upanishad. Canto 2, paragraph No 1. The Sharafa Upanishad of the Atharva Veda, verse No 34, says that Shiva is Maheshwar, as he is the Lord who provides mukti or liberation and deliverance to the creature from the formidable snare that traps the latter in this gross world, helping the creature to break free from the tormenting cycle of birth and death, which is very difficult to break free from. 17. In his form as the liberator of the soul of the creature by destroying the latter's gross external body and freeing the soul, he is known as Sharaf. Shiva had assumed this form to liberate Lord Vishnu from the horrible body of Nrising, half man and half lion. Refer Sharafa Upanishad, verse No 6-8. Maheshwar or Mahadeva are both names of Lord Shiva. The term Maheshwar means the great Ishwar or Lord, while the term Mahadeva means the great God. Obviously, they both mean the same. However, the term Maheshwar has been defined independently in Atharvasha Upanishad of Atharva Veda tradition, in its Khandika 4 as follows: Why are you Rudra as a manifestation of Brahm, called Maheshwar, literally meaning the great Lord? It is because you show your benevolence and grace upon those devotees who worship you selflessly in order to attain jnana or true knowledge. As the greatest teacher and preacher in creation, it is you who can only give the knowledge of truth. This knowledge is known only to you. Hence, you are great amongst even the gods, who are supposed to be wiser and more knowledgeable than ordinary mortals. It is you who empowers the faculty of speech to speak and express this truth. You have forsaken all sorts of delusions and overcome all ignorance, and instead remain steady and unwavering in the knowledge of truth that you have acquired. You are self-realized and most wise and enlightened. This gives you immense fame and honor. It establishes you as the greatest enlightened one in creation. This is why you are called Maheshwar. This is how the divine characters and virtues of Rudra have been outlined herein. This Upanishad, in the Bhasma Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 2, paragraph No. 1, Lord Shiva has been addressed as Mahadeva, and it explains why it is so as follows: since he is extremely enlightened, self-realized and Brahm-realized, he stays in the fourth state of Turiya. This is the transcendental state of existence in which the ascetic lives in a state of trance. He is so deeply submerged in meditation and contemplation that he is not even aware of his body and what it does, and therefore there is no question of his being aware of the surrounding material world and its temptations. Hence, he is free from all corruptions and delusions that mire an ordinary soul. The concept of Turiya has been explained in detail in a separate appendix of this volume. This fourth state is a representative of the Supreme Being who is beyond the Trinity gods known as Brahma the Creator, Vishnu the Sustainer, and Rudra the Concluder. Hence, the Lord who stays in this eclectic and sublime state of consciousness is known as Mahadev, the Great Lord. This fact has been expressly emphasized in the Pashupata Upanishad, Pavakant, verse No. 10, which is the 19th Upanishad of the Atharva Veda. The Bhasma Upanishad gives the Tarak mantra of Lord Shiva as Om Namaha Mahadevaya in paragraph No. 4 of the same Canto 2. Shambhu, he is known as Shambhu as he is the one who remains uniform, unruffled, and calm even under adverse situations. Shambhu is one who exists or is established in an enlightened state of highest consciousness, i.e. is Bhu, that is marked by perfect self-control, complete neutrality, absolute tranquility, serenity, peacefulness, and blissfulness. Since Lord Shiva possesses all these grand auspicious virtues, he is called Shambhu. Refer, Atharva Shikha Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition. Khandika 3. This Upanishad declares that Shambhu is the highest deity to be worshipped and adored, and he represents the fifth state of consciousness that is called the Turiyatit. And to the fourth aspect of the ethereal word Om, I.e. when the word has been said fully and the mouth closes. The first letter of Om is A and it represents Brahma the Creator, the second letter U represents Vishnu, the sustainer and protector of creation. The third letter M represents Rudra, the annihilator and one of the names of Shiva, and 18. The 3½ letter called the Ardhamatra, represented by the horizontal S mark attached to the symbol of OM on its side, represents Ishan, one of the names of Shiva and the god who is the ruler of all other gods. Finally, the fourth complete Matra symbolized by the dot on the top is Shambhu or Lord Shiva. This Shambhu or Shiva is Brahm in its best and most pristine form. Lord Shiva is called Shambhu because he possesses the highest knowledge of the truth and the consciousness known as Brahm, and being self-realized he is a personified form of Brahm. Therefore, Shambhu is the supreme transcendental Lord of creation who surpasses all earlier states of existence such as the Jagrat or waking state, the Swapna or dreaming state, the Sushupta or deep sleep state and the Turiya or post-Sushupta state to permanently live in the Turiyatite state of perpetual bliss and tranquility. The Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph No. 18 says that Lord Shiva, who is known as Shambhu, is also known as Pashupate and Maha Deva. Layakari, Lord Shiva brings about an end to delusions, and establish oneness and uniformity in creation by removing or eliminating or dissolving, Laya, the artificial distinction in the various states of consciousness, such as the Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupta, Turiya, that are caused by ignorance of the reality and its attendant delusions. Pashupati /Pashupate, references, Atharva Veda equals Bhasma Jabal Upanishad. Canto 2, paragraph No. 8, 18, Sharafa Upanishad, verse No. 14, Pashupat Brahm. Upanishad, Pavakanda /Canto 1, verse numbers. Verse numbers 10 to 11, 29, 32, Utter. Kant /Canto 2, verse No. 7. 2. Samveda equals Jabalupanishad, verse numbers 11 to 18. Shiva is called Pashupati or Pashupate because he is the lord of lowly living beings who have animal-like instincts, i.e. those who are engrossed in pursuing the urge for self-gratification and pleasures of the sense objects of this gross world, without realizing that they getting sucked in the vortex of endless miseries and being pulled away from peace and happiness. The Bhasma Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 2, paragraph No. 8 explains the meaning of this term as follows: anyone who knows and understands these eclectic virtues of my, Shiva's, divine cosmic form, as Brahm, the Supreme Being, is freed from the fetters that shackle him to this material world like an animal held in captivity. I, Shiva, am known as Pashupate, one who liberates animals from their shackles. It also means freeing a living being from his animal-like lowly instincts that demean the exalted nature of his Atma. Here, the animal refers to the Jiva, the living being or the creature, and the shackle to I, the never-ending cycle of birth and death, to the numerous temptations of this mundane, artificial and deluding material world of sense objects, and 3. To the evil and lowly natural instincts that may exist in the Jiva that would undermine the holiness and divinity of his Atma. The Lord ensures that such lowly traits in his character are eliminated for good so that the creature can find liberation and deliverance, or emancipation and salvation. 8. The Sharafa Upanishad of Atharva Veda, verse No. 14 says, all the gods are like animals in front of him. That is, all the gods are under his overall command and depend upon him for their survival and protection. That is why the Lord is honored by the epithet Pashupatanath, or the Lord of Animals. Refer also Jabalupanishad of Samveda tradition, verse numbers 11-18. Ahankar, or pride and ego, makes a man no less than an animal. This is stressed in Jabalupanishad of Samveda tradition, verse numbers 11-18, and Sharafa-Upanishad of Atharva Veda, verse no 14, which stresses that Isha, or the Lord Shiva, who is regarded as the supreme Lord of creation, had to become a Pashupati, Lord of animals, just because he is the undisputed Lord of all the creatures, and those 19 creatures who have lost wisdom and a sense of righteousness, those who are overcome with ahankar, are no better than animals. When the ahankar is eliminated or symbolically reduced to ashes, the creature becomes an ish from a Pashupati, in other words, he has become a purified creature in the place of an animal-like creature. This transformation or metamorphosis, from an animal to a non-animal or from an animal-like creature to a wise and erudite person, is tantamount to acquiring truthful knowledge and become spiritually wise and enlightened. The Lord is especially honored by the epithet of Pashupati because an enlightened worshipper targets all his spiritual endeavors towards attaining high levels of purity and holiness. That entails that he first controls his basic animal-like natural instincts. He is expected to have completely exercised total self-restraint on his sense organs. Brahm is not sitting somewhere in the sky, but the Lord resides inside one's own inner self as his Atma. This Atma is the Lord of the creature. So when a worshipper pays his obeisance to Pashupati Paramatma, he is actually honoring the Atma which has learned to practice exemplary self-control over animal-like instincts, characters, qualities and behavior. Tripurari /Tripurari, refer, I, Atharva Veda equals Sharafa-Upanishad, verse no 14. The Sharafa-Upanishad of Atharva Veda, verse no 14 describes that Lord Shiva is also known as the slayer of the demon Tipu Raju. Hence, Shiva or Rudra is also called Tripurari. This is because of the following legend associated with the Lord. Tirakaja was the son of Vajranga and his consort Varangi. He had done severe tapa, austerity and penance, as a result of which the Creator Brahma had granted him several boons which had made him invincible. He was killed by Lord Subramanya, the son of Shiva and Parvati. He had 3 sons, Taraksha, Kamlaksha and Vidyanmali. They had also pleased Brahma and by his blessings built 3 great cities, collectively called Tripura. These cities were made of gold, silver and iron. When they became a nuisance for the gods, Shiva destroyed these 3 cities and the demons with 1 arrow. These 3 demon brothers are collectively called Tripuraja. Therefore he got the name of Tripurari, one who destroyed the 3 enemy cities. Kumari /Kamrai, Lord Shiva is also known as Kamrai or Kumari, literally the one who had reduced to ashes the pride of Kamdeo, the god of passions and lust. The Lord had vanquished the haughtiness and arrogance of this god of passions and his belief that he is invincible and infallible. This fact has been stated in the Sharaf Upanishad of the Atharva Veda, verse no 15, which says that Lord Shiva had subdued even the god of death known as Yam and the god of passions known as Kamdeo Cupid. Hence, he is known as Kamari /Kamrai, the Lord who had killed or conquered Kam, the negative quality of having passions, lust, yearnings and longings, the desire for gratification of the natural carnal instincts in a living being. Longing for sensual pleasures. The legend associated with this event is briefly as follows: once when Shiva was in deep meditative trance and was teased by Kamdeo, the god of passions, at the behest of gods who had wanted Shiva to marry and produce a male child who would kill the demons, he felt so annoyed by Kamdeo's impertinence that he opened this third eye to burn him down. The story of Shiva subduing Yam has been narrated in the Purans as follows. Shiva had trounced Yam, the god of death, to save his devotee Merkandya. Sage Merkande was the son of sage Merkandu. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva, the patron god of death, so much so that when death approached him personified as Kal when the sage was yet quite young, because destiny had it that he would die still. When young, he clung to the Shiva Lingam, the image of Shiva, with the greatest of devotion, surrender and urgency that comes with one facing certain death. Lord Shiva 20. Appeared and prevented Yam, the god of death, from tying him in his snare and taking him away. The Lord blessed him with a virtual eternal life, blessing him that he would live for another 14 kalpas. 1 kalpa equals 1 day of Brahma, or roughly 4.32 billion human years. His magnum opus is the Merkande Puran. He had also edited and abridged the Manusmriti, the code of life and conduct as laid by the first human named Manu to regulate society and act as a constitution and manual for ready reference for the forthcoming human race, into 8,000 verses, and passed it to sage Bhargava. His reference comes in the Mahabharata epic when he approaches the Pandavas and taught them the principles of Dharma, code of righteousness, auspiciousness, probity, propriety and nobility. He was the one who had enlightened Yudhisthira that Krishna was an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, Vanapava, 189. In the same Mahabharata, he preaches the celestial sage Narad the laws of Dharma. Aina Shasanpava, 50-62. Palmshwar, the word means the Supreme Ishwar or the Supreme Lord. Lord Shiva is addressed with this honorable epithet in the Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 3. Trinetram /Trinetra /Trilaksha Laliataksha. Refer, I. Atharva Veda equals Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 6, and Canto 2, paragraph no 21, Sharafa Upanishad, verse numbers 10, 14, Tripuratapini. Upanishad, Canto 4, verse numbers 1-2, 2, Krishna Yajur Veda equals Yogtattva Upanishad. Verse no 93. The word Trinetra means the Lord who has 3 eyes, 2 conventional eyes and 1 rare eye of wisdom located in the center of the forehead, between the eyebrows, and just above the root of the nose. Hence, Lord Shiva is also known as Lord Trinetram. Tri equals 3, Netra equals eyes, Laksha equals to see. The location of the third eye in the center of the forehead has given Shiva the name of Laliataska. Lalate equals forehead. The third eye is not some physical eye but a subtle eye symbolizing the Lord's high level of enlightenment and wisdom. This burning of the evil world by opening of the third eye of Shiva is a metaphoric way of saying that a creature can use his eyes of wisdom, erudition, knowledge and enlightenment to overcome all delusions and misconceptions about the truth and reality, along with all mischief as well as negativity and evil tendencies in this world. The burning is elimination of such negativity and perversions. According to yoga philosophy, an ascetic focuses his pran or vital winds at this spot in the forehead where he experiences enlightenment and the nectar of bliss dripping from it. By the way, Shiva is regarded as the patron god of all ascetics. Precisely for this reason, there is a legendary story associated with this third eye. Once, Parvati, his divine consort, had closed his two eyes, and as a result the world was plunged in darkness. To save the world from this all-encompassing darkness, Shiva willed a third eye between the two eyebrows. This eye spouted fire with its accompanying heat and light. So, the celestial sun can be regarded as a symbol of this third eye. Once when Shiva was in deep meditative trance and was teased by Kamdeo, the god of passions, at the behest of gods who had wanted Shiva to marry and produce a male child who would kill the demons, he felt so annoyed by Kamdeo's temerity and impertinence that he opened this third eye to burn him down. According to the Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph No. 21, the three eyes of Shiva or Rudra stand for the sun, the moon and the fire. These three entities are regarded as the eternal sources of light in this creation. The sun and the fire provide the heat and energy so essential for sustenance of life. 21. Besides being an eternal source of light, while the moon is regarded as the pitcher of Amrit, the elixir of bliss and the soothing nectar that neutralizes the scorching effects of the sun and the fire. The third eye, as has been noted above, stands for the excellent level of wisdom, erudition, knowledge, enlightenment and omniscience that the Lord possesses. The Sharath Upanishad of the Atharva Veda, verse numbers 10 and 14 says as follows. Verse no 10 equals we bow reverentially and pay our obeisance to the great Lord known as Rudra who can burn to ashes the entire world by the fierce spurt of fire emanating from the third eye located in his forehead 1, and is so gracious that he recreates it once again after punishing it for its sins and misdeeds by reducing it to ashes, and then offers it his protection. 10. Verse no 14 equals we bow reverentially and pay our obeisance to the great Lord known as Rudra whose three eyes are the sun, the moon and the fire, representing eternal sources of light, life, energy, warmth and heat. 14. From the metaphysical perspective, his two eyes are the conventional eyes, and his third symbolizes his deep insight and great wisdom and enlightenment. Shiva personifies the fire element which also has a symbolic significance. The fire is known to burn all impurities present in gold when it is put into it, thereby purifying the metal. Similarly, fire is used in blast furnaces to extract iron from its ore. Fire has the inherent ability to reduce to ashes all filth and garbage, which is a metaphoric way of saying that a person who has worshipped this element in the form of Shiva is supposed to have burnt all his faults, blemishes and shortcomings that taint his character and soul, thereby purifying his inner self. The ash is indicative of total renunciation and detachment from the world of materialism, because it is indicative of a renunciate way of life and symbolically stands for burning of everything into the fire pit. That is why Lord Shiva has been called the patron god of ascetics, hermits, and sannyasis who worship the fire element only. Besides these points, Shiva is the god assigned the task of concluding the world which necessitates his being closely associated with the fire element in the sense that he must be as unrelenting, merciless, powerful and ferocious as the latter in order to conclude this creation in spite of all the odds. He must reduce everything to ashes, just like the fire does. And it is from this ash that the new creation would emerge in due course. Herein lie the magic of creation and its chief lord, Brahm, the supreme being, the fact that a new creation rises from ashes. To quote Yoga-tattva Upanishad, verse no 93, this, i.e. the fire element is the symbolic abode of Lord Rudra or Shiva. That is, he symbolizes the fire element. One should meditate upon this Lord who has 3 eyes, who is the one renowned for granting boons to his followers and devotees, and in the present case to the ascetic, who is as splendorous, illuminated and radiant as a sun which has just risen, and who has the ash of the fire sacrifice smeared all over his body, just like an ascetic, indicating that he is their great icon and patron deity of ascetics. 93. Triambak. The word Triambak means the Lord who has a most unconventional form with 1 extra eyes oddly placed in the forehead. Lord Shiva's behavior and general bearing are also most unconventional and odd because he is at once an incarnation of the eclectic virtues of peace, renunciation, detachment, tranquility and blissful, and at another moment he becomes personified form of anger and wrath. On the one hand his cosmic form is the supreme being, the greatest amongst the gods, Mahadeva, and in another form he is a gross lingam, Shiva's gross symbol made of stone. In one instance is lost in meditation and contemplation, being completely detached from the outside world, and in another instance he is said to have a family consisting of his divine consort Parvati or Uma, the divine mother, and sons known as Ganesh and Kartikya. Hence, he is called Triambak, the odd one. 22. The word also means the Lord of the 3, Tre equals 3, worlds consisting of the heavens, the earth and the hell, the cosmos, the terrestrial world, and the nether world. The Lord's mantra is given in the Tripurata Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition. Canto 4 is entirely devoted to Lord Triambak. It describes the meaning of this word and the mantras dedicated to Lord Triambak in great detail. This Triambak mantra is given in paragraph numbers 1 to 6, and it is Triambakam Yajamah Shugandim Pushtivadan Uruarukmiv Bandanan Mrityamukshi. Yeti Mam Right 8. Lord Triambak's name appears in the following Upanishads. I. Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, paragraph no 6, which says that his mantra should be said when the worshipper applies the sacred bhasma, ash, of the fire sacrifice, on his body from the toe to the head. 2. The Tripurata Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 4 is entirely devoted to Lord Triambak. It describes the meaning of this word and the mantras dedicated to Lord Triambak in great detail. This Triambak mantra is given in paragraph numbers 1 to 6, and it is Triambakam Yajamah Shugandim Pushtivadan Uruarukmiv Bandanan Mrityamukshayeti Mam Right 8. Neelkantha, the Lord with a purple or blue-tinged throat. Lord Shiva is known as Neelkanth because he had drunk the horrible poison called halahal, which emerged as a scorching froth at the time of churning of the ocean by the gods and the demons, in search of Amrit or the ambrosia of life and eternity. The legend goes that Lord Shiva had drunk the fierce poison that emerged at the time of journeying of the celestial ocean in the beginning of creation by the gods and the demons in search of Amrit, the nectar of eternity and bliss. As soon as this boiling poison came out, there was the fear of the entire creation being scalded by its heat and ferocity. So Lord Shiva took the name of Lord Ram and gulped it in one mouthful. But the Lord knew that if this poison entered his abdomen, the whole creation will be annihilated nevertheless, as it resided in his abdomen. This shows that Lord Shiva is none but the Supreme Brahm, in whose body the entire creation resides like the embryo lives in its mother's womb. Hence, the merciful Lord kept the poison in his throat, giving it a purple color. Refer, I, Sharafa Upanishad, verse numbers 11, 16. 2. Mahabharat, Adipava, Canto 18. In its verse no 18 it is stated that, A. Lord Shiva had drunk the poison while invoking and repeating the holy mantra, and of course that mantra was the holy name of Lord Ram because the Lord is Shiva's patron deity, and, B. This is the reason why his throat became dark blue or purple, because he had retained the poison in his throat, instead of gulping it down in his stomach. 3. The same fact is endorsed in Tulsidas Ramcharit Manas, Balkant, Shopai line no 8 that precedes Doha no 19. 4. Tulsidas Kavatali, Uttakant, verse numbers 157 to 158 allude to Lord Shiva drinking the halahal poison. Nataraj, one of mystical forms of Lord Shiva, is known as the Nataraj, pronounced as Natraj. The word Nat means to dance, and Raj means a king, or an expert who knows the secrets of any kind of art. So, when Lord Shiva performs his cosmic dance, he is known as Nataraj. This mystical form of Lord Shiva is known as the Nataraj because it represents the Lord's cosmic dance that symbolizes both the destruction and the creation of the universe, and it reveals the cycles of death and birth. Since one dances only when he is extremely happy and ecstatic, this Nataraj dance of Lord Shiva indicates that the Lord is extremely blissful and ecstatic in self-realization. This pose is for the welfare of the world, and to tell the world how one enjoys total bliss upon self-realization. In the pose of Nataraj, the king of dance forms, Shiva is giving darshan, divine viewing, to his beloved devotees within the abode of consciousness, which is the heart of man. In other words, only when one becomes self-realized and experiences the existence of the pure conscious Atma. 23. Inside one's heart, inside one's inner self, that he can dance in ecstasy, lost in bliss, and oblivious of the surrounding world. During this form of cosmic dance that is known as Tandav, pronounced as Tandav, Lord Shiva is depicted as having crushed under his feet the demon of ignorance called Apasmara Purusha. This demon of ignorance is created when the creature forgets the truth and reality of his true self and that of existence as a whole. And the killing of this demon stands for overcoming ignorance and its attendant delusions. One hand is stretched across his chest and points towards the uplifted foot, indicating the release from earthly bondage of the devotee. The fire represents the final destruction of creation. But since Lord Shiva is the Mahadev, the great god, he is simultaneously responsible for bringing to an end this creation as well as creating it once again. Therefore, this dance of the Nataraj is also an act of creation whereby the Lord arouses dormant energies and scatters the ashes of the universe in a pattern that will form the design, the contours and the texture of the ensuing creation. Sharath, in his form as the liberator of the soul of the creature by destroying the latter's gross external body and freeing the soul, he is known as Sharath. Shiva had assumed this form to liberate Lord Vishnu from the horrible body of Nrising, half man and half lion. Refer Sharath Upanishad, verse no 6-8. Lord Shiva has many other names also as follows: 1 Ashutosh, meaning one who fulfills all wishes of his devotees instantly. 2 Bhairath, meaning the Lord of Terror. 3 Bholnath, meaning the Lord who is simple-hearted, unpretentious, straight forward, honest, sincere, and humble in spite of being the Lord God. 4 Bhudev, meaning the Lord of the earth. 5 Devaradidev, meaning the Lord of all the gods, the supreme God, the primordial God, the first amongst the gods, the God who was present before the coming into being of all the other gods. 6 Gangadhar, meaning the Lord who holds the mighty river Ganges in the lock of hairs on his head. 7 Jagdish, meaning the Lord of the world, the universe. 8 Kailash, meaning the Lord who eliminates miseries and torments, restoring peace and happiness to the creature. It also means the Lord of the sacred mountain with the same name, viz. Mount Kailash. Symbols associated with Lord Shiva. Shiva Lingam / Jyotirlingam, references, the Atharva Vedas, I, Bhasma Jabal. Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph numbers 11-12-14 refer to the Shiva's lingam and to his Jyotirlingam. 2, Gopalata Tapini Upanishad, verse no 12. The Atharva Vedas Gopalata Tapini Upanishad, verse no 12 gives the names of some of the 20 Shiva lingams as follows: Vireshwar, Rudreshwar, Ambikeshwar, Ganeshwar, Neelkanth, Gopaleshwar, Bhadreshwar, etc. The Shiva lingam is a gross manifestation of Shiva, who himself is a divine, subtle and sublime being. Just like the case of the rest of this creation being a visible and gross manifestation of the supreme transcendental Brahm, the cosmic supreme being, Lord Shiva's lingams too represents the otherwise invisible, attribute-less, cosmic, all-pervading and the most sublime Lord Shiva's subtle form in its grosser aspect or form that is visible, and has attributes like the other grosser manifestations of the Supreme Being known as Brahm. This is one of the primary reasons why Lord Shiva is also called Mahadeva, the great God, because he is none other than Brahm himself. The Shiva's lingam is like an icon that is normally used to stand as a unique symbol for a particular deity or god. It is an emblem of Shiva. If we look at the 24 lingam closely, we observe that it is a cylindrical structure passing through the center of a circular girdle or ring. This structure reminds one of a wheel with the central axle. This imagery is used to indicate the fact that Shiva is the supreme transcendental Brahm around whom the whole of the creation rotates. Rotates is a metaphoric way of saying that the entire creation depends upon Brahm, it is centered around Brahm. Brahm is the pivot that supports the entire edifice of creation. Just like the wheel cannot move if the axle is removed, this creation cannot survive if Brahm, the consciousness and the truth of creation, is removed from it. The fact that this creation is like a wheel rotating around the central axle called Brahm is endorsed in a number of Upanishads. For example, a Atharva Veda equals Prashna Upanishad, Canto 1, verse no 11, Canto 6, Verse No 6, Mundak Upanishad, Mundak, Canto 2, Section 2, Verse No 6, Rising Pavatapinai Upanishad, Canto 5, Verse Numbers 2 to 7, Narad Parivrajak Upanishad, Canto 9, Verse Numbers 4, 6, Triptvibhut Mahanarayan Upanishad, Canto 7. Paragraph 3 to 14, which describes the Sudarshan Chakra of Vishnu, Chandogya. Upanishad, Canto 1, Section 4, Verse No 6 to 7, which describes the wheel or chakra that is present in the navel and how it keeps the creature trapped in it, Tripuratapini. Upanishad, Canto 2, which describes the Shri Chakra dedicated to goddess Tripura, who is regarded as the mother goddess. Surya Upanishad, Verse No 1, describes the sun god as the one who keeps the wheel of life and death, known as the Kal Chakra. Rotating. B. Krishna Yajurveda equals Shweta Upanishad, Canto 1, Verse No 4. 6, Canto 5, Verse No 12, Canto 6, Verse Numbers 1 to 3. C. Shukla Yajurveda equals Pangalo Upanishad, Canto 4, Verse Numbers 3 to 4. Besides this eclectic viewpoint, we also observe that a cylinder is a smooth surface that is round from all sides. It appears the same from whichever side one sees it. This signifies the fact that Brahm is uniform and even in all respects, and neither does it have any specific form and feature. Like the lingam passing through the circular girdle around it, the entire creation too forms a ring that moves around Brahm, which holds the creation together and passes through its center. Now, this center also means a core, and hence this refers to the Atma, the soul, that is the pivot or the core around which life revolves in this world. If we look further ahead and observe a potter's wheel and how the potter molds his pots and pans on it, we find that it has a striking resemblance to the Shiva lingam. As the wheel turns, the potter expertly raises the shape of his wares at its center, and the rotating potter's wheel can be treated as an apt metaphor for the way the Shiva lingam represents the phenomenon of creation molded from the dynamic energy of Brahm, revealed as the Shakti that continuously revolves around the principle known as Brahm. Iconographically, the Shiva lingam has three distinct parts. The lower part fixed to the ground stands for Brahma the creator, the middle part of the wheel stands for Vishnu the sustainer and protector of creation, and the upper part of the cylinder represents Rudra the concluder. These three Trinity gods stand for the three basic and fundamental aspects of creation: birth, development and growth, and finally the end. They thus represent Brahm in its entirety. The Shiva lingam is called Jyotirlingam because it is mentioned in the Linga Puran, chapters 17 to 20, that the Shiva lingam appeared as an endless shaft of fire. And fire is characterized by the virtues of light and illumination. It came to be known as the Linga because all the creatures of this creation have a gross body in which their soul or their Atma lived, called the Linga Deha, and they reproduced themselves with the help of the genitals, called the Linga. Since only the Supreme Being has this capacity to create and then sustain his creation, the grosser form of the Lord in the form of this creation and its self-replicating creatures was symbolized in the grosser symbol of the Linga. In other words, the lingam represents the whole creation in a miniature gross form. This icon of Brahm is called Shiva lingam because Shiva is a personified form of Brahm. 25. It is also believed that it is called lingam because the entire creation would collapse at the end in Brahm, the ethereal cosmic consciousness. The phrase linga Deha literally refers to the ethereal form of the corporal body of a creature. So when the creature sheds the body, his Atma would merge with the cosmic Atma known as Paramatma. Since Lord Shiva is the Paramatma, the Supreme Being, of this creation, it is natural that his symbol would be called a lingam. It is to emphasize the fact that one should not be misled by its outer gross structure of being merely a cylindrical structure made of stone or rock, but a divine symbol of the cosmic Atma that cannot be visualized by the naked eyes. The physical lingam is the visible form of the invisible linga Deha of Shiva, which is the Lord's ethereal and cosmic form. The fact that the lingam is an image of Lord Shiva is affirmed by the Lord himself in the Atharva Vedas Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 2, paragraph numbers 12, where the Lord preaches about the immense symbolic metaphysical importance and significance of the lingam, and in paragraph numbers 14 to 15 when he preaches about the great many benefits of worshipping the Shiva lingam, which is his image, and how to worship it. To quote verse no 12 sad smiley, this verse emphasizes the importance and the significance of the Shiva lingam as follows: even the sun god, the moon god, the fire god and the wind god, i.e. the primary gods, are unaware of the mysteries and enigmatic glories of this Shiva lingam. The self-illuminated and self-emerged or self-created lingam extends as far as the pit of the earth known as Pirtal. This Shiva lingam is an image of me who am the Lord of the world. Hence, it is known as Vishwanath lingam. Worshipping it and paying obeisance to it is directly worshipping and paying obeisance to me. A worshipper who offers his worship and obeisance to me, who serves me and honors me with full devotion, sincerity and faith, by offering 3 leaves of the Bilva tree, and then offers the auspicious rewards of such exemplary worship to me, rather than expecting any gain for himself in return for such worship or service, who wears the bhasma, sacred ash, and the rudraksha beads as prescribed, who has sought my shelter and has taken refuge in my holy feet, and who is an unquestioned and most committed devotee of mine, verily I say that I accept his worship and free him from the fetter represented by the endless cycle of birth and death. Even a great sin and its evil consequences are neutralized by offering daily worship to my Shiva lingam, by offering libations to me, a process known as Abhishek, and praying to me by reading or reciting the hymns of the Rudraskirta daily with the greatest of devotion and faith, and then drinking the water left over after the completion of worship and offering of libations to my lingam. Such a devotee is free from all sorrows, grief, miseries and torments. He is freed from the shackling effect of this mundane and entrapping world. 12. Verse no 14 equals, benefits of worshipping the Shiva lingam, by offering libations to my lingam, which is my image, with the milk drawn from a Kapila cow, i.e. a cow with reddish-brown, white, or white-spotted skin, while reciting the hymns of the Rudra Sukta, a devotee can obtain purification, pardon, from the horrendous sin of killing a Brahmin. Offering of libations with the curd made from the milk of the Kapila cow helps one to eliminate or clean the great sin caused by drinking intoxicating liquids. Offering of libations with clarified butter made from the milk of the Kapila cow helps one to overcome the grave sin caused by stealing gold, or theft of any kind. Offering of libations with honey helps one to overcome the horrible ignominy and sin caused by being amorous towards the wife of one's guru, teacher and moral preceptor. 26. Offering of libations with white sugar helps one to overcome the sin of being cruel to others. Offering of libations with milk and other products, as prescribed above, helps the devotee fulfill all his aspirations, desires and wishes. By offering libations 100 times with quantity of materials that are 100 times more than that used for one standard routine offering, i.e. roughly 100 kilograms or 1 quintal by weight, helps the aspirant to free himself from the fetters that shackle him to this world. 14. Verse No 15 equals, how to worship the Shiva Lingam. Shiva's image in the form of the Shiva Lingam should be offered worship during the time of the Ardra Nakshatra, an asterism known as Ardra, on the full moon day, on the new moon day. The Vyatipate Yoga, the 17th astrological union of stars, on the occasion of eclipses, solar and lunar, and on the day of the Sakranti, the summer and winter solstice. During these days, worship should be done by first offering libations followed by oblations. For this, the following items are to be used: sesame seeds, rice, barley, 3 leaves of the bilva tree, clarified butter made from the milk of the Kapila cow, scents and fragrances, incense sticks, lighted lamp, sweets, fruit etc. Then flowers and water in cupped palms of the hands should be offered most respectfully at the end of the worship. By offering worship and service to me with devotion and faith, the devotee obtains Sayuyaya Mukti, i.e. he becomes one with me. If the worship is done with rice of quantity that is 100 times that used for standard routine worship, i.e. roughly 100 kilograms or 1 quintal, the worshipper obtains the abode of the moon god known as Chandraloka. If equal quantity of sesame seeds, i.e. roughly 100 kilograms or 1 quintal, is used for worship, the worshipper obtains the abode of the Vayu god, the wind god. If equal quantity of horse beans, i.e. roughly 100 kilograms or 1 quintal, is used for worship, the worshipper obtains the abode of the Varun god, the water god. If equal quantity of barley, i.e. roughly 100 kilograms or 1 quintal, is used for worship, the worshipper obtains the abode of the Surya god, the sun god. If twice the above amount of items are used for worship, i.e. if roughly 200 kilograms or 2 quintals are used, the worshipper obtains the higher heaven known as the Swagaloka. If 4 times the above quantity of items are used for offering worship to me, i.e. if roughly 400 kilograms or 4 quintals are used, the worshipper obtains the abode known as Brahmaloka, or the abode of Brahma the Creator. If worship is offered to me or my lingam by using the items needed for such worship measuring 100 times than the standard offerings, i.e. if roughly 100 x 100 equals 10,000 kilograms or 100 quintals are used, the worshipper is freed from the jurisdiction of death, or clutches of death, as far as the Brahmkosha. That is, he is freed from the fear of death till the time the Creator would be born again. The word Kosh means the source from which Brahma the Creator was born, the point of time when Brahma was born. Refer paragraph no 20 of this canto 2 below. Since he is my devotee, he crosses over from the abode of Brahma and reaches my abode known as the Shivaloka that is beyond it. There is no abode or heaven better than it. He becomes free from all miseries and sorrows upon attaining it. He is freed from all fetters and encumbrances that had kept him shackled. By worshipping me in my form as the lingam, ascetics have attained great mystical powers. Those who do fire sacrifices, i.e. the worshippers of the sacred fire, are actually offering their obeisance to me when they offer their oblations to the sacred fire. It is me whose magnificence, holiness, eclectic glories and divine virtues are sung and lauded by the Vedas in their hymns. 27. It is proved beyond doubt by the great scriptures such as the Vedangas, branches of Vedas, the Upanishads, and the Itihasas, ancient mythological histories, that there is nothing besides me in this creation. Everything is me, everything is established in me, I am the foundation and basis of everything. This is because Lord Shiva is the supreme transcendental Brahm personified. Nothing exists in this creation that is not Brahm, it is Brahm who has manifested or revealed in every single unit of creation. 15. The significance of the moon on his forehead, and his 5 heads and the 10 arms. Lord Shiva has been depicted in the Purans as having a crescent moon on his forehead. The moon is said to have 16 kailas or phases, symbolizing the 16 kailas or aspects out of the total of 64 kailas of the Supreme Brahm. These 16 kailas represent the visible world, which is 1/4 part of the entire creation, consisting of the remaining of the kailas of Brahm. The visible world is called one pada or one leg or one aspect or kaila of Brahm. So, Shiva is the Lord who presides over the entire visible part of creation, and this world is his ornamentation, in the sense that the Lord appears to be so beautiful if we consider the beauty of nature as the astounding beauty and the expert craftsmanship of Shiva on display. The moon present on Shiva's forehead also stands for the various eclectic qualities called kailas that he possesses and which adorn him like the moon. Symbolically, the devotee is advised to follow the example of his chosen deity Lord Shiva and note the symbolism of the moon on his head. These eclectic qualities should be as prominent as the moon on the head of Shiva, and they should form an integral part of the character of the devotee if he wishes to place himself in the position of being called a sincere follower and worshipper of Lord Shiva. Now let us have a glimpse of these kailas. They are the various eclectic qualities or attributes that an exalted man should possess, and briefly they are the following: I. Shraddha, faith, belief, conviction, reverence, respect, devotion. 2. Pran, if, the very essence of creation, the vibrations of life, the rhythm and essential functions pertaining to life. 3. Akash, the all-pervading, all-encompassing sky or space element. 4. Vayu, wind, air element. V. Tej, energy, splendor, radiance, glory, might, majesty and fire element. 6. Apaha, water element, which is the all-important ingredient for life. 7. Prithvi, earth element, which is the base or foundation for all mortal creation. 8. Indriya, the organs of the body, both the organs of perception as well as of action. 9. Mana, the mind and heart complex and their stupendous potentials. X. Anna, food, the element without which life is simply not imaginable because it provides it with the basic nourishment and energy. 11. Virya, semen, sperms, standing for courage, valor, potency, vitality and prowess. 12. Tapa, austerity and penance, tolerance of hardship as a means of penitence, forbearance as well as carrying out strict religious vows in order to purify one's self. 13. Mantra, the ability to give good advice, the power to contemplate and think Concentrate and focus, logically arrive at a conclusion. 14. Karma, taking actions and doing deeds. 15. Loka, worldly interactions and behaviors. And 16. Nam, good name, fame, reputation, honor and glory. Reference should be made to the Chandogya Upanishad, 6/7/1-6 of Samveda. Tradition in this context. The 5 heads of Shiva stand for the Panchvyam or the 5 forms that the sky element is said to have. According to Vedanta, the concept of the sky or Akash has many connotations. According to one interpretation, there are 5 subtle skies, representing the space surrounding the 5 sheaths or koshas present in the body of a creature. They are the sheaths that surround the Atma and are called Panch-Akash. These are the following: 1. The food sheath called Annamay Kosh. 2. The vital air sheath called Pranmay Kosh. 3. The mental sheath called Manomay Kosh. 28. 4. The intellectual sheath called Vijnanmay Kosh. And 5. The bliss sheath called Anandmay Kosh. Refer, Mughal Upanishad, 4/5 of the Rig Veda. The 10 arms of Shiva stand for the 10 forms of the subtle sky element. They are the following: 1. Ghatakash, the space inside a hollow pot. 2. Mathakash, the space inside a holy building, such as a holy shrine, a monastery, an abbey, etc. 3. Hridayakash, the subtle space inside the heart. 4. Akash, the vacant or blank space above the earth. 5. Surakash, the space of the solar system, the space around the sun, or the solar system illuminated by the light of the sun. 6. Parakash, the space above or beyond the solar system, it is said to burn with the celestial fire. 7. Mahakash, the great sky that is aglow with divine illumination, the heaven, that space which is radiant with a divine glow. 8. Paramakash, the supreme sky beyond the Mahakash, it is said to be very magnificent and encloses everything that exists, including all the other skies, that space which is illuminated, all-pervading, all-encompassing and full of bliss and felicity. 9. Tattvakash, the elementary space that is at the core of the concept of space, or the space that surrounds the basic elements of creation. By natural corollary it refers to the subtle, sublime, ethereal and supreme space where the eternal, transcendental Brahm has his abode, because Brahm is the cause of all the basic elements of creation. There is complete beatitude and felicity there, that space which surrounds the essential truth known as Brahm. And 10. Anatariksha, the physical space where stars are present in deep space, the intergalactic space. Besides these, there is one more space called Swaga, which means heaven or the Duloka. These skies have been ascribed different names just to facilitate understanding, and not because any one form of sky is fundamentally different from the other. For example, the space present inside the mud pot, called the Gatakash, is the same as the space present outside the body of the pot. When the pot is broken, the demarcation wall of the body of the pot is removed, and both the space inside and outside of the erstwhile pot become indistinguishably and inseparably the same. Therefore, the various names are artificial and misnomers. To quote Yoga-tattva Upanishad, verse no 100, this Lord Shiva is most pure and immaculate, and as clear and clean as pure crystal. 1. He has a crescent moon tucked in the lock of hairs on his head. He has 5 mouths, is very sober, gentle and pleasant, has 10 arms and 3 eyes, 100. Note, since Lord Shiva is the patron god of yogis or those ascetics who do yoga, especially those who practice its exercises and rituals as propounded by Patanjali, and this Upanishads deals with yoga, the supreme transcendental supreme being known as Brahm of metaphysics, and Upanishads is personified here in him. The significance of the serpents wrapped around his body, the snakes that are wrapped around Lord Shiva show that he is beyond the power of death and poison. These coiled serpents around his body indicate the fact that he constantly reminds himself of imminent death, because serpents are very poisonous and symbolize immediate death. They also remind him about the unholy and poisonous nature of the gross world. This helps him to remain focused on his spiritual aim of self-realization, instead of being attracted by the material charms of this material world of sense objects and getting deluded by them. The serpents also signify that Shiva is the Lord of Death, he is death personified. Since he is able to wrap the serpents around his body and they cannot harm him, it indicates the fact that he has conquered death. That is why he is called Mrityunjay, the conqueror of death. Again, the coiled serpents represent the Kundalini, the coiled subtle cosmic energy center at the base of the spine, which when activated can entitle the spiritual aspirant to experience a burst of stupendous spiritual energy which provides him a glimpse of his own divine powers as well as the powers of the cosmic consciousness. 29. Present inside his bosom as his Atma. This Kundalini is activated by doing numerous yoga exercises as described in the Upanishads on the subject of yoga. The coiled serpents may also represent cycles of time in the macrocosm and the basic energy of life in the microcosm in the form of sexual energy. These reptiles are very ferocious, dangerous, poisonous, and a symbol of male potency. The symbolism is that Shiva is a very potent god who can be extremely ruthless and unforgiving towards sinful creatures. He has exercised extreme self-control and has girdled or readied himself in preparation for enduring the greatest of hardships and sufferance for self-realization as well as to provide the world with liberation and deliverance. The serpents warn his enemies not to fool around with him. That is also why he has fire in one of his hands. This fire signifies his ability to reduce to ashes the entire physical world consisting of falsehood and sins as well as eliminate all impurities, imperfections, faults and shortcomings that cripple the creature's spiritual well-being. The trident of Lord Shiva is known as Trishul, and it represents the three gunas, or the three natural tendencies or the three fundamental qualities that are inherent in this creation, and they govern all characteristics in the living world. These three gunas are known respectively as the Sata Guna, the Raja Guna, and the Tamar Guna. The trident is known as the Trishul, and is one of the most popular symbols associated with Lord Shiva. It is a weapon used by Lord Shiva for the restoration of Dharma. But the Trishul has a deeper symbolic meaning as follows. The Trishul symbolizes the balance of the three forces of preservation, creation, and destruction. It represents the three aspects of consciousness, cognition, conation, and affection. The sound of Shiva's two-sided drum represents the cosmic sound known as Nad, that reverberates in the background of the cosmos. This sound is symbolically represented by the sound that is produced by uttering the word Om. The vehicle or mount of Lord Shiva is the white bull called the Nandi, which means the cheerful one, the joyful one. The bull on which Lord Shiva rides represents virility and strength, the animal-like power and basic instincts in a man. In Shiva temples, there is always a reclining bull placed in front of the chief shrine or just outside it, with the head turned away from the deity but the gaze fixed on it. It is interpreted as the Jivatma, the individual soul of all living being, with its animal-like nature pulling it away from God, but the Lord's grace pulling it back towards him. Lord Shiva is often depicted in the Purans and imagery as seated on a tiger skin or wears a tiger skin. Here, the tiger represents the stupendous power of the mind. Lord Shiva lives on Mount Kailas that is located in the northern side of the mighty mountain range known as the Himalayas. Importance of having devotion for Lord Shiva, according to Tulsidas. Tulsidas' immortal epic story of Lord Ram, known as Ramcharitmanas, highly respects Lord Shiva. In it, Lord Ram, who was an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Being, has said himself that if one wishes to have bhakti, devotion, for the Lord, then it is necessary for him to have great respect of Lord Shiva. Reference: Ramcharitmanas, Uttakant, Doha no 45, and Lanka Kant, Doha no 2 along with its preceding Shopai line numbers 7 to 8, till Shopai line numbers 1 to 4 that precedes Doha no 3. 30. Tulsidas has sung the glories of Lord Shiva in his book Kavatali in its Uttakant. Verse numbers 149, 164. Mantras pertaining to Shiva, the Tripurata Upanishad of the Atharva Veda. Tradition, Canto 4, verse / paragraph no 8 describes the great mantra of Lord Shiva, which gives the worshipper the stature equivalent to that of Lord Shiva. To quote: "The Lord, Shiva, replied, 'You must worship the God who vanquishes death with the help of the Anushtup Shanda Triambak etc." Narrated above. It has been said from the beginning that the monosyllabic word Om is a representative of the Lord, the Supreme Transcendental Brahm, who is universal and uniformly all-pervading, all-incorporating and all-encompassing. Hence, those who worship the Lord with mantra Om Namah Shivaya of the Yajur Veda are able to attain the exalted stature equivalent to Lord Rudra. He is rewarded with auspiciousness. This mantra briefly means salutations to the Lord, represented by the word Om. I bow before Lord Shiva, who is this particular supreme transcendental Lord. You must be fully enlightened about it. That is, a spiritual aspirant who knows the profound import of this great mantra uses it for offering worship to the Lord in order to attain the supreme state of enlightenment that gives him salvation and emancipation. 8. 2. The Tripurata Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Canto 4. Verse / paragraph numbers 2 to 6 describe the great mantra of Lord Shiva in his divine form as Triambak. The full mantra is Triambakam Yajamah Shugandim Pushti Vardanyuruarukmiv Bandanan Mrityamukshayeti Mamrite 8. 3. The Sharafa Upanishad of the Atharva Veda, verse numbers 10, 23, 26, 33 to 34. Describes the glories of Lord Shiva as follows. Verse no 10 equals we bow reverentially and pay our obeisance to the great Lord known as Rudra, who can burn to ashes the entire world by the fierce spurt of fire emanating from the third eye located in his forehead 1, and is so gracious that he recreates it once again after punishing it, for its sins and misdeeds by reducing it to ashes, and then offers it his protection. 10. Verse No 23 equals Lord Maheshwar, the great God, Ishwar, and Lord of all the other gods, is truthful, is eternal, unchanging, steady and always omnipresent everywhere, is a neutral and dispassionate witness to all and everything that is happening in this creation, is eternally blissful and happy, has no comparison or parallel in this creation, and is indescribable and incomprehensible. The Lord or Bhagwan is also known as Girish, as he is the Lord of mountains. This is because the symbolic abode of Shiva is said to be on the high reaches of snow-covered Mount Kailash. The reason for Shiva living in mountains is that he is the greatest yogi or ascetic, and for an ascetic it is prescribed in the scriptures that he makes mountains and forests his abode. This is to help him in his meditation and contemplation or other forms of spiritual exercises. Mountains are places that give serenity, solitude, peace and tranquility to the soul. They are the natural habitat for those who wish to pursue spiritual path of meditation and contemplation, because they provide the aspirant with the perfect environment that fits their spiritual needs. Besides this, the mountains are metaphors for areas on earth where the positive energy of the consciousness is at its peak, and this is physically depicted in the form of high peaks of mountains that almost touch the sky. We say that the Lord lives there or anything else about the Lord only because we imagine it to be so, as it is just not possible to know about him. 23. 31. Verse No 26 equals everything in existence comes to an end in a regular cycle and in a sequential order when the time comes. Therefore, everything is impermanent, mortal, and perishable, and hence false and illusionary. This is because if they would have been real and truthful, then they would have been permanent and immortal, as truth never ends and it is constant. Om salutations. We pay our obeisance and greatest of respect to that great Lord, known as Mahadev, literally the great God or Lord, holding the shul, the invincible and strong spear or any sharp-pointed weapon, here meaning the trident held by Shiva, who devours everything and brings them to an end. That is, Shiva is the authority that concludes this creation. At the same time our obeisance and greatest of respect are meant for the same Lord Maheshwar, literally the great Ishwar or God or Lord, known as Rudra, or Shiva, who is ever so merciful, gracious, benevolent and munificent on all. 26. Verse No 33 to 34 equals Shiva is the only truthful, eternal and imperishable entity that remains infinitely constant, steady and unchanging, that is immutable and indivisible. Except Shiva, everything else is untruth, illusionary and false. That is why besides the other exalted God known as Vishnu, the aspirant should meditate and contemplate only upon Lord Shiva, who is the Lord, like Vishnu, who can help the aspirant to break free from all the fetters that shackle him down and prevent his liberation and deliverance from this ensnaring world. We pay our sincere obeisance and the greatest of respect to Maheshwar, the great Lord God, who provides liberation and deliverance from the formidable snare of this world, which is very difficult to break free from, as well as is the Lord who devours everything in this world. Refer verse numbers 10, 17 to 18, 24, 26 and 30 in this context. 33 to 34. The Shiva Tattva, the essence of the Shiva principle called the Shiva Tattva, has been dealt with in Krishna Yajurveda's Dakshin Murti Upanishad, verse numbers 4-5. 24, 28-30, Varaha Upanishad, Canto 3, verse no 6, Canto 4, verse no 32, Rudra. Hridaya Upanishad, verse numbers 5-6, 12-14. Shiva Tattva, the word Tattva means truth, reality, essence, fundamental aspect, the primary and basic element, the real and truthful principle, while the word Shiva stand for a host of eclectic virtues and divine glories exemplified and personified by Lord Shiva, such as the divine and grand virtues of spiritual beauty, auspiciousness, truthfulness, righteousness, nobility, dispassion, detachment, wisdom, knowledge, enlightenment, etc. Since the primary essence and the basic elementary truth of creation, that is absolute, pristine, pure, uncorrupted, untainted, immutable, eternal, imperishable and universal, that is auspicious, righteous and noble, is known as Brahm, and since these virtues are undiluted, untainted and eternally truthful, since they are unchallengeable and irrefutable truths and reality of existence, they are collectively called the Shiva principle. Lord Shiva is the ultimate authority and principle of creation who personifies these virtues. The word Shiva refers to one is not only beautiful, auspicious, holy and truthful, who is not only most enlightened, wise, self-realized and Brahm-realized, but personify or embody these virtues in his own self. That is why Shiva is the universal teacher and preacher of the great principles and tenets of metaphysics and spirituality. Because there is no one more competent, more knowledgeable and wiser than him. This is also the reason why he is depicted always in a state of perpetual samadhi, the state of perpetual meditation and contemplation, because he has tasted the nectar of eternal bliss and happiness that comes with realizing the ultimate truth of existence, which fills the spiritual aspirant with an extreme sense of contentedness and ecstasy. It must be remembered that all Upanishads rely on and unequivocally expound upon one basic philosophy, and it is the tenet of Advaita or non-duality. They 32. Endeavor to establish by their teachings that the Tattva, or the fundamental essence, behind everything in this living creation, no matter what its external form and quality is and what the context and circumstance are, is basically the one and the same entity that is known as pure cosmic consciousness. Since the underlying essence is the same and it remains constant, unchanging, immutable, indivisible and universal, in spite of the mind-boggling variations in which it is manifested in this visible world. Since nothing can exist without this fundamental essence, and since it would outlast all known visible faces of creation that appear to be true on their face but are fundamentally flawed because they come to an end, whereas truth should be eternal and imperishable, it is known as Tattva, the great essence and fundamental truth behind everything. So, the Shiva Tattva being talked about here is the ultimate essence or Tattva that is Shiva in nature. That is, the essence that is basically truthful, beautiful, auspicious, holy and divine in nature. The main aim of all spiritual pursuit and study of the scriptures is to become aware of the supreme and irrefutable truth that is absolute in this creation, along with the basic principles that define this absolute truth and form its eclectic essence. Since the concept of the absolute truth is too abstract to be comprehended by the mind, it has been personified as a deity or deva. What is it? It is the eclectic, esoteric, and mystical knowledge and awareness of the cosmic, universal and eternal divine being who personifies this truth, and who is the subject matter of all metaphysical research and spiritual practices. This Supreme Being is none other but Brahm, the cosmic consciousness. The knowledge of this Brahm is known as the Shiva Tattva. The auspicious, holy and divine essence and principle that defines and governs the enigmatic and mysterious entity known as Brahm. It is like the case of the hidden nucleus around which the electrons move in an atom, or the atom itself, which is invisible but forms the basic building block around which all the molecules are constructed, and which in turn form the basis of all material things that have come into existence in this world. If we remove the nucleus, or the atom, nothing would exist, though no one has actually seen either of them. The varying ratio of the three basic qualities of Sattva, Raja and Tamar in a person determine his individuality, and since the chances of these qualities mixing with each other is phenomenally large, we have countless types of men with no two individuals having everything in common. But suppose a situation is brought about when these three gunas neutralize each other, as the case was before the beginning of creation. When they were present in Brahm but lay in a neutral state, it would result in the elimination of all disparities and differences seen in this world. That is, the state of non-duality, homogeneity and uniformity would be reached. All variations and changes would cease to matter. What is now would also be in the future, and it was the same in the past. This is the basis of the theory of non-duality, i.e. that what was then is present now and would be there in the future and beyond. Since only truth does not change, the entity targeted by this Upanishad is this ultimate absolute truth, which it prefers to call the Shiva Tattva. The abode of Shiva in the body, reference, body as an abode of Lord Shiva, the Krishna Yajurveda's Yogsika Upanishad, Canto 1, verse numbers 72, 165 to 168, Canto 2, verse numbers 6 to 10, 20, Canto 3, verse numbers 1 to 15, Canto 5, verse numbers 2 to 5, 13 to 16, and Canto 6, verse numbers 32 to 33, 47, Varaha Upanishad, Canto 5, verse numbers 50 and 53, and Skanda Upanishad, verse numbers 10 to 11. 2. Samveda's Jabal Darshan Upanishad, Canto 4, verse numbers 48 to 59. 3. Atharva Veda's Brihad Jabal Upanishad, Brahman 7, verse no. 4. The Varaha Upanishad of Krishna Yajurveda, Canto 5, verse numbers 50 and 53. Describes Shiva's symbolic abode in the body in the Muladhara chakra, at the lower end of the body, and the region of the head, forehead, respectively. 33. The Brihad Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Brahman 7, verse no. 4. Says that when one wears the sacred ash of the fire sacrifice, called the bhasma, on one's body, all the pores of the body become as holy as Shiva lingams. To quote, King Janak asked sage Yajavalkya once again, what are the benefits of wearing the bhasma? The sage replied, by wearing, smearing of the bhasma on the body, all the pores of the body from where the hair follicles emerge become de facto Shiva lingams. The Shiva lingam is a symbol of Lord Shiva and is shaped like an erect cylinder which is encircled by a rounded horizontal flat platform at its base. This Shiva Lingam is consecrated in all the shrines dedicated to Lord Shiva. In the present case, by saying that each pore of the body of the wearer of Bhasma becomes a Shiva Lingam, it is meant that the whole body, the entire being of the wearer, becomes holy and sanctified, and it becomes a de facto shrine of the Lord. It is to emphasize the profound sanctifying and purifying powers of the sacred Bhasma. Since the sacred Bhasma is rubbed on the whole body, and since each pore of the body has become a Shiva Lingam, it follows that the spiritual rewards of wearing the sacred Bhasma on the body is equivalent to offering the Bhasma to as many physical Shiva Lingams in temples of Lord Shiva. All the sections of the society, whether they are Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, or Shudras, get the same auspicious benefits and blessings, the same grace and benediction by wearing the sacred Bhasma as are got by offering it in a shrine of Lord Shiva. 4. Hymns of Lord Shiva. There are many hymns or stotras dedicated to Lord Shiva as follows: 1. Arunchal Pancharatna, 2. Rudra Ashtak from Ramcharitmanas, 3. Shiv Manas Puja, mental worship of Lord Shiva, 4. Shri Shiva Aparajyak Shema Stotra, hymns asking Lord Shiva's forgiveness, 5. Vedasa Shiva Stava, the essence of Shiva as espoused in the Vedas, 6. Shiva Ashtakam, the 8 verses of Shiva's hymn, 7. Sir Panchak Shah Stotra, hymn describing the mystical significance of Shiva's 5-lettered holy name, 8. Twadash Jyotirlingam Stotra, hymn dedicated to the 12 self-radiant lingams / symbols of Shiva, 9. Shiva Tandav Stotra, hymn dedicated to the cosmic dance form of Lord Shiva, 10. Shri Pashupatya Ashtakam, the 8-verse hymn dedicated to Lord Pashupati, 11. Shri Viswanathashtakam, the 8-line hymn dedicated to Lord of the World. The hymn known as Rudra Ashtak appears in Gauyami Tulsidas' epic narration of the divine story of Lord Ram in the Ramcharitmanas, Uttakant, verses that precede Doha No. 108. The beauty of these verses is their poetry and rhyming of the verses, something that lacks in other classical works in Sanskrit. These sacred hymns are called Rudra Ashtak because, 1. Rudra is one of the many names of Lord Shiva, and 2. There are 8 Ashtak verses of 2 lines each, followed by a concluding shloka. 2. The churning of the ocean and emergence of the Kalkut Visha. Once, the gods and demons churned the ocean using Mount Sumayu as the churner and Sishnath, the serpent, as the rope. The first produce of the vigorous churning was the halahal. Poisons, literally, the scalding, corrosive, biting, fierce and sharp as a saw, which started scalding all the directions of the world. The gods and the demons decided, after confabulations, that only Lord Shiva can give them protection from this fear. On being propitiated and worshipped, Lord Shiva manifested himself and drank the poison in a single mouthful, but instantly he realized that the Lord resides in his heart, and this ferocious poison would kill all the creation because the Lord is all pervading and omnipresent. So, he just kept it in his throat for eternity. That is why his throat became blue-tinged, and his name became, inter alia, Neelkanth, the blue-throated one. 34. 3. The slaying of demon Tripura. The demon called Tarak had 3 sons: Turkaksha, Bindumali and Kamal-Lokan. They did severe penances and austerities and propitiated Lord Brahma as well as Shiva, and acquired the kingdom of the 3 celestial puras or cities as a boon. After that, due to haughtiness and pride, they started great excesses and tyranny in the world. Tormented and persecuted by them, the gods prayed to Shiva under the guidance of Vishnu. Shiva manifested himself and demolished the 3 celestial cities and the 3 demons' brothers. Since then, Shiva has been called Tripurari, or the one who has vanquished the 3 Puras or cities of the above demons. In some legends it is held that the demon was called Tripura and he had conquered the gods and pilloried and tormented them. His slaying at the hands of Shiva give him the name of Tripurari. For Kamrupu, or the enemy of Kam, Parvati was called Sati in her previous life. After her death by burning in the sacrificial fire at being indignant and angry at Shiva's insult at the hands of her father Prajapati during the fire sacrifice. At the same time, the demon Tarakasa, pronounced as Turkaja, created such havoc that the gods were extremely terrified and tormented. The demon had a boon that he can be killed by Shiva's son only, but the dilemma was that Sati had died, and after her death Shiva had sat in a trance-like state of samadhi, unwavering and oblivious of his surroundings. To get him married to Parvati so as to beget a son, it was necessary to break his austerities, severe renunciation mode that his trance-like posture had created. The patron god of love, Cupid, lust and passion, Kamdeo, was selected and motivated for the purpose. Once, at the instant when Parvati had gone to offer her offerings of flowers to Shiva at his abode in Kailash, Kamdeo appeared at the scene, armed with an arrow made of flowers. But before he could strike, Lord Shiva regained consciousness, or awareness, and seeing him with a pulled bow, he opened his third eye in wrath, burning Kamdeo instantly to ashes. Since then, he was called Kamari, Madan Ripu, i.e., slayer of Kamdeo, enemy of Kamdeo respectively, etc. Later, Kartikya was born of the wedlock and he killed Tarkasa. This fascinating story is narrated in detail in Tulsidas' famous epic Ramcharit Manas, Balkant, from Shopai line no 5 that precedes Doha no 82, to Shopai line no 5 that precedes Doha no 88. Agadhan 1/4 4 1/2. Ngu dgq laj and la ukgae. Nhu and n, kyqfnckbzskos, tkpdlnklgkha1a. Ekfudes ekjefki, kskzu, satkdhs fkejs, khkv ekgae. RKBKDQJDKSJHF, Fuokfkes, D, KSD, KSIG-KSIGA2A. TKSX DKSFV DFJ TKSXFRGFJLKS, AEKFUEKX ALDKGA. CSN and FCFNRSFG in each and each, DHV Urxalikga A3A. BZLMNKJ Makifer Ifigfi, Vtestkputga. RQYFLNKLRSU and EXUS, DCGQU is VV, KGA 4A. 4. DA with macron Nka Seka A Summer NA with macron H. Gnadalu Dubvai, Jgaka Sad SHA with macron H. 1. Mrakaimra the Plajagam, JA with macron K Prathamarik Harbour MA with macron H. TA with macron Cure Korajai Nivjaibao, Kahio KY Parata MPA with macron H. 2. Jakikari J Gati Harris, Munim Gate Sakach. 35. Bdabi Idatarthai Pada Puripura, Kapatagasam. 3. Sadra Pati Parihari, Anitar Jgana Ja with macron H. Tulazid Satimamgan, Kabam na Parag. 4. Verse no 4, indeed, anyone who is as generous, charitable and magnanimous as Lord Shankar, Shiva, is nowhere to be found in this world. He is a great benefactor of those who are distressed, miserable, downtrodden and humble. He is indeed very fond of giving, i.e. is very charitable and generous by natural disposition. He loves giving away to others, and therefore he likes those who seek anything from him. 1. How can I describe the graceful and forgiving nature of a lord who allowed Kamdeo, the patron god of lust, desire, Cupid, passion, one of the most brave warriors, to live without a form, in the mind of the people, after burning him to ashes? For his demeanors, temerity and audacity of disturbing Shiva during his meditation. When he was burnt for disturbing Shiva and his wife Rati pleaded with the Lord for pardoning his sin, the Lord granted her this boon by which Kamdeo did not die altogether but survived in an immortal subtle form that had no gross physical body, and in this bargain Kamdeo all-pervading and omnipresent in an invisible form. 2. The ultimate end or aim of the soul, which is to attain final emancipation and salvation, for which the sages and hermits strive but hesitate to request as a grant of boon from Lord Hari, Vishnu, even after doing a lot of yoga, meditation and contemplation, is easily available even to insects and flies, who live and die in the worldly abode of Lord Tripurari, literally the Lord of the three worlds, Shiva. The city referred to here is Varanasi, the terrestrial abode of Shiva. This fact has been revealed in the Vedas. 3. Those who are foolish enough to abandon such a generous and benevolent husband of goddess Parvati, i.e. Shiva, and go to beg or seek something elsewhere, can never satisfy their hunger fully, i.e. they can never be contented and be at peace ever. 4. 1/4 5 1/2. Kojkskojksuk koka. Ngfu cmks and fnu nsrn, sfkuk, osn and cmkbz and kua 1a. Fute, kjdhcjckrfcyksdgq, gksakigel, kua. flcdhnbz linka ns, kr, jh and lkjnk fukua 2a. Ftuds hkkyfy, kh fifizj, lq, kdhrfukua. Frujdud kesa ukt loch, gk savk, ksudkia 3a. nq, k and nhurknq, kh buds nq, k, tkpdr caved guka. GVF/KDKJLK Safi, SVKSJFG, AHKH, KHKYHSRTGUA4A. IZ and IZLK and FCU, and C, ARXTK, ULKFU FCF/KDHCJKA. RQYLHXFNEXA UFGA EU, TXR and DKKKTQA 5A. 36. 5. Bharavana Bhavn. Gnibadina today by new, Vdaba Bha with Macron N. 1. Nijagarik Barabtar Bilkahu, how Tuma Paramar Sane. Sibak the Sampad Gata, Asrad Sin. 2. Janak Blalik Lai Pi Mr, Sukaknanizn. Tina Rakane Kornka Samvrata, how A with Macron Y Nakabn. 3. Dukatnut Dukinak Duka, Chkaikatakul. Yahar Hikra Sompi Orahai, Kabal My Ja with Macron N. 4. Parama Praisans Binaya Bugajata, Suni Biak Bara Ba with Macron N. Tulas Muditamazar Manar Hai Mana, Jagatain Tu Mujan. 5. Verse No 5. Tired of rewriting the destiny of the people because they were always pardoned by Shiva and obtained salvation and emancipation in spite of their ineligibility for it, the creator Brahma went to goddess Parvati and complained, "Happy Smiley, O Bhavani, Parvati. Your husband, Shiva, has gone astray and has lost his mind. That is, he is literally exceeding his brief because he is supposed to bring the creation to conclusion, and not to be an agent of eternity and fostering perpetual life. He always gives, even to those people who are not eligible to receive anything in return because they have never done any charities, i.e. anything good, in life. This violates the sanctioned regulations of the Vedas. 1. You are very clever and wise, so take care of your household. The wealth of the house is being gradually diminished as Lord Shiva has been virtually squandering away the property because of his charitable nature, and even goddesses Lakshmi, the patron goddess of wealth, and Saraswati, the patron goddess of learning, are sarcastically praising you and your rich household, because in spite of your husband giving away freely, the wealth never seems to end or be depleted, and the great wonder is that even you do not object to your husband emptying the coffers of the house. 2. Those wretched people and paupers for whom I had not destined any comfort, pleasure or happiness of any kind, I have become fed up creating and arranging comfortable heavens for them due to the sheer madness of your husband, Shiva, and his unrestrained habit of granting boons of eternity and salvation to such people. 3. The personified forms of such pitiable conditions in this world, such as misery, grief, sorrows, torments and other misfortunes, as well as the accompanying tendency of begging for mercy and seeking solace and succor from such agonies, are so distressed and dismayed because they have lost their natural habitat. This is a metaphoric way of saying that Lord Shiva grants boons of eternity, happiness and bliss to all who pray to him, and therefore such things as torments, misfortunes, misery and pain are vanishing from the world. I am so fed up with this transgression of authority and interference in my jurisdiction by Lord Shiva that I request you to please entrust this work of writing people's destiny to someone else, for I would rather prefer begging to feed, sustain myself than being subjected to this humiliation of being sidelined, and my authority being undermined and eroded by Shiva, who has begun writing the destinies of people. 4. Hearing such words of Brahma that were laced with immense affection, praise, prayer and sarcasm, Lord Mahesh, Shiva, felt mentally happy and delighted, while the mother of the world goddess Parvati smiled. 5. 37. Agaramakel 1/4 6 1/2. TKFP, SFXFYEKIFA DKLHA TKLQ KUFU EKFND NKLHAA 1A. VKSJ and NKF Unza EKFU FKKSJSA LDRUNF, KSNHU DJTKSJSAA 2AA. LQ, K and LIFR, AFR and LQXFR LQGKBZA LDY LQYHK LDJ and LSODKBZAA 3AA. X. SLJU VKJFRDS Yuhugsafajf, K Fugki Fuf Kegt Hugsara 4A. RQYFLNKLTKPDT Elksko SAFCHKXFRJ, Kchifa Deko SAA 5A. 6. Chmaki Gyaraj Pati Ka with Macron S. Chsu Bhavana Animdika Da with Macron S. 1. Or Haradni Dravata Puni Thr. Sakatan Udkhidna Karaj. 2. Sukhasampati, Marta Shagati Sa. Sakala Sulabar Sakaras Vak. 3. Gay Sarana Ratakai LNH. Narak Hai Nipala Nimyamaham KNH. 4. Tulazid Sajgaka Jasag Vai. Bimala Bigati Ragu Patik Vai. 5. Verse No 6. One should seek, or beg, request, only from the Lord of Gairaja, i.e. from Shiva, who is the husband of Parvati, the daughter of the king of mountains, whose abode is in Kashi, the city of Varanasi, and to whom Anima and such other Siddhis one are subservient and obedient like a maid servant is to her master. 1. Lord Shiva is a very generous giver by nature. He becomes mellowed by or yields easily to even a little bit of service. He cannot watch distressed creatures standing at his doorstep with folded hands, and so he quickly fulfills their desires as soon as possible. 2. All kind of happiness and joys, wealth and prosperity, refined intellect and wisdom, as well as the best kind of end, i.e. death which culminates in liberation, deliverance, emancipation and salvation, etc. are easily available by serving Lord Shiva. 3. Those distressed and eager souls who sought his refuge or shelter were immediately accepted by him, Shiva, and they were all instantly fulfilled and their wants or desires immediately satisfied. 4. The beggar, i.e. humble, Tulsidas also sings his glories, with the hope that he might also be lucky enough to be bestowed with the alms, i.e. granted the boon, of devotion and love for Lord Ram. 5. Note, 1. The 8 siddhis are the following mystical powers. Anima means the power to become microscopic or so minute that one becomes invisible to the naked eye. 2. Mahima is to have majesty, glory and fame, to be honored and acknowledged for one's achievements, wisdom, erudition, knowledge and skills. 3. Garima is to have weight, stature, dignity, decorum, gravity and significance. 4. Lagima is the grand virtue of being simple and humble in spite of being great, powerful and authoritative. It is to have simplicity and humility despite possessing grandeur, majesty, power, authority and magnificence. V. Prapti is to be able to attain or obtain anything wished or desired for. 6. Prakramya is to have valor, ardor, strength, powers, prowess, potential and punch that leads to triumph, glory, and majesty. 7. Ishwatwa is to be able to have lordship or sway over everything else. And 8. Vashitwa is to be able to control and subdue others, and exert influence on them so much so that they become obedient. 38. 1/4 7 1/2. DL un huijmzog kmekoj nk hash ufsafug ju d hashuk ja1a. CSN and ku dgrmnkjgja gef csjdlhk, sgqd for ja2a. Dorfu hkxfrdh /kf, tar gksbis unh flow in fut a3a. TKSXFRVXE egkek fuk skofga ARCHDHVEX kofga AA4A. NSGQDKE and FE, JKE and PU and JFRAQRQYFLNKL is HKQ, GJGQHKSN and FRAA5A. 7. Kasanagnaparadhravahu Umvara. Drana Bipati Harana Kera Ankara. 1. Bdarpurna Kahata Udrahara. Hamari Bra Kasa Bayuk Binatera. 2. Kavani Bigati Knh Gunani Idvija. Hi Praisanadnhusiva Pardanija. 3. J Gati Agamamamunig Vai. Tabarpuraka Pantagahup Vai. 4. Dukmaripu, Aramakaranaratti. Tulazid Saprabhu, Harahub Damati. 5. Verse No. 7. In this verse, Tulsidas lovingly and politely admonishes Lord Shiva for delaying to attend to his prayers. O the dear husband of Parvati, i.e. Lord Shiva, why are you not becoming benevolent, benignant, kind, merciful and graceful towards this distressed and wretched Tulsidas? O the mine of mercy, graciousness, and kindness, you are the one who can vanquish and eliminate the greatest of miseries, troubles and tribulations. Then why are you not paying heed to Tulsidas' pleadings? 1. The Vedas and Purans assert that Lord Shiva is enormously large-hearted and greatly magnanimous. Why then have you become so miserly and reluctant in my case? 2. What kind of special worship had a Brahmin named Gunani I done that you were so pleased with him, so much so that you had bestowed him with your auspicious abode, i.e. you raised him to an exalted stature of one who has attained salvation? 3. The highest attainment for the soul, i.e. salvation and emancipation of the soul, which is equivalent to attaining oneness with the Supreme Being, which is assumed to be difficult even by the sages and ascetics, is easily accessible to the ordinary insects and flies in your city of Kashi, or Varanasi, if they live in it and die there. 4. O the enemy of Kamdeo, give Tulsidas firm devotion for and steady faith in the holy feet of Lord Ram. Eliminate all sense of doubts and confusions and dichotomy arising out of duality that clouds his mind. 5. Note 1. The story of Gunani Ksufuf /KQ, and his liberation. A Brahmin called Gun Ni was a thief. Once he went to a Shiva temple to steal the dumbbell. Unable to reach its height to enable him to bring it down, he mounted the Shivalingam to lift him up to the proper height. Instantly, Shiva appeared and blessed him with the boon of abode in heaven, for he said, people offer flowers and leaves, but you have offered your whole self. What more could you offer me and what more could I expect? As a result, Gunni went to heaven. 1/4 8 1/2. So centimeter and s, nkrk centimeter and s, large centimeter and shkksjsa. FD, SNWJNQ, Kalkthuds, Futug and Futug DJTKSJSAA1A. 39. Ilsok, Ilkfju, Ifkes, IKVK, KRFKKSJSA. FN, STXRTGYFXLCS, LQ, K, XT, JFK, KKSJSAA2AA. XKOCL Arkinsu, SRDCGWU Fugxjse. VF/KHKKSFRDCK/KKHKBZ, RSFDAJ-RKJSAA3AAS. CSFXCKSFYCFYCJFT, S, DJRFRWGS. RQYLHNFY, /KSPG SAPHound LKF, KFLGKSJSAA4AA. 8. Dvb, DA with Macron TA with Macron B, Sakaraba BHR. Kidraduka Sabanik, Jinajinakara JR. 1. SVA with Macron, Sumarana, Puibao, Takata THR. Dijagat Jarham Lajai Sabai, Sukha, Gaja, Ratha, GHR. 2. Gmvabasatap Medva, Mikabam Naya. Adhibautika BA with Macron DHA with Macron Ba, T Kikra TR. 3. Gai Bli Bali Baraji, Karati Kara. Tulas Dali, RMDHY Kahai Sahas Khai Sia. 4. Verse No 8, O Shankar, Shiva. You are a great God, a generous giver, and very simple-hearted. All those who besought your graciousness, mercy, benevolence and kindness by humbly approaching you with folded hands are blessed by you as you eliminate all their sorrows, miseries and misfortunes without exception and in an unpartisan manner. 1. With only a few leaves of the wood apple tree, bell leaves, and few grains of rice it is possible to offer service to you, worship you and also meditate upon your form, i.e. please you, and in return you bestow upon the worshipper all the objects of comfort, pleasure, majesty, pomp and grandeur in this world, such as elephants, chariots, horses etc. These things symbolize the majestic stature fit for a king. They stand for authority, grandeur and power. Hence, you are so liberal in your habit of giving, and so easy to please that you raise an ordinary creature to the stature of a king, in exchange of even a token form of worship and respect. 2. O Vamdeo, Shiva. I live in your city, Varanasi. I have never asked you for anything. But still, unfortunately and without provocation, these servants, subjects, of yours are tormenting me like some demonic force. Tulsidas was subjected to continuous harassment and anguish by the pandas, priests, of Varanasi. So he asks Shiva why he is being made miserable though he had never bothered or caused any annoyance to the Lord any time. 3. Therefore I beg you to summon them soon and restrain these cruel people from tormenting this innocent, humble and harmless Tulsidas, because they wish to crush this symbolic plant of Tulsi, basil, represented by Tulsidas, and sow the cactus tree in its stead, for 1/4 9 1/2. Flow. GKSBIs UD-NK, KA. D-UK, MNKJDHJFR, CFYTKMGJGQ FUTEEK, KAA1A. TYT and U, XQ and V, U and FE, Q ifject GU UDKSBZA. FKUKRO DIK JKE and IN and IT, ALIUB SHKXFR UGKSBZAA2A. FJK winking smiley FL, EKFU, UKT, NUKT, LQJ, VIJTHO TXEKGA. 40. Ro inf seek, KUIK GCO DKSM, DIDKSFVPF White GA3A. VFGHKWQ, NWQ and FE and LOD, QS and so and no, SF equals EKJ. XG and FUGJ and FNOKJ LJU LKSD and HK, GKJHAA4A. FXFJTK and EU and EQL and EDGKey, DKLHL, LQ and FUA clay. RQYFLNKLGFJ and PU and DAY and CJ, NSGQHKXF of FKUKLA A5A. 9. Siva. HI praise an Akaru Da with Macron Ya with Macron. Kera Unmaya Udra Krati, Bali Ja with Macron Hara Hunija Ma with Macron Ya with Macron. 1. Jalajanayana, Gunayana, Mayana Mahimjananake. By New Tavak APA with Macron Aramapada Parkaja, Sapan Humbagati Na H. 2. Riya, Siddha, Muni, Manuja, Danuja, Sura, Aparajvajaga Ma with Macron H. Tavapada by Makanaprapva Ku, Kalapaki Kalai Ja with Macron H. 3. Ahibana, Danarapusvaka, Dvadva, Tripura. Maniradiv Karasakara, Saranaskabaya. 4. Gairaj Manana Samala, Kso, Masnanivs. Tulazid Sahara Karana Kamalabara, Dubagati Abins. 5. Verse no 9, O Shiva. Live up to your famed name of Shiva, be pleased with me. And grant your mercy, kindness, graciousness and compassion to me. You are famed for your reputation of being exceedingly merciful, compassionate, kind and gracious, as well as being most magnanimous, kind-hearted, benevolent and liberal. I adore you for these virtues, and beseech you to kindly eliminate your Maya. Since you are so kind, I beg you to spare me the anguish that the uncountable delusions create for me. 1. Your eyes are like the lotus flower. You possess all the imaginable eclectic virtues and the best of qualities. You are like an enemy of Kamdeo, the patron god of worldly passions. Without your grace it is not possible for anyone to either have any knowledge of your magnificent fame, i.e. your true nature and form, nor can he have any devotion in the holy feet of Lord Ram even in his dreams. 2. Hermits, ascetics, mystics, sages, men, demons, gods and all other creatures in this world, none of them can ever cross this world which is like an endless ocean of delusions even after crores of kalpas, i.e. even after millions of years, by remaining opposed to your holy feet, i.e. by not worshipping you. 3. Serpents form your ornaments. This is because Shiva wraps them around his body like one wears a garland, a necklace, armlets, headdress etc. You are a servant, i.e. an ardent devotee, a faithful and obedient follower, of Lord Ram who is the slayer of demons Kar and Dushan, representing all the evils, vices, deceit, conceit, corruptions and perversions in this world. You are the Lord of the gods, and the slayer of the demon known as Tripura. O Lord Shankar! You are like the real sun for the purpose of eliminating fog-like moha, worldly delusions, attachments, infatuations, attractions, affections etc. Just like the heat of the sun helps to disperse fog, the Lord's mercy is able to remove all effects of worldly delusions. You are the one who eliminates all the miseries, misfortunes and distresses as well as all the fears and consternations of those who have taken shelter in you. Hold feet. 4. O Lord of Kashi, Varanasi. Shiva is the patron god of the city of Varanasi. O the resident of the cremation grounds. It is believed that Shiva constantly stays in the cremation grounds so that he can utter the name of Lord Ram in 41. The ears of the dead brought for cremation. This is said to provide the dead with salvation. O the royal swan who floats majestically in the mind and heart of Parvati, his consort, which resemble the legendary freshwater lake named Manzarova. Please bestow upon, or give the boon of, eternal devotion to Tulsidas in the most exalted holy feet of Lord Hari, Lord Ram. 5. Note, the city of Varanasi is situated on latitude 25°, which, by Vedic calculations, is the line through which the spine of the universe runs. This bestows it with special mystical and spiritual powers, enabling it to occupy a unique place in cosmic atlas. Agadhan 1/4 10 1/2. So Xk and RJF.K, GJ, #NZ, Catch, KJ.K, GJ.K, EEKKSD CKY and KFK and HKKY, ILKFO KKY XPU and DAY, DKEKR DKSFV and UGO. And /KAA1AA. DAK and KANK and DZJ and FOX SKSA #FPJ, r#k and jfo dkfvs ruk rsthkzktsa. Hkla lok zax v/kk zax ksykretk, o, ky and u diki and ekik fojkt saa2aa. Ex filidki tvk and edkvq for qpnvk, rf fu and oj and ok fu gfj and pj.k and iao. jo.kdkamai, xjy dab, d#kton, lf&q times o/kra3aa. kwy and kk, d and fuktgf and dj, kq equals q and ou and ngu bo/ke/ot, wokhk and, kuao. O, k, kz and xt and pz and if u/q, for q and, ku, fl, and lj and ekfu and ukt and lo, eqaa4aaqs. Acom4 and ur, ij, mi #fmfmea izoj, vkqhkbo-hkkfrdy, k.kjkkha. Ekdu kar chakm and meaa nu, ku dsykl, vlhu dkkhaa5aa. rk, lok, z, kk, vp, qr, for hkks, for okanaklako ekj. Chasans, pansk z, oh.kkfxz, ol, qe-r, e, vfpz kanaf, kz lok zf/kdkjhaa6aa. vdy, fu #ikf/k, fuxz.k, for j2cho, des and ifkadet s fufostkjara. vf, kaifoxsk, mxzi, fko, quilkj, loxa, zkoz lokidkja7aasza. Q and ojkex winking smiley s/q and /kes, psoy, and lq, k, lqhkx lkshkkx, fko. Lguk diawa. Unfiagi lakch and ifk, ksako, folk, k ro in uea8aa. Uvifa, nqvvfr, dv and junior, ksn and xr, nklrqylhkhq and kj.kvk, ka. nsfgdkfu. jhjke and in and it ask for viewer jxr and hksn and ek, kaa9aa. 10. Dvu. Matamatarei, hara, rudra, akara, ara, hara, marmako. Ilkperma. Blasasibla, su vilulgana kamala, kma atakil viadma. 1. Kambu kundu karpravigre ha rusira, teruaraviki tanuja burjai. Basma savga ardga ailtmaj, vilan kaplar ma with macron la with macron virgi. 2. Morlais arcula jamucure vidiuka, tinavara vrihara karata. Ravaracula, garala karha, kera ukanda, saksidnanda vandvadta. 3. Layaka pink sikara, satruvanadahana evad medveja, vaba. Viragaja karma parina, vijnagana, siddhasuramuna manuja. Svimna. 4. 42. Tavatantyapara, amarutima pravara, asaba eva bhti kalya. Makalpanta brahmamala devana, bhavana kailsa, snakaya with macron. 5. Tajna, sarvajna, yajnasa, asayuta, vibe, visvabhavadan sazamavapha. Brandra, kandraka, varugri, vaju, maruta, yama, arsai Savdika. 6. Akala, Nirupdai, Nagwa, Niranjana Brahma, Karma Patam Kamaja. Navikra. Akhilavigreha, Agrapa, Siva, Basura, Savagate, Sava Savpakra. 7. Jnavergia, Dhanadama, Kaivalyasaka, Subiga Sorbjia Siva. Snukla. Tadapinarama Ruha Songs Rapata, Brahmata Bhava, Vimukha Tava. Pdamla. 8. Namati, Jyoti, Karata, Kdagate, Psitulas samhuara with macron ya with macron. Dikanri. Rumapada Parkaj Bhakti Anavarata Gatabda ma with macron ya with macron. 9. Verse No 10, O Lord, Shiva. You are like a real sun to eliminate the darkness of moha, the negative virtues of worldly attachments, attractions, infatuations, involvements and attendant delusions. O Ha! O Rudra! O Sharanya, one who readily gives refuge and shelter to those who seek it. O Lokapuram, one who is most charming or delightful in the world. You are the one who eliminates my sorrows, miseries, troubles and tribulations. The young moon of the second night, of the dark fortnight, is adorning the lock of hairs on your head. Your large eyes are like the lotus flower. Your glamour and beauty resembles the one possessed by millions of Kamdios, who is the patron god of passions and lust, and hence regarded as the most handsome god. 1. The bright and beautiful countenance of your auspicious and glorious form. Body, resembles that of a conch shell, a lotus flower, a moon and camphor. The splendor, radiance and glory of your divine body, form, is dazzling like crores. Millions of midday suns shining together. Your whole body is smeared with ash, of the sacred fire. Your consort, named Parvati or Uma, who is the daughter of Himachal, the king of the Himalayan mountains, adorns one half of your divine form. This form of Shiva is envisioned as having its right half like that of a male, representing Shiva, and the left as a female representing Parvati. The statement also means that Parvati sits to the left of Shiva. Garlands of serpents and skulls are worn by you around your neck. 2. The patted lock of glistening hairs on your head resembles a yellow-hued, or brownish, crown which is as splendorous and dazzling like electric. The holy river Ganges, which has been made holy and pure by coming in contact with the divine feet of Lord Hari, because Ganges is said to have originated from Vishnu's toes, has found its abode on your head, among the intertwined cluster of hairs which you wear as a crown. 1. Your ears have earrings, the terrible poison that emerged at the time of the churning of the ocean by the gods and the demons, glistens with a bluish or purplish hue in your neck, thereby making your neck itself appear to be blue or purple in color. I praise and pray to the Lord, who is the root of the eclectic virtues of grace, kindness, mercy and compassion, who is a personification of the grand virtues of Sat, truth, Chit, consciousness, and Anand, bliss, and whose form is like that of an Avadyat, which is the highest category for a self-realized and enlightened monk or ascetic to attain. There are a number of Upanishads dealing with the concept of sanyas which explain in detail the virtues of Avadhuts. 3. 43. You hold a spear, a sword, an arrow and a bow in your hands. You are like a fire that can easily burn the forest represented by one's enemies. A bull is your mount. You have wrapped the hide of a tiger and an elephant around your body. You are a rich treasury of the best of knowledge, erudition and wisdom, i.e. there is no dearth of these qualities in you. You are being faithfully and diligently served, honored, revered and worshipped by great siddhas, those who have mystical powers, gods, sages and hermits, as well as by other ordinary men. 4. You play with and shake a beautiful tabla to produce music while performing the cosmic dance known as Tandath, which is a special form of tantric dance. though you appear inauspicious from your dress, external appearance, demeanors, and paraphernalia that accompany you, the reality is that you are a mine of immense auspiciousness, goodness, welfare and good luck. You turn to ashes the entire universe at the time of doomsday, which marks the dissolution of the world into the primordial cosmic gel. Mount Kailash, in the lofty Himalayan ranges, is your terrestrial home, while you take your official seat in Kashi, the city of Varanasi in the Gangetic plains of India. 5. You know the essence of the matter in this creation, i.e. you are enlightened enough to have a full grasp and knowledge of the fundamental truth, the elementary things, the absolute reality and irrevocable truth in creation. You are all-knowing and omniscient. You are the Lord of fire sacrifices and other religious ceremonies and rituals. You are Vibhu, one who is all-pervading, all-encompassing, uniform, almighty and eternal Lord of creation. You always remain stable in your state, you are unchanging and unwavering, you are immutable and constant. Opurari, Shiva. This whole world has emerged from you, and is a fractional part of your whole being. It is by the virtue of worshipping your holy feet that the various gods, such as Brahma, the creator, Indra, the king of gods, the moon god, the sun god, Varuna, the water god, the fire god, the 8 Vajas, patron gods of essential wealth in creation, the 49 Maruts, wind gods, and Yam, the god of death, the god responsible for upholding the laws of Dharma, the god who determines the destination for a dead creature's soul depending upon his deeds, have acquired their respective authorities and powers. 6. You are the one who has no kailas or fractions, divisions and separate forms. Because you are an eternally immutable whole. You are the one who is neutral and indefinable because you do not have any specific attributes, virtues, qualities, forms, and characteristics that can be employed to designate your state of being. You have no gunas or specific attributes, qualities, virtues, forms and characteristic features, and therefore you are invisible and incomprehensible by the senses. You are faultless and taintless. You are indeed the Supreme Brahm personified in this ever-changing world, characterized by multifarious activities and innumerable deeds. You the only one who remains constant and uniformly one. You have no birth, because you are eternal and imperishable, and therefore you are free from any kind of shortcomings, faults and corruptions that are an inherent part of all forms of births in this world. The whole world is nothing but your manifestation. In spite of your external form being very unconventional, unholy, ferocious and angry, Agra, you are still, in your primary form, very auspicious, holy and divine. You are the Lord of the gods. You are all pervading and omnipresent. In spite of being the slayer or annihilator of all, because you are the concluder of creation, you are the one who graciously takes good care of everyone in this world, and provide for their well-being and welfare. 7. O Shiva! Those on whom you become benevolent and show grace upon can easily acquire such eclectic virtues as knowledge and wisdom, develop profound 44. Renunciation, dispassion and detachment, acquire wealth in the form of the virtues of righteousness, scrupulousness, probity and propriety, attain the bliss, the felicity and the beatitude that comes with final emancipation and salvation, and obtain good fortunes and favorable luck. In spite of all these benefits, it is most regrettable and surprising that men turn away from serving your holy feet and instead prefer to wander aimlessly here and there on the difficult and hazardous path represented by this mortal world. 8. O Shambhu, Shiva! I, the wretched and miserable Tulsidas, whose wisdom and intellect have decayed, become decrepit and corrupted, and who has fallen on bad times as he is surrounded by miseries, misfortunes, grief, troubles and tribulations, have come poignantly to seek refuge and shelter at your holy feet. O Kamrai, the slayer of Kamdeo! Please give me a stable, unwavering and eternal devotion in the holy feet of Lord Ram, so that the delusions and doubts in my mind are destroyed, removed, forever. 9. Note: 1 River Ganges is called Hari Sharan Put, GFJ and PJ.K and IA, which literally means one who has borne from the holy feet of Lord Hari, Vishnu. When Lord Vishnu had assumed the dwarf mendicant form and asked King Bali for land equivalent to his 3 steps, the former had expanded his body so large that the entire universe was measured in just a single step. At that time, Brahma, the creator, had washed his feet and kept the water in his Kamandalu, a pot made of dried pumpkin kept by ascetics and hermits, which later emerged as the flow of the holy river Ganges, being thus having its importance at being used to wash the Lord's feet. It was called Hari Sharan Put, or the offspring of the Lord feet. Prayer offered to Bhairavantha, a form of Shiva. 1/4 11 1/2. So HKHK.KKDKJ, HKSJO, HK, DJ, AHKR and IEFKKF/Kaifa, WZZ Foifa and Guxa. XK and UKD and EKTK, ZLAKH and HK, and GJ.K, RKJ.K and RJ.K, VHK, and Duxara 1A. VRQYCY, FSAKI, for LRKJ, FOXXKSJ, VVFR/KOI/KJ.KH/KHK. FKJFL LADKFIA and DY and TVW Fixit VK, IVKR and DKFV and FUKPMVKara 2AAS. HKZKT FOK/KIXKVG IKA EKSFY and EQSKKSHKK FAF equals AA. YFYRYIKVIJ JKTJDKDY, DYK/KJ, UKSFGJ/KUN and FE equals AA3AAO. Bank and ICOD and KGUK and U, ENZU and E, U, XQ.K and V, U, Q and FQ and IAO. JE.K and FXFJTK, QHKW/KJKF/KLNK, Cho.K DAKMI, ONUN FOVA YAA4AA. PayZ and VFL and KWY and /KJ, MIHASH and KJ and Key and DJ, KUOKHKK, SD#.KK and FU/Quay. TJRLQJ and VLQJ, UJIXT KKSDKDQY, AENQYFPR, VFTR, DOXGQAA5AAO. HKLRUK and HKK.KAWO, K, KZ and PEXEKIA, MJX and UJ and EKSFY MJEK/KKJHA. MFTA, KFTA, KSPJ, AKPIA, A equals and DA equals and K2, ICZ DKKJHA6AA. DKY and VFR DKY, DFY DKY and O, KYKFN and KX, F equals EKJ and ENZU, HKHE and DES HKKJHA. LDYYKSDKUR and DIKR KYKXZDRW FUNKSKSKO, A and XQ.KUR, DKJHA7AA. IKI and LKI and Ku, KKSJALLFRN who, KSA TX, KFU SUFGUD XFI equals KRKA. IKFGH KSJO and IJKE and I-NZ, C/KQ, AXQ hash, TUD, TUA, for /KKRKAA8AA. L, XQ.K and X.KX.KFR for EFO KKJNK, Fuchsukjan and Isaac, K Chapkja. KSK, Los ZK, VLHUVQANA, NKLRQYLH is .KR and equals KLGKJHAA9AA. 11. 45. Dv. Bukra, Bhairava, Bhyakara, Pshtapata Pramath Dipati, Vipati. Hated. Mamakamjra, Songs Rabaya Hara, Tratera, Abhyakatat. 1. Achila Bala, Bipula, Vistra, Vigre Gora, Amala Ati Davala. Darat Haba. Sayarasi Sakulita Kalaja Pi Galaja, Pala Sata Kavidiu Kaba. 2. Burja Vibudpag Parpvana Parama, Morlimilva Bha with Macron Vicitra. Lalata Lalapera Ajarahana Kala, Kaldhara, Normi Hara Danadamitra. 3. Indupvakab Nunayana, Mardanamayana, Gwayana, Jnavijna. Apa. Ramagayaraj, Bhavanab Durdipar Sad, Ravara Kaula, Verdana Shavi. Anpa. 4. Karma Asiladara, Amaru Sarik Parkara, Unavaba, Karu. Nina. Jarata Sura Asura, Niral Karkula, Mdula Saita, Ajita, Ktagaralapna. 5. Basmatanuba Virakambara, Uraganaramoli Yura. Mlada. Kin, Kgara, Yantra Mantra Banjana, Prabala. Kalma. 6. Klaatikla, Kalikla Vildikiga, Tripuramadana, Makama Bha with Macrona. Sekalonta Kalpantalgrikta Digajviktagwantyaka. 7. Pasan Parganara Songstidno, Brahmata Jagayini na Hike Btra with Macron Ta with Macron. Phi Bhairavara Pararama Rp Rudra, Bandhu, Guru, Janaka, Janan, Vihut. 8. Yasaya Gwagaragati Vimalamati Rad, Nigamain Rada Pramukha. Brahmaka. A. Sava, Snanandavana, Psitulas Prayatatasya. 9. Verse No 11, O Berith. You have a colossus form. You look terrible and ferocious. You are the lord of ghosts, spirits, phantoms and other similar followers of Lord Shiva. You are the remover of troubles and misfortunes. For the rat-like negative qualities of delusions and attachments you are like a cat. You are the remover of the fear of this world characteristic by the cycle of endless births and deaths, and their accompanying horrors. You provide liberation, deliverance, emancipation and salvation to all the creatures, and at the same time you are an embodiment of these virtues. You bestow fearlessness to all your devotees. 1. Your strength and powers are immeasurable and incomparable. Your colossus form is of a fair complexion, is holy and pure, is bright and glorious, and its radiance resembles that of Shishnath, the legendary serpent who holds the earth on its hoods. The crown of matted hairs on your head, which is yellowish or brownish in color, and splendorous like 100 crores, 10 million, streaks of lightning shining simultaneously, looks exceptionally magnificent. 2. The most pure and holy river of the gods, known as Ganges, which has a mysterious and enchanting beauty, swirls around your head and adorns it like a garland wrapped around it. The position of the beautiful crescent moon on your magnificent forehead looks astoundingly charming and beautiful. I bow my head in reverence to such a Shiva who is a friend of Cuba, the treasurer of gods. 3. 46. The moon, the fire and the sun are your 3 eyes. You are the crusher or vanquisher of Kamdeo, the god of passions and lust. You are a treasury of eclectic virtues, noble qualities, highest wisdom, truthful knowledge and metaphysical science. You move around in the company of your consort, Parvati, and Mount Kailash, which is the chief and most important among the mountains, is your permanent abode. You have large earrings in your ears, and the beauteous countenance of your face is most bewitching. 4. You are armed with a shield, a sword and a spear. You also hold in your hands a tabor, an arrow and a bow. A bull is your mount. You are a treasury of mercy, compassion and kindness. This is evident from the fact that when the scalding hot and most terrible poison emerged from the ocean, at the time of its churning in some ancient time, and its heat and corrosiveness was scorching the gods, the demons and all the creatures of this world, you were so moved by their plight, distress and agony, that you had immediately gulped it without a second thought. 5. The ash, from the sacrificial fire, is the ornament of your body, i.e. your whole body is smeared with it. You are attired in a leopard skin. You are wearing a garland of serpents and skulls, around your neck and on your chest. You are the destroyer of female hobgoblins, the ghosts, the keshas, those evil spirits who move in the sky, and the bhakas, terrestrial evil spirits, besides the malignant effects of evil magical charms known as yantras, and similar malignant use of mantras. You destroy huge sins instantly. 6. You are the Mahakal, the great Kal or the supreme god of death, personified, who causes even Kal, the death god, to die. For the present age known as Kali Yuga, which is as horrifying as serpents, you act like Garud, the legendary eagle, who feeds on serpents, and who is a vehicle of Lord Vishnu. You are the slayer of the demon known as Tripuraju, and you have done many other great deeds which are very formidable and awe-inspiring. At the time of the great doomsday, when the whole universe is being annihilated, you are able to pierce, kill, conquer, trounce even those who are most brave, valiant and courageous, Diggers, with the point of your trident, become emotionally neutral and dispassionate, and dance as if you are in a state of extreme trance. This cosmic dance of destruction is known as Tandava Nritya. 7. I, Tulsidas, am moving endlessly in this horrifying mortal world full of sins, pains, miseries and torments in a circle consisting of endless cycles of births and deaths, which has made me take births for a record number of 84 lakh times, and am therefore immensely distressed, dismayed and horrified at the prospect of having to undergo this torture once again. I am feeling extremely wretched, hapless, and helpless, as I find there is no one to provide me with salvation and deliverance. O Bharath, O Rudra, who is a personification of Lord Ram, for me you are a friend, a guru, moral preceptor, guide and teacher, a parent and the Viator, the creator who decides destiny. Please save me, please protect me. 8. Tulsidas says that Lord Shiva, whose virtues are always being sung by Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom and speech, Vedas, sage Narad and otherwise ones who have profound wisdom and are well steeped in the knowledge of the Supreme Brahm, and who bestows freedom from all fears to his devotees, is present in Kashi, the holy city of Varanasi, which is much like a forest of joys and happiness, known as Anand Van. 9. 1/4 12 1/2. 47. LNK and Kaja, Kaisna, Elt Qqna, Ksai and Du, K and Oj, Ijg, Aa. DKE and En and Ekpwa, Esakejl and Yixpwa, Okansua HKTS Koksi, AAA1A. Dak and Kanank and DZJ and Xkasja SF Koa, LQ Anja, Ulfnku Andana. FL, and Ludgfn and Kshans and Onchtk. S4.kq and faf/k and oupj.kfona aa2a. Ch and dqy and oik, ulkikifan kujka, fodvo ka, s4ka kosnik jo. ukasfd#kjo, xjy and zaxk/kyo, fuzia, fuxz.ka, fufostkjar3a. Yxdukfka, kksd and kwy and fuzfiwa, kfiwa. Xk and Re and HKWFJQK. DKY, a dikretyugjo, DFBU and DFY DKY and GU and DKKA4AAO. Akeku and IKFKKF/K and Kvilko, SA Lozksa, Lozlkshks, UAO. Ispch and Co and Kchua, is.kr and 2 and 2, aanklrqylhkj.klgukdia5aawa. 12. Sad. Akara, Amprada, Sajnandada, Salakan Ya with Macron Vera. Paramaram Kmamadam Kana, Marazal Kana, Vmedvabajbvagam Ya. 1. Kambu Kundu Karpragora Iva, Sundra, Saksidnandakanda. Siddha Sanak Dayudandravandrak, Vayu Vidivandia Kare Ravinda. 2. Brahmakila Valaba, Sulabamated Urlaba, Vikava, Vibal. Vdapra. Normi Kara Ukara, Garala Gagdara, Nirmala, Nagwa, Navikra. 3. Ulgantha, Kalaniumlana, Lana, Matama Bribnu. Klakla, Kaltamarjarahara, Kahina Kaliklanana New. 4. Tajamajnath Digasamava, Savaga, Savasorb Jimla. Prakurabhava Banjana, Priyatajonaranjana, Ksatulas Ara. Snukla. 5. Verse No 12. I always worship the Lord Vamdeo, who is also known as Shankar, because he spreads auspiciousness and all-round happiness and good fortunes everywhere around. He does good to all, is the bestower of welfare and happiness, gives joys to saints, is the husband of the daughter of Himachal, i.e. Parvati, is most charming and attractive, is the crusher of the pride, vanity and haughtiness of Kamdeo. The god of passion and lust, is lotus-eyed, and is attainable only by devotion. 1. His body, skin, countenance, is smooth, wrinkle-free, radiant, glorious, healthy and well-toned, like a conch shell, the lily flower, the full moon, and camphor. It is soft and delicate, is comfortably cool, i.e. is not hot in the sense that it is not agitated and aggressive, it does not inspire fear or repulsion, is fair in complexion, due to the ash being smeared all over it, and it effuses a fragrant and sweet aroma, to indicate its holiness and divinity. The Lord is a personification, embodiment, of the virtues of auspiciousness and all-round welfare as well as of spiritual beauty. He is like a tuber root or treasury of the glorious virtues of Sat, truth, Chit, consciousness, and Anand, bliss. Such acclaimed ones as the various Siddhas, those who have acquired mystical powers, the mystics, sages such as Sanak. 48. Sanandan, Sanatan and Sanat Kumar, ascetics such as Ujiraj, great ascetics, the different gods, Lords Vishnu, the sustainer of creation, and Brahma, the creator of the visible world, all of them worship and pray at the holy feet of the Lord, Shiva. 2. He loves and shows respects to the Brahmins, i.e. those who have a high birth, in the sense that they are learned, wise and enlightened. He is easily accessible to saints and those with a pure heart, and is most unattainable by those who are wicked and pervert. His form is very formidable, fearsome and awe-inspiring. He is Vibho. As he is eternal, omnipresent, all-pervading and all-powerful. He is so exalted and sublime that he is even beyond the reach, understanding, of the Vedas. He is a mine of kindness, mercy, compassion and grace. He is the one who bears the ferocious poison in his throat, as well as the holy river Ganges on his head, simultaneously. I bow my head in reverence to pay my obeisance to this Lord, Shiva, who is immaculate and pristine pure, who is without any attribute and untainted by one or the other gunas, qualities that are characteristic of this mortal world full of corruptions and impurities, and who is absolutely taintless, flawless, faultless and without any trace of corruptions. 3. He is the Lord of all the worlds. He renders sorrows and agonies in vain, futile, harmless and ineffective. He bears, holds, a trident. He is like a sun for the purpose of destroying the spiritual darkness represented by moha, delusions, worldly entanglements, attractions and attachments. He is the death of death itself. He is beyond the reach and purview of time, i.e. he is imperishable, infinite, eternal, and constant. He does not become old and decrepit from diseases or age because he is eternal, steady and imperishable. He removes a creature, i.e. provides liberation and deliverance, from being perpetually trapped in the never-ending cycle of arrival, birth, in and departure, death, from this mortal world. And he is like the wildfire for the purpose of burning, getting rid of, eliminating, clearing, the dense forest, represented by the present dark era known as Kali Yuga. 4. This Tulsidas takes the refuge and shelter at the holy feet of Lord Shiva, who is well versed and enlightened in the ultimate essence and truth of everything in existence, who is like sage Agastya one as far as soaking the deep sea of ignorance is concerned, who is all-pervading and omnipresent as well as all-knowing and omniscient, who is like a root from which all good fortunes and auspicious spring. 4th, who is the destroyer of the vast and endless world of births and deaths, who gives happiness and joys to those who seek his refuge and shelter, and who is always benevolent, gracious, kind and favorable towards such people. 5. Note, 1 Pathat Hi Got Samav, Ik FKKF/KS, Kvlarko there lived a sandpiper, a type of bird, couple by the sea. The former's eggs were regularly washed away by the latter. So anguished and indignant at the sea's behavior, they started dropping sand particles in the sea in order to fill it. Sage Agastya passed that way, and he was moved with pity and compassion at the miserable condition and frustration of the sandpiper couple. As a punishment, he invoked the great Tarak mantra Om Ram 3 times, and gulped down the whole ocean in a draught. Not a drop was left. All the marine ecology and life went topsy-turvy, so the gods prayed to him to calm down and reinstate the equilibrium of nature. Then, Sage Agastya restored the ocean water in the form of urine, that is why the ocean is salty and unpotable. 49. Agar Basanta 1/4 13 1/2. Lsobk flow and pu and ljkst and juk asdy, ku and vf, ky and isen dke /ksa1a. Dizj and xksj, wd-uk and mnkja lach and lkj, hkqtx uns and gkja2a. lq, k and tuehkfe, if jekvik j fuxkzu, ksquak, d, fujkja3a. Equals, u and nizu xa avgdkj and fugj and mfn off null aa4aas. CJCKY FUK GKSFYHKZKTA equals SYKSD and LKDGJS if KTA 5A. Futugf CF /KLQXFRUFY, KHHKKYAFR UGDXFRGPLHIFA DIKA 6A. Midgj DKS times IJGJ and LQA LQJ and VLQJ TJRDRXJY QAA 7A. CGQD UMIC, UDFJ Vuzdafguk LHKQ and DIKA UFGACO and FCCSDAA 8A. FCX, Ku and Ku, FXFJLQRK and JUADGRQYFLNKLE equals KL and LUAA 9A. 13. Svahusivakarana Saja and U. Kalina Akhila Prada Kmedn U. 1. Karpragora, Kara Anudra. Songsrasra, Pujagandra. 2. Sukajanmabami, Mahime Pra. Naguna, Gunanyaka, Nakra. 3. Trayanayana, Mayanadamanamaza. Alhamkranaira Uditar Dinsa. 4. Barabla Niskara Morli Burja. Trailkaskahara Pramathaja. 5. Jinakaham Bi Shagati Nalik Blu. Tinhak Gatik Spatik Bla. 6. Upakak Barahara Samna. Sura Asura Jaratakta Garalanu. 7. Bahukalpa Upyanakari Anka. By New Samhu Kpa with Macron Na Hai Bava Bibka. 8. Bigina Bhavana, Gayarasatramana. Kahatulazit Samamata Sasamana. 9. Verse No 13, Tulsidas advises the creatures as follows: 1. Should worship with great devotion the dust of the holy lotus-like feet of Lord Shiva, which is a provider of all auspiciousness and welfares, and fulfills all desires like a Kamhanu. Cow. 1. Lord Shiva is fair-complexioned like camphor. He is very generous in showing mercy, compassion and graciousness. He is like the sublime entity known as the Atma, the pure conscious soul, the essence and the only truth, the only entity of worth, the life and vitality, in this world that is otherwise worthless, gross, soulless, meaningless, lifeless and inane. He wears the legendary serpent known as Vajuki, the king of serpents, like a garland, around his neck. 2. He is the motherland of all bliss, happiness and joy, i.e. all these virtues have their origin in him. He is the one from whom they emerge and then spread in this world. He is the fountainhead of these virtues. His fame, majesty and glory are fathomless and infinite. He is beyond the purview of the three gunas, such as Satvik, Rajasik and Tamsik. He is in fact the lord of all types of virtues and qualities, good or bad. And he is formless and without attributes. 3. He has 3 eyes. Lord Mahesh, Shiva, is the one who had crushed the ego, the pride and the vanity of Mardan, Kamdeo, and is therefore like a sun that can destroy or eliminate the mist of ego, pride, vanity, haughtiness and arrogance. The mist disappears on the appearance of the sun, so do pride and vanity that disappear in the presence of Shiva. 4. A young, nascent moon looks glorious on his forehead. This refers to the crescent moon of the second night after the new moon. He is the eliminator of the 50 sorrows and miseries of the three worlds. The three worlds are the terrestrial world, the heavens, and the nether world. He is like a king for his subject or followers. 5. For those whose destiny written by the Creator contains nothing that is worth looking forward to, nothing that is auspicious and joyful, Lord Shiva is their only destiny, i.e. Shiva is their only refuge and shelter. By the Lord's blessings, graciousness and kindness, they also achieve emancipation and salvation. 6. Who is more generous, kind, benevolent and merciful than Lord Shiva, who had drunk the venomous poison that was produced at the time of legendary churning of the ocean, to protect the gods and demons from being burnt, scalded and corroded by its ferocity. 7. No matter what one tries, and no matter how many attempts and formulas are employed for numerous kalpas, eras, period of time, one would not realize and understand the real and true nature of the world without the blessings, grace and kindness of Shiva. That is, one cannot get wisdom, become self-realized and enlightenment without the Lord's grace. 8. Tulsidas pleads with Lord Shiva as follows: O the one who is very dear to the daughter of Gauri, the king of mountains. Here it refers to Parvati, whose divine husband is Shiva. You are an abode, treasury, of Vijnan, i.e. knowledge, especially metaphysical, of the highest order. You are the only one who can remove all my fears, including the ones arising out of ignorance and delusions. 9. 1/4 14 1/2. NS, KKSNS, KKS, CUCU, KSVKTQ McDae Kuksa NS, Kuakefka VKBZFJRQCLIA1AA. Tukruknkfa PID and DQLQE and DKA CJ Clue Iuru W Rikia 2AA. DYDNFY Ta, K, in Day YKYALWPRDFVDSGFJ, XFR HKA 3AA. HKW Kuizelvu CGQFCFC /KJaxA week ftftfu dejofkxa 4AA. DJUOICDQY and IUOJLKYAJHQYDQP, DAPFTYRK and TKYA 5AA. VQLJKST, DPE /KCHIZARKTAXPUFCLKYUOI that AA 6AA. FID CPUPFJRCJCFGZDHJAFLRGUGKL, YHYK Lear JA 7AA. DGRQYFLNKL LUK Q Flold GU AQMJCFL 2 UPZJPSC QAA 8AA. DFJ GFJ, HKZE and QN DKEATSFGN, CLFGALQ, KJKFLJKEAA 9AA. 14. DKH Banner Ban Wiju Umkanta. MA with Macron and Ghana Tuma High with Macron Richu. Basanta. 1. Janu Tanu Duty Kampaka Kazumamla. Bara Basin and Landana Tamla. 2. Kala Kadali Jaga, Pada Kamalalo. Skata Kaikari, Gati Mala. 3. Bana Prasna Bahu Biba Araga. Npura Kaikini Kalaravar Bihiga. 4. Karane Vala Bakula Palava Rasla. Afela Kuka, Kankuki Latchla. 5. Nana Saja, Kakamadya Pa Gorja. Ulgana Basla Navan La Kanja. 6. Pika Bukana Karatar Baraba Hikro. Sita Sumanaso, LLA with Macron Samra. 7. Ka Hartulazit Sasu Nusiva Sujna. Yora Basi Prapan Karak Pan Kabna. 8. Kari Kpa with Macron Haria Brahma Fandarkmo. Jai Dea Basa Isa Kasai Arma. 9. 51. Verse No 14, Tulsidas imagines Shiva to be a forest, and then describes the beauty of nature using this metaphor as follows: happy smiley look, the beloved Lord of Uma, i.e. Lord Shiva. Today you have metaphorically assumed the form of a dense forest. Parvati, who stays as your other half by your side, appears to be the spring season which has arrived to meet, you. 1. The radiance, shine and majesty of your body is akin to a garland of magnolia champa flowers, while the beautiful dark blue attire that you wear is like new leaves of the Kataku, Tamil, tree. Here, the dark blue color of the attire refers to the sky that is wrapped around the mendicant Shiva and worn by him as a cloth. 2. Your thighs are like the smooth stem of the plantain, banana, tree, your feet, soles, are like the red-hued lotus flower, while the thin waist reminds one of the lion, and your attractive and majestic gait reminds one of a swan. 3. Many colored flowers that adorn the verdant forests are your ornaments, while the nupa, anklet with tiny bells, and kinkini, bracelet with tiny bells, are represented by the sweet chirping sound of birds, hopping around and playing merrily in these forests. 4. Your hands are represented by the leaves of mulsiri, a tree called ninsops dengai whose flowers are very fragrant, also called bakal, and mango trees, the breast, chest, by the fruit of the plum tree, and the vest by the creepers that cover the numerous trees in the forest. 5. Your face is like a lotus, hairs are like the black bumblebee, and large eyes are like the petals of a new blue-tinged lotus. 6. Your sweet voice is like that of a cuckoo, your virtuous characters are like the peacock and the parrot, your bewitching smile is like a white flower, lily, and your activities are like the cool, fragrant and slow breeze that blows in a forest. 7. Tulsidas says, O the most wise and enlightened Shiva, Kamdeo, lust, desire, lasciviousness, passions etc., resides in my heart and creates a lot of mischief for me. 8. Please be kind to cut down this deluding and ensnaring trap created by Kamdeo so that Lord Ram, who represents eternal spiritual bliss, happiness, beatitude and felicity, can reside in my heart. 9. 49. Nso and Nukt and ou and ngu, ksku and ksku, ksksphone wankfn and vqn and nkrk times fout kha. Khkq, fko, hash nz, catch, hk, adjective, hkhe, kksj, rtk, ru, sks /k and jkkhaa1a. Vuar, kxor, zna and vrd and equals kl and ku, ajju, kukfkchkia. hkw, kjk /khktxnhkbzq, for q, ku, q and dy, ku and /kkeaa2aa. Okko, a, ika, ijkoj, for hkks, isd vijkrek, isd fr and lokele. pnzks, kj, aquiekf.k, gj, vu, k, vt, vf, vfof newer, okhksk and xka3aa. itynk kruk, ke, CGQDK info JKEJX hoixpu DIK. DAK and DIJ and OIK. WZ/koi, FUZY, EKSFYTVK, LQJ and RFFU, FLRGU EKKA4AA. ALU FDT yard/KJ, AP and LKJX and NJ and DT and KX and ASVFR for KKYKA. EKJ and DFJ equals SUSU, GJ, UKSVIGJ.KLLKJ and TKYKAA5AAO. D.K, D#.KKQ, new DKYH, KY, Foiki Dalkfnfu OZKDKJHAO. F equals EKJ and DN and HKXDJ, a UKST and PZ/KJ, VU/KDKJX and XSLUSUXKJ 6AA. Ch, O, KID, VDY, LDY, IJ, IJFK, X, Q, XKSIHRXQ.K and OFAK and GUXA. 52. FLA/KQLQR and XO and FXFJ and DOTS, ZXKSJHK, CO, N, K and D, KVF, KY for/08 DUXARA 7AA. KFAFIS winking smiley K2 and DKE/KQD/XIC, GFJ, GJ.KNQ, KZV FOD FOIFUK HKKJHA. LQ, KN, UEZN, OJN, FOJT, VUO times F, KY, FOFU and VGUN and OFFGU and FOBKJA8AAO. #FPJGFJ catch UK and D equals KOIA, U, NQ, KGFU, VGUN, KA. For.KQ and FKO and YKSD and LXIQ and LLOZNK on for RQYLHNKL for KNKAA9AA. 49. Dv. Danujavana Gunagahana, Gvinda Nandinandatvin. Samhu, Siva, Rudra, Akara, Byakara, Bhma, Gra, Chiatana, Kadha. RA with Macron. 1. Anamta, Bhagavanta, Jagardanta Antakata Sasamana, Ramana. Puvan Perma. Bgarda Jagardano, Vijnagana, Jnakalinadma. 2. Vman Victor, Bvana, Parvera, Vibe, Prakar Parantam, Prakti Sva with Macron M. Kandrak Hara, Lapai, Hara, Anaha, Aja, Amita, Avichina, Vaba. GA with Macron M. 3. Nlajaladbata Nuyama, Bahukma Shaviarama Volcana KPA with Macron LA with Macron. Kambu Karpravapu, Davala, Numala, Morlija, Suratini, Sita Sumana. MA with Macron LA with Macron. 4. Vaisana Kinjal Kadhara, Kakras Ragadarakan J. Kaundakati Vil. Mrakari Matamgaja, Trainina, Hara, Normi Apahara songs Rajaye with Macron LA with Macron. 5. Ko, Kera Abhavana, Devana Klai Akela, Vipula Kansdi Nirvanaka. Tripuramada Bagakara, Matigaja Karmed Hara, and Akraga Grasana. Panag. 6. Brahma, Vipaka, Akela, Sakela, Para, Paramahita, China, Gdagwavti. Hated. Sindhus Utagavaga Ivajra, Gora, Bava, Darkamik Ha Akila. Vivanaketat. 7. Bhaktipriya, Bhaktahanak Medhukad New, Hari, Hara Durga Vika. Vipati Bha with Macrona. Sakada, Narmada, Varada, Viraja, Anavadikila, Vipinanandavthina. Via. 8. Rusira Haraka Na with Macron Ma Mantavaldvandvaduk Ha Harani, Nandakn. Vyusavalkasna Somasavad Vedati Tulast Savisada Ba with Macron N. 9. Verse No 49, note, this is a unique form of prayer inasmuch as each of its stanzas has two parts, one dedicated to Lord Hari or Vishnu, and the other to Lord Ha or Shiva. It is also known as Harishankar prayer precisely for this reason. Tulsidas has tried to establish the fact that both these two forms of the Lord are basically synonymous with and equivalent to each other. They are but the two aspects or sides of the same coin. This fact that there is no difference between Lords Vishnu and Shiva have been affirmed in the Upanishads as well, viz. I. Krishna Yajurveda traditions. Skanda Upanishad, verse numbers 4, 8-9, and the entire Rudra-Hridaya Upanishad. 2. Atharva Veda traditions Brihajabal Upanishad, Brahman 6, verse numbers 8-9, Sharath Upanishad, and Ram Rahasya Upanishad, Canto 5, verse no 3. 53. Lord Vishnu, he is the destroyer of the forest representing demons. He is a forest, a rich and colorful garden, a treasury of auspicious virtues and noble qualities. He is restrainer of the sense organs, gives happiness and joy to Nand and Upnand, and is indestructible and imperishable, i.e. eternal and immortal. Lord Shiva, he is renowned by the famous names of Shambhu, Shiva, Rudra, Shankar and other auspicious names. He is very fierce and formidable. He possesses great radiance and splendor. And he is an epitome of anger, stanza 1. Lord Vishnu, he is without an end, i.e. is eternal, imperishable and infinite. He is empowered and endowed with the 6 types of Aishwaryas, fames, glories, qualities. Refer verse no 38. He is the one who can terminate this world existence. He is the remover of the torments caused, inflicted upon a creature, by Yam, the god of death and hell. He is the Lord of Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, prosperity and opulence. And he is a provider of happiness, cheer and joys to the whole world. Lord Shiva, he is the Lord of Mount Kailash. He is the Lord of the universe. He is known as Ishan, one of the 11 Rudras or forms of Lord Shiva. The word Ishan has its root in the word Ish, meaning a lord. He is a treasury or fount of knowledge and wisdom, and he is also an abode of enlightenment as well as the ultimate destination that is described as emancipation and salvation, stanza 2. Lord Vishnu, he manifested in the form of Vaman, the dwarf mendicant incarnation of Vishnu. He cannot be described by the mind and felt by the sense organs. He is pure, immaculate and untainted by any kind of impurities, vices and evils. He is the Lord of animate and inanimate world, as well as this mortal world and the immortal world beyond it. He is the Paramatma himself, i.e. he is a manifestation of the supreme cosmic soul. He is the macrocosmic, all-encompassing form of the supreme transcendental Brahm known as the Virat Purush. And he is the Lord of Prakriti, Mother Nature. Lord Shiva, he bears the moon on his forehead and the trident in his hands. He is the annihilator of the entire creation. He is free from all sins. He is without birth and death, as he is eternal, imperishable and infinite. He is without divisions and separable parts, i.e. he is one whole and cannot be fractioned, partitioned or divided into units. He cannot be destroyed or dismembered. He is immutable, whole and one infinite divine entity. And he mounts a Nandi, a bull, stanza 3. Lord Vishnu, he is of a dark complexion like the rain-bearing cloud. He is of a magnificent charm, beauty and glamour that is equivalent to countless cameos. Taken together, his eyes are as beauteous and bewitchingly charming as the lotus flower. And he is the all-pervading, all-prevailing, all-encompassing and omnipresent Lord of the whole world. Lord Shiva. His body is like the conch shell and camphor for its smoothness, fair complexion and a divine fragrance emanating from it. He is without faults and impurities, i.e. he is taintless and uncorrupt, he has no trace of evils, vices, blemishes, etc. of any kind whatsoever. He has a crown of matted hairs which bears river Ganges on his head. And he is wearing a garland of white flowers. Stanza 4. Lord Vishnu. He wears a pitamba, a body-wrapping silk cloth, which is yellow in color like saffron. He holds in his hands a conch shell, a discus, a lotus, a bow, an arrow, and a large water lily that resembles a mace. 54. Lord Shiva. He is akin to a lion for the purpose of vanquishing wild and arrogant elephants, representing Kamdeo, the god of passions and lust. He has 3 eyes. The third eye is renowned as the eye of wisdom and enlightenment, and is located between the eyebrows above the nose. He destroys or eliminates the entangling net of this world, consisting of a web of birth and death. I bow my head to such a divine Lord. Shiva. Stanza 5. Lord Vishnu. He attracts the attention of all creatures towards himself. He is an abode of mercy, compassion, kindness and graciousness. He is the vanquisher of the dangerous snake known as Kaliya, one represented by the present age known as Kali Yuga. Kaliya was a venomous and ferocious dragon that was killed by Lord Krishna in his childhood days. He had killed the entire clan of Kansha, the maternal uncle of Krishna, who was very cruel and tyrannical, along with other demonic forces. This reference alludes to the incarnation of Lord Vishnu as Lord Krishna. Lord Shiva. He crushed the haughtiness, pride, vanity and arrogance of the demon Triprasa. He wears the hide of wild elephants. He is like Garud, the legendary vehicle of Vishnu, the heavenly bird eagle or heron, for the purpose of gobbling up, destroying, conquering and eliminating the serpents representing darkness, of ignorance, delusions, various worldly taints and entrapping temptations, that were represented by another demon known as Andakaja, the demon with the name Andak 2, stanza 6. Lord Vishnu. He is the Purna Brahm. That is, he is a wholesome and complete manifestation of the transcendental supreme being known as Brahm. As such, he is all-pervading, all-prevailing and omnipresent divine entity in the entire creation. He is, on the one hand, without any forms and attributes, is invisible, immutable and one uniform divine being, Akal, and on the other hand he has taken numerous gross visible forms exhibiting as many characteristics and varied attributes. Sakal. He is the supreme being, the most exalted and the best amongst all entities in creation. He who is most concerned about the welfare and good of the subjects of this creation. He is an embodiment of wisdom, enlightenment, erudition, sagacity and truthful knowledge of the highest order and refinement. He is beyond the reach and grasp of any of the subtle instruments of perception and comprehension of the inner self, i.e. of the mind and the intellect, as well as any of the external instruments of the body such as its sense organs. He can remove, eliminate, the numerous vasanas, inherent worldly tendencies, and the 3 gunas, Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamasic, that are an integral part of the inherent nature of all living beings in this creation. Lord Shiva, he is like a Vajra, an invincible and strong weapon of Indra, which is represented by the thunderbolt, for the purpose of cracking and demolishing the mountain of pride, vanity and haughtiness of demon Jalandhar. He is the beloved husband of goddess Parvati. He is the origin of the entire creation. He is one who had interrupted and destroyed the yajna, fire sacrifice, performed by Daksha, who was the father of Parvati in her previous birth, as well as the Lord who can annihilate or bring to conclusion the entire creation, because Shiva is the third god of the Trinity, responsible for bringing to an end of the cycle of creation initiated by Brahma, and it is essential to do so in accordance with the fundamental law of nature that says that everything that has come into being must end one day. 3. Stanza 7. Lord Vishnu, he loves nothing but devotion, and is like the Kamhanu cow, to fulfill all the desires of his devotees and remove their greatest of troubles and 55. Distresses. This is why he is renowned as Hari, i.e. one who robs or steals. In this case, the Lord is the one who forcibly takes away or snatches all the miseries and agonies that make his devotees suffer, and frees them the burden of having to bear with troubles and tribulations of any kind. Lord Shiva, he is the Lord who grants the boons of happiness and joys, of bliss, beatitude and felicity, and anything else that is desired by seekers. He is completely dispassionate, detached and full of renunciation. He is free from all taints, corruptions and impurities that are so characteristic of this existence. He roams in the lanes of Kashi, the city of Varanasi, which is like an Andvan, i.e. a forest of happiness and bliss. Stanza 8. These beautiful stanzas listing the different holy names and glories of Lords Hari, Vishnu, and Shankar, Shiva, are collectively called Hari Shankari. They can remove the perplexities, bewilderments, tribulations, miseries and consternations caused by worldly faults such as rig and dvesh, attachments and infatuations on the one hand, and malice, ill will and hatred on the other hand. They are a mine of bliss, ecstasy, happiness and joys. They are like a ladder to climb to the abode of Vishnu and Shiva, i.e. reach heaven. Tulsidas asserts all this affirmatively, articulately, with a firm conviction and a steady voice which is well thought and free from any corrupting influences of this world. Stanza 9. Note, 1. The serpent Kaliya, Devanakali Akala. According to Srimad Bhagwat Mahapuran, a ferocious serpent called Kaliya lived in the waters of river Yamuna. Due to the heat of its venom, the water was on the boil constantly. Shri Krishna pierced its fangs and leashed it. Thereafter, the serpent left the river and went to the ocean. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the ocean water is so unpotable. 2. The demon Andak, Andakragagrasana. Andak was a tyrannical, strong, and riotous demon, and was the son of Hiranyaksha. Propitiating Brahma, he got the boon that he would live as long as he does not get wisdom and enlightenment. Such an incongruously odd boon. Bolstered by the sense of immortality, he became bellicose, threatening and tormenting the gods who ran like hunted fox. At last, they invoked Shiva to intercede and protect them. Shiva fought a ferocious battle with Andak. Finally, he struck the latter with a trident, symbolic of wisdom, as a result of which, the demon entered into a trance-like state of meditation. Pleased at his posture, the merciful Lord Shiva gave him the boon of eternal and abiding devotion. The story appears in Shiva Puran. 3. The destruction of the fire sacrifice of Prajapati Daksha, Darkamakha Akhila. Vivenaketat. In her previous birth, Shiva's consort Parvati was known as Sati. Sati's father Daksha Prajapati performed a fire sacrifice but did not invite Shiva, his son-in-law. This infuriated Sati because she took it as a public insult of her husband. She was very angry and disgusted, and therefore had burnt herself by a self-kindled fire of yoga. Shiva, on getting the news, sent Virabhadra, who went and disrupted the sacrifice to punish Daksha. This episode has been narrated by Tulsidas in his epic story of Lord Ram, called the Ramcharitmanas, in its Bal Kant, from Shopai line No 5 that precedes Doha No 60, to Shopai line No 6 that precedes Doha No 65. The word Akla is significant here. It means all. All has 2 connotations. One refers to the destruction of the entire sacrifice of Daksha, and the other interpretation is that Shiva is the Lord who brings to an end the entire creation as the supreme concluder of creation. It ought to be noted that the Supreme Being known as Brahm had assumed 3 distinct forms when he created this creation. As its creator he became Brahma, as its sustainer he became Vishnu, and as its concluder he became Rudra, which is one of the many names of Shiva. Asterisk 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 56. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 2. Rudra Ashtak from Ramcharitmanas of Tulsidas. This hymn appears in the great epic known as the Ramcharitmanas, in its utter Kant, Chanda line numbers 1 to 16 along with its shloka that precede Doha No 108. This magnificent hymn dedicated to Lord Shiva was composed and used as a prayer by sage Kartpujant's guru, teacher, to please the Lord and be merciful upon his disciple Kartpujant, who had been cursed by Shiva for not showing due respect to the guru. The beauty of these verses is their poetry and rhyming of the verses, something that lacks in other classical works in Sanskrit. Or 0. Y with acute, m cent a with acute divided by e cent square root e sigma cent rio sm cent h1h. Chanda. Namamna nirvapa. Vibhu vipaka brahmav dasvapa. 1. O Isha, Lord of the world, I reverentially bow before you. You are the cardinal deity of creation and the patron god of the Ishan direction, northeast. You are an image of nirvana, final liberation and deliverance, i.e. you exemplify the state of being attained by a creature when he is delivered from the fetters of this world and its attendant delusions. You are Vibhu, the Supreme Being who is almighty, omnipresent, all-pervading, all-encompassing, magnanimous, eternal, infinite, all-powerful, immovable, constant and immutable. You are Vyopak, one who is immanent, omnipresent, all-pervading, all-incorporating and all-encompassing. You are a personified form of Brahm, the cosmic consciousness and the Supreme Being, as well as the Vedas, the embodiment of Jnana knowledge, wisdom, gnosis and enlightenment. 1. A cent a, e cent a with acute sigma a cent a u e cent u a with acute sigma e sigma e cent divided by cent r 2 h. Nijanagwana Vikalpanaha. Sidkam Kavsabajha. 2. You have realized your true self and are therefore firmly established in it. This true self is the pure conscious Atma, the soul. Hence, you possess all the virtues of the Atma, such as being naguna, without any gunas or qualifications or qualities, without any taints associated with the different aspects of creation, such as the good, the bad, the mediocre, and everything in between. 57. You are Navikalp, one of your own kind, without any alternatives or parallel or comparison, without any sort of divisions, uniform and seamless. You are Niraha, without any desires, passions, yearnings or wants, to be totally dispassionate and non-desirous of anything, to be complete detached from anything and everything. You live in a sublime and ethereal form as the consciousness that pervades the subtle aspect sky in this creation, such as the one that fills all the space in the heart of the living beings. Not only this, you are present throughout the visible form of this sky that fills this world. And you wear the sky, firmament, as your cloth. You are surrounded by the subtle sky from all sides. This is an important observation. Lord Shiva represents the enlightened creature who has realized the true nature of his self as the Atma, the pure consciousness. This Atma is a minuscule or microcosmic form of the Paramatma, the cosmic Atma. This Atma lives in the subtle space, the sky, of the gross organ, known as the heart, present in all persons. Just as no one can live without the heart, there can be no life without the Atma. This Atma is not a gross entity like the physical heart or the body in which it lives. It is rather an ethereal entity that is similar to the air that fills the entire length and breadth of the sky. Like the Atma that cannot be physically seen, but its existence nevertheless cannot be doubted, Lord Shiva is the cosmic consciousness that is present everywhere in this creation, filling every nook and corner of the sky, though one cannot actually see the Lord with his physical organ of the eye. I have devotion for you, I worship you, I adore and admire you, Baiji. Ham. 2. AUE sigma EUU on sigma EUI cent AU cent AUE AUAE cent AUE cent H3H. Nakram Kramla Turaya. Gajina Gdhamajara. 3. You are Naraka, without any forms and attributes. You are the root from which the ethereal sound of Om generates. You are a personified form of Om, the ethereal word representing the supreme transcendental Brahman, the cosmic consciousness. Or, you represent the primary consciousness, which generated the primordial sound represented by the word Om that pervades the entire sky. It is from the energy of this sound that the rest of the creation has come into being. This subtle sound of Om pervades throughout the firmament of creation. It ought to be noted here that the sound, and the alphabets of any language that represent the various notes of this sound, do not have any form, i.e. they are Naraka. Language is used to express an idea. Om expresses the idea known as consciousness. Words and sound stand for life because dead entities don't speak or make any sound. Therefore, Lord Shiva is a personified form of all forms of life in this creation, both the animate as well as the inanimate. He is the supreme transcendental consciousness from which the rest of the creation evolved. You exist in the Turiya, transcendental, state of consciousness. The consciousness has 4 states: I, the waking state or Jagrat when the gross organs of the creature's body are active; 2, the dreaming state or swapna when his gross organs are inactive but the subtle mind and subconscious are active. 3. The deep sleep state or sushupta when even the mind becomes inactive, and the turiya state. 58. Which is beyond the third state, hence is called the transcendental state of existence. This eclectic state is achieved by ascetics and self-realized persons only. You are beyond the reach, understanding and grasp, of Vani, the faculty of speech, i.e. it is not possible to describe you or teach about you. Jnana, gnosis. Knowledge based on reasoning and analytical thinking, and indriyas, the sense organs of the body. That is, no one can comprehensively understand you. The best way is to experience your presence in the form of the bliss obtained when one is blessed by the Holy Spirit you represent. You are the Lord of the mountains. This is because Lord Shiva is supposed to live on high hills or mountains, submerged in deep meditation and contemplation, far away from the tumult of the mundane world and its accompanying horrors and delusions. His terrestrial abode is Mount Kailash in the upper reaches of the northern Himalayan mountain ranges. 3. Sigma UE cent UE sigma E sigma E cent sigma IE cent E, EU cent EU cent U Yao cent A4H. Kala Maklaklik blah. Gugra songs Rapranat ha. 4. Your form is ferocious and formidable. This refers to his role as Rudra, the angry form as the concluder or annihilator of creation. He is fierce when he assumes this role, unrelenting, unforgiving and uncompromising. When sins, evil, demeanors, and perversions reach a crescendo in creation, Lord Shiva becomes very angry. Despite all his efforts to spread wisdom and enlightenment, the creatures won't pay heed to him. So, like an annoyed king, this cosmic emperor wishes to punish his mischievous subjects so that the pious and holy souls can live in peace. It is then that he becomes fierce. Otherwise, he is always calm and serenity personified. He is always depicted in the scriptures as well as iconography as a deity with close eyes, sitting in meditative trance. Indeed, you are the Mahakal, the great god of death personified. You are the death of even the god of death. All the gods have a limited lifespan. Death is the most powerful force of creation. Birth is uncertain, but death is certain. Death does not spare even the gods who are supposed to be immortal. The Mahakal form of Shiva refers to the supreme Brahm who exists even after the entire creation has been wiped out. Death or Kal devours all living beings. Lord Shiva devours Kal itself. This is another way of saying that there is no one to devour or kill Shiva. Or, in other words, Shiva is eternal and without the fear of death. There is no god superior to him. You are Kripal, merciful, compassionate, gracious, kind. You are Gunaga, an abode of all virtuous qualities. Guna equals qualities and auspicious virtues, Aga equals abode. You transcend this world, Sangsaparam. That is, you have a transcendental existence, you are eternally free from the bondage of birth and death. You are free from all the taints and delusions associated with this world. I reverentially bow my head before you, Nataham. 4. 59. A times EUEA cent sigma EE cent U divided by E cent U divided by IA sigma UA almost equal to U divided by EZ EUE cent A5H. Tadri se Kargora Gabra. Manpshtaki Prab Arara. 5. You are like the snow-covered mountains, fair in complexion, and extremely calm. Quiet and serene as well as serious and sober. The snow-covered mountains are white in color. The body of Shiva is smeared with the ash of the fire sacrifice, giving it the appearance of fairness. The deep recesses of the lofty mountains are calm and serene. So is Lord Shiva. No worldly sounds of the plains reach these mountains, they are free from all pollutions, congestions, the hustle and bustle and the turmoil of mundane life. That are the hallmarks of the plains. Likewise, Lord Shiva is too calm and tranquility personified. Your divine form is as beauteous, radiant and charming as millions of Kamdeos, the god of love, Cupid and charms. 5. SEU9A with acute sigma AAUAEL cent EJE90EE sigma cent U divided by E cent A6H. Sfran Morley Callan Krugag. Las Adblabelduka Pujug. 6. You carry the nectar-like and pristine water of the holy river Ganges on your head. Locked in the thick matted hairs 1. Your forehead is adorned by the crescent moon 2, and serpents are wrapped around your neck 3. 6. Note, 1. The imagery and symbolism are absolutely fabulous. The Ganges emerges from a glacier in the Himalayas, and then its streams swirl, foam, toss and turn as they meander their way down the curves of the mountain and its gorges and valleys. The thick lock of hairs on Shiva's head symbolizes these turns and curves. The gorges and valleys of the Himalayas. When Ganges descended upon earth, the gods feared that its thunderous descent with its thunderbolt-like strike will split or crack the earth into 2. So they prayed Lord Shiva to accept the holy river on his head. The Lord willingly accepted it, because he knew, being the most enlightened God, that this river has its origin from the toenails of Lord Vishnu, one of the other forms of the Virat Purush, the all-encompassing Lord God. So this was a rare opportunity to taste the nectar and the ambrosia of eternity and bliss emanating directly from Lord Vishnu's holy feet. 2. Lord Shiva has been depicted in the Purans as having a crescent moon on his forehead. The moon is said to have 16 kailas or phases, symbolizing the 16 kailas or aspects out of the total of 64 kailas of the Supreme Brahm. These 16 kailas represent the visible world, which is 1/4 part of the entire creation, consisting of the remaining of the kailas of Brahm. The visible world is called one pada or one leg or one aspect or kaila of Brahm. So, Shiva is the Lord who presides over the entire visible part of creation, and this world is his ornamentation, in the sense that the Lord appears to be so beautiful if we consider the beauty of nature as the astounding beauty and the expert craftsmanship of Shiva on display. The moon present on Shiva's forehead also stands for the various eclectic qualities called kailas that he possesses and which adorn him like the moon. Symbolically, the devotee is advised to follow the example of his chosen deity Lord Shiva and note the symbolism of the moon on his head. These eclectic qualities should be as prominent as the moon on the head of Shiva, and they should form an integral part of the character of the devotee if he wishes to place himself in the 60 position of being called a sincere follower and worshipper of Lord Shiva. Now let us have a glimpse of these kailas. They are the various eclectic qualities or attributes that an exalted man should possess, and briefly they are the following: I. Shraddha, faith, belief, conviction, reverence, respect, devotion. 2. Pran, life, the very essence of creation, the vibrations of life, the rhythm and essential functions pertaining to life. 3. Akash, the all-pervading, all-encompassing sky or space element. 4. Vayu, wind, air element. V. Tej, energy, splendor, radiance, glory, might, majesty and fire element. 6. Apaha, water element, which is the all-important ingredient for life. 7. Prithvi, earth element, which is the base or foundation for all mortal creation. 8. Indraya, the organs of the body, both the organs of perception as well as of action. 9. Mana, the mind and heart complex and their stupendous potentials. X. Anna, food, the element without which life is simply not imaginable because it provides it with the basic nourishment and energy. 11. Virya, semen, sperms, standing for courage, valor, potency, vitality and prowess. 12. Tapa, austerity and penance, tolerance of hardship as a means of penitence, forbearance as well as carrying out strict religious vows in order to purify one's self. 13. Mantra, the ability to give good advice, the power to contemplate and think, concentrate and focus, logically arrive at a conclusion. 14. Karma, taking actions and doing deeds. 15. Loka, worldly interactions and behaviors, and 16. Nam, good name, fame, reputation, honor and glory. Reference should be made to the Chandogya Upanishad, 6/7/1-6 of Samveda tradition in this context. 3. The significance of the serpents wrapped around his body. The coiled serpents around his body indicate the fact that he constantly reminds himself of imminent death because serpents are very poisonous and symbolize immediate death. This helps him to remain focused on his spiritual aim of self-realization instead of being attracted by the material charms of this material world of sense objects and getting deluded by them. The serpents also signify that Shiva is the Lord of Death, he is death personified. Since he is able to wrap the serpents around his body and they cannot harm him, it indicates the fact that he has conquered death. That is why he is called Mrityunjay, the conqueror of death. Again, the coiled serpents represent the Kundalini, the coiled subtle energy center at the base of the spine, which when activated can entitle the spiritual aspirant to experience a burst of stupendous spiritual energy which provides him a glimpse of his own divine powers as well as the powers of the cosmic consciousness present inside his bosom as his Atma. This Kundalini is activated by doing numerous yoga exercises as described in the Upanishads on the subject of yoga. The coiled serpents may also represent cycles of time in the macrocosm and the basic energy of life in the microcosm in the form of reproductive and procreative energy. These reptiles are very ferocious, dangerous, poisonous, and a symbol of male potency. The symbolism is that Shiva is a very potent god who can be extremely ruthless and unforgiving towards sinful creatures. He has exercised extreme self-control and has girdled or readied himself in preparation for enduring the greatest of hardships and sufferance for self-realization as well as to provide the world with liberation and deliverance. The serpents warn his enemies not to fool around with him. That is also why he has fire in one of his hands. This fire signifies his ability to reduce to ashes the entire physical world consisting of falsehood and sins as well as eliminate all impurities, imperfections, faults and shortcomings that cripple the creature's spiritual well-being. The Dakshin Murti Upanishad of Krishna Yajur Veda, in its verse numbers 8, 10, 13, 15 and 19 affirms that Shiva is invariably wrapped by serpents. 61. Sigma e cent u cent divided by I e y e cent a with acute e cent u e cent u times cent a u cent I Latin letter a e cent h 7h. Kalat Kuala Bhr Suntravilla. Praisen Nanan Lekar Hardela. 7. Large earrings dangle and sway majestically from your ears. Your eyes are broad and the eyebrows are magnificent to look at. You are cheerful, have a blue-tinged throat. 1. And are most merciful and gracious. 7. Note, 1. He is known as Neelkanth because he had drunk the horrible poison called halahal, which emerged as a scorching froth at the time of churning of the ocean by the gods and the demons in search of Amrit, or the ambrosia of life and eternity. The legend goes that Lord Shiva had drunk the fierce poison that emerged at the time of churning of the celestial ocean in the beginning of creation by the gods and the demons in search of Amrit, the nectar of eternity and bliss. As soon as this boiling poison came out, there was the fear of the entire creation being scalded by its heat and ferocity. So Lord Shiva took the name of Lord Ram and gulped it in one mouthful. But the Lord knew that if this poison entered his abdomen, the whole creation will be annihilated nevertheless, as it resided in his abdomen. This shows that Lord Shiva is none but the Supreme Brahm, in whose body the entire creation resides, like the embryo lives in its mother's womb. Hence, the merciful Lord kept the poison in his throat, giving it a purple color. Refer, I, Sharafa Upanishad, verse numbers 11, 16. 2. Mahabharat, Adipava, Canto 18. In its verse no 18 it is stated that, A. Lord Shiva had drunk the poison while invoking and repeating the holy mantra, and of course, that mantra was the holy name of Lord Ram because the Lord is Shiva's patron deity. And, B. This is the reason why his throat became dark blue or purple, because he had retained the poison in his throat instead of gulping it down in his stomach. 3. The same fact is endorsed in Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas, Balkant, Shopai line no 8. That precedes Doha no 19. 4. Tulsidas Kavatali, Uttakant, verse numbers 157 to 158. Allude to Lord Shiva drinking the halahal poison. IEOEE cent UE. UE cent AY cent E cent sigma cent U yo cent divided by EAH 8H. Mgdakambaram Ramla. Priya Akara Sarvantha. Bajmi. 8. You are wrapped in the hide of a lion, the king of animals. Mrig equals wild animals of the forest, dish equals king. You wear a necklace of skulls. This symbolizes the fact that Lord Shiva is always aware of death and keeps this garland around his neck to constantly remind him of the futility of worldly life. You are the Lord of all in this world, you are dear to them. O Lord Shankar, I worship you, adore you, am devoted to you, and always remember you. Bajami. 8. Cent u sigma ic cent u oa divided by cent u e cent u cent divided by I sigma ua almost equal to u sigma e cent h 9h. Prakar praka pragalbar para. Aka aja. Bnuka praka. 9. 62. You assume a fierce and formidable form, Prachand, in your form as Lord Rudra. You are the supreme, the most exalted and the best God in creation. Prakrishtha. You are splendorous and radiant, Pragalama. You are the supreme being known as Parmshwar, Parisham. You are ancient, immutable, indivisible, whole, steady, constant and uniform. You are Aja, i.e. you have no birth or beginning, you are eternal and infinite. Refer to verse no 3 that says Lord Shiva is the personified form of Om. You are splendorous and radiant as millions of suns put together. Banu equals sun, Koti equals million, Prakash equals illumination, light. This epithet for Lord Shiva assumes significance because he is deemed to be the most enlightened amongst the gods. The illumination, light, splendor and radiance that is equivalent to the sun is a metaphoric way of saying that the level of gnosis and enlightenment that Shiva has achieved is unmatched in this creation as the light of the sun, which too is unrivaled in this world. 9. E-I-A-I-Y cent E-I-E-A, E cent divided by cent U divided by A cent divided by A cent H 10H. Trailer Nirm Lana Lapai. Bajha Bhavan Pati Bvagam Ya. 10. You can neutralize all the three types of horrors, Treshul, that torment the creature in this world. These three horrors are the following: I, Adhidavik equals torments caused by malignant stars, 2, Adhibautic equals torments caused by worldly entities such as enemies and opponents, and 3, Adhyatmic equals torments caused on the spiritual front. You hold a trident, Trishul, in your hands. This trident stands for these three horrors, and the ability of the Lord to neutralize them. I pay my obeisance, worship and adore Bajam, the Lord of Bhavani. Bhavani equals goddess Uma or Parvati, the mother goddess. Pati equals husband, Lord. With due faith, devotion and dedication, Bhava. 10. Sigma EAEA Sigma I, E Sigma AE9A Sigma EUEOEAUAUIIAEIAAUUU 11H. Kalta Kalya Kalpantaka. Sad Sajjanandat Per. 11. You are beyond measurements and comparisons with any of the Kailas one of creation. You are the one who provides all auspiciousness and welfare, Kalyan, to the world, and are also the Lord who brings to an end the era of creation known as the Kalpa, Kalpantakari. That is, on the one hand you take care of the welfare of the world, and on the other hand you end it also. You always give happiness, and, to those who are gentle, simple, polite, and honorable, Sajjan. That is, those who are gentlemanly should have no cause of fear from you as the fierce god of death who brings about the end of this world. It is only the wicked who need to harbor such fear. You are known as Purari, the Lord who has vanquished and slayed the demon known as Tripura. Or, it also might mean that you are the Lord who lives in 63. The inner self of the creature as his Atma. The word Pur means an abode, and Purari therefore means one who lives in this abode. According to the Upanishads, the Supreme Brahm resides in the subtle heart of the creature as his Atma. Brahm lives inside the gross body of the creature as his pure consciousness. This alludes to the fact that Lord Shiva is none else but the Supreme Transcendental Brahm himself. 11. Note, 1 Kala, see note of stanza no 6 herein above. They are also called the 16 Akashini Shaktis of creation that makes the possessor of these virtues much sought after in society. The word Akashini means one that attracts others, and the word Shakti of course means power. These are the following: I, the power possessed by Pran, the vital life-sustaining winds or airs which maintain the vibrations, the rhythm and the essential functions of life in this creation. 2. The power that comes with having Shraddha, i.e. having the eclectic virtues of faith, belief, conviction, reverence, respect and devotion that one has for his chosen deity, for the Supreme Being, and for the aim of life one has set for himself. 3. The power to be as vast, all-pervading and all-encompassing as the sky element known as Akash. 4. The power that is equivalent to that possessed by the wind or air element known as Vayu. That is so essential for life and its sustenance, and its proof lies in the fact one would die for want of air. V. The power that is known as Tij, literally meaning vigor, vitality, energy, dynamism etc. that are depicted by the fire element known as Agni that is so essential for life and its sustenance, and its proof lies in the fact one would die for want of heat and warmth. 6. The powers equivalent to those possessed by the water element, known as Apaha that is so essential for life and its sustenance, and its proof lies in the fact one would die for want of water. 7. The powers that are equivalent to the earth element known as Prithvi which is the base or foundation for all mortal creation, the power that helps one to sustain others and therefore it makes a person much sought after. 8. The powers displayed by the various sense organs of the body, called the Indriya, because it is these organs that enable the creature to achieve stupendous and most astounding tasks that are even beyond imagination. 9. The immense and most lauded power of the mind and subconscious known as the mana which has formidable potentials and reach, keeping the creature firmly held in its grip, and without which power nothing can be done or any success achieved in any field whatsoever. X. The power equivalent to that possessed by food or anna which is absolutely essential for survival, and has such powerful force of attraction that people go long distances in search of food, even kill each other over it. 11. The magnificent power to create and generate that is shown by the semen known as the Vairya which stands for courage, valor, potency, vitality and strength, vigor, dynamism etc., and anyone who possesses these glorious powers or virtues is surely much attractive and useful for others. 12. The power that comes with doing tapa, meaning austerity and penance, tolerance of hardship as a means of penitence, forbearance, carrying out strict religious vows in order to purify oneself, sufferance for some auspicious and noble cause, etc., virtues that make the person who possesses them have a magnetic appeal for others. 13. The powers inherent in the various mystical mantras which are great spiritual formulas with astounding potentials to fulfill all desires of the user. They are like keys to achieve success in any enterprise. It also refers to the ability to give good advice, the power to contemplate and think, concentrate and focus, and then logically arrive at a conclusion, the mystical powers that are an integral part of the mantra and represent the various dynamic forces of nature which could be invoked and harnessed by the creature and help him to utilize the latent cosmic energy, the strength, the dynamism and other magnificent powers incorporated in these mantras for the benefit of creation at large. 14. The power to do various deeds and take actions, the strength, energy and stamina to perform even difficult tasks, the powers that are an integral part of the theory of doing karma. 15. The powers that makes a man so powerful that he can have control over the various worlds called the 64. 3 lokas, i.e. the mortal world where the creatures live on earth, the lower heaven, called the Antariksha, where the junior gods and the spirits of dead ancestors live, and the upper heaven or Brahmloka, where the senior gods live. It also refers to the terrestrial world, the heavens and the netherworld, as well as the different worlds as experienced during the waking state, the dreaming state and the deep sleep states of existence of the consciousness, and finally, 16, the inherent power in one's good name, the power of Nam. This gives the person fame, acclaim, authority and respect in society. It bestows reputation, honor and glory that a person so much seeks in this world. This power of good name and its value in terms of making the man famous and eternal in the memory of others is so attractive that everyone wishes to gain some good name for himself in this world. A person with good name attracts others towards himself. A with acute cent OE cent OE UUUUUEUEUEUE divided by U9 OEUEH 12H. Sidnanda Sandampara. Prasta Prabman Matha. 12. You are eternally in a state of blessedness and blissfulness, Chidanand. You remove doubts, perplexities, confusions, vexations and delusions of all kinds. Hari equals to dispel, remove, Sandoha, Moha equals doubts and delusions. O Lord, Prabhu, who had conquered the invincible enemy symbolized by passions and desires that churn the mind and the heart, creating a state of flux, causing restlessness, anxiety, loss of peace and happiness, Manmathari. Please be gracious upon me, be pleased with me. 12. Y copyright symbol UEYEOEOEUA with acute 9 OE cent divided by cent AUU sigma UYUE, EE cent H13H. YA with tilde cent EEA9A9AUE cent EOE divided by U divided by A with tilde A with acute cent H14H. Naivadumtha Pdravinda. Bajantha LK par VA with Macron Na. 13. Navat Sukhanti Santpana. Prasta Prab Sarvapshdivsa. 14. As long as a person does not worship and have devotion for the holy feet of the Lord Avuma, i.e. Lord Shiva, he cannot ever expect to have any sort of peace and comfort, either in this world, current life, or in the world hereinafter, the next world after death, the next life, and neither is it possible for them to find freedom from the agony, horrors and distress caused by the three torments. These three types of torments are listed in verse no 10. O Lord, who resides in the heart of all living beings, as their Atma, their soul. 1. Kindly be pleased with me, be gracious upon me. 13 to 14. Note, 1. The very fact that the worshipper addresses Lord Shiva as the one who lives in the heart or the inner being of all creatures underlines the high level of his erudition and sagacity. The worshipper is paying his obeisance to the supreme transcendental Brahm when he offers his prayers to Lord Shiva. Non-duality between Brahm, Atma and Shiva is affirmed in the Rudra Upanishad. Verse no 3, stanza no 1-2. The non-duality or oneness between Brahm and Shiva has been expounded in Krishna Yajurveda's Varaha Upanishad, Canto 4, verse no 32, Dakshin Murti or Dakshin Mukhi Upanishad. 2. Atharva Veda's Atharvasha Upanishad. The Bhasma Jabal Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition was preached by Lord Shiva himself to sage Jabal Bhujand, and it highlights the fact that Lord Shiva 65 is no ordinary god, or even a senior one, being a member of the Trinity of gods, consisting of Brahma the creator, Vishnu the sustainer, and Rudra the concluder, but is the supreme transcendental Brahm himself personified. Shiva is the supreme being himself. Refer Bhasma Jabal Upanishad, Canto 1, Paragraph No 1, Canto 2, Paragraph No 3, 6-8. Yeau cent ie cent yao cent uoee cent divided by e cent h 15h. Najn Miyuga Japan Niva PJA with Macron. Nat ha sad savad samhu. Tubhaya. 15. I do not know how to do yoga, meditation, japa, repetition of the holy name of the Lord and his mantras, or puja, worship. O Lord Shambhu 1, Shiva. I only know one thing, and it is to always bow before you. That is, I am not an expert in any of the methods prescribed by the scriptures for one's spiritual welfare and for honoring the Supreme Being. I am not literate and wise enough to know them. I am a humble being, so the only thing I can do and know about is to bow most reverentially before you, unpretentiously and sincerely. 15. Note, 1 Shambhu, Lord Shiva is known as Shambhu as he is the one who remains uniform, unruffled and calm even under adverse situations. Shambhu is one who exists or is established in an enlightened state of highest consciousness, i.e. is Pu. That is marked by perfect self-control, complete neutrality, absolute tranquility, serenity, peacefulness and blissfulness, i.e. is Sham. Refer Atharva Shikha. Upanishad of the Atharva Veda tradition, Khandika 3. UE 90 EE cent divided by UE cent divided by 16h. Jar Janma Dukho for Tapyamna. Prab Phi Panama Am. 16. O Lord Shambhu, please save me from the horrifying agonies that accompany old age, death, and birth, i.e. from the endless cycle of birth and death. In other words, be merciful to grant me mukti or liberation and deliverance from the cycle of transmigration. Please ensure my emancipation and salvation in spite of the fact that I do not know how to offer formal forms of worship to you. See verse No 15. O Lord God, Prabhu, Isha, I come to seek shelter with you, please accept me. 16. Or O times. LECU sigma AOE cent OUQ cent A with acute, EUUAU times Y17H. YUA9A YUE divided by QEA times E cent EE divided by E, EOER 18H. Ilko. Rudrakamiddha Pikta Vipraharate. 17. Y Pahanti Narbhakte Ta with Macron Amhu Pras Dati. 18. 66. Shloka, this hymn known as Rudra Ashtak 1 was pronounced by the Vipra Brahmin, in honor of Lord Ha, Shiva. Those people who read it or use it to offer their obeisance to Lord Shiva, please the Lord, Lord Shiva is gracious upon them and pleased with them. Sholka numbers 17-18. This hymn precedes Doha No 108 of Utter Kant, Ramcharit Manas of Goswami Tulsidas. Note, 1 The word Ashtak means 8. This hymn is called Ashtak because it contains 8 verses of 2 lines each, totaling 16 lines in all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 67. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 3. Shiva Manas Puja. Ivamnazaphi. The Shiva Manas Puja is a hymn used for offering mental prayers and worship to Lord Shiva. Fko Ekulaiwatk. Trus percent dfuri cluf getty s percent la cu apfno, kekja u kuk drufukfkra ezen kenkfoera sp unu tilde. Tkrpide fco equals jfpriqiap/qarfkk9 so n, kfu/ksi kchurs ard fire x arc tilde aa1a. Ivamnazapi. Ratni kalpitamzana image lisna ca divimbara. Nratnaviphitam gamadm kitar kandanam. Chtgam parkabilve patrarasitar pu par ch bartath. Tbardvadani por patragalpitar goitam 1. O Lord, Shiva, who is a treasury of mercy and kindness, the Lord known as Pashupati. Please accept my mental prayers and offerings. I hereby offer you a throne, studded by precious gems to sit upon. I bathe you with cool water, or I offer cool water for the purpose of ablution to you. I offer you divine clothes decorated with many types of magnificent gems. I offer you scented sandalwood mixed with musk. I offer you palmful of flowers such as juhai, jasmine, and champa, mishlia, champaka, along with leaves of the bilva, wood apple, tree. I also mentally offer you fragrance known as jup, incense, and show you ceremonial light by earthen lamps. 1. Lkso.ksz k.mjfprsic equals s, k rurik, lahk, ikfo/kai, ksnf/k, krajek kaya ikud tilde. Oakt kuk, rakut yahashfja dzj, k.mxtoya rk equa yuki, k fojfpa ahkdr, kchkks lod cash. AA2A. So varne veritnak harasit pa with macron tia gerta pisa. Barkyar pankavia padat here utaram phala nakam. 68. Yunmayuta jala rusakra karprak hachvala. Mblamanas may virasitar bhakti prabsvgarutu. I am offering to you 5 types of food offerings in the way of a sweet pudding made of milk and rice to which curd and pure clarified butter has been added, in a golden pot embedded and embellished with newly cut gems. I also offer you food and refreshment in the form of plantain fruits, a sweetened drink and many types of vegetables, as well as cool and sweet water made fragrant with addition of camphor. Then I offer you betel leaves, as a mouth freshener. O Lord, I am offering all these to you mentally. Please accept them. 2. N equals ikej, ks, qzxao, tuda pknks de fuzyo.kkx fya ndkgydykx her pur, arfkko. lkvkac.kfr% lrqfrcs gfo/kklra se. Kaloius u lefisra ro for hkks iwatka xgk.kchkksaa3a. Chitrakmara yoryuga vijane kark daraka numala. Vbrindiga kale kalgta si ain tuartath. Zgapriati stu turbuvi hitat samasta me. Sakalpna samapitar tava vibe pja with macron gay prab 3. I welcome you and offer you the ceremonial umbrella, 2 whisk, a handheld fan, a clean mirror, various musical instruments such as the veena, Indian lute, piri, kettle drum, mridanga, tabla, tambourine, timbal, and dundubhai, a big kettle drum. I also welcome you by singing auspicious songs, hymns, and dancing, in happiness. I pay my respects to you by prostrating myself before you, and chanting many hymns. Lord, please be kind to accept my mental form of worship. 3. VKRECROA FXFJTKF% LGPJK% CK.KK% OJJA IWTKAR S for K, XXXBOOK funds /KFLFKFR%. LKKJ% in, KS% CNF, K.kfof/K% LRKS equals KF.K log ZFXJKS at ZDJKSFE runf, QRX rock/Q tilde. AA4A. A with Macron TMA with Macron Vagiraj Marti Sahakar PRA with Macron A with Macron Uragay. PJA with Macron T via Pabgari Khan Nide Samisthiti. Sankra Payday Pradekaya Vi Stri Savgo. Yadyate Kamar Kami Tate Dakhila Am Tavdanam 4. O Shamhu, Shiva. You represent my Atma, the pure conscious soul, the true self. Parvati, Shiva's consort, represents my buddhi, intellect, your gunas. Attendants, represent my prans, vital winds /s, my body is your shrine, desire for all sorts of objects of the world and their enjoyment is symbolic of your worship, i.e. when I worship you I imagine I am enjoying the best in the world, whatever I desire is for the purpose of serving you and offering worship to you. My sleep represents the spiritual state of samadhi, the trance-like state of transcendental existence when the person is unaware of the surrounding world. All my movements are equivalent to going around you in a ritual known as doing circumambulation during formal forms of worship of a deity, and all that I speak, all my words are like hymns sung in your honor. 69. In other words, O Lord, whatever I do is a form of a symbolic worship and offering to you. My whole life and each of its deeds and actions are deemed to be one or the other form of worship offered to you. 4. DJPJ.nra OKDDK, TARDASDA OKJO.ku, UTA OK equal OKIJ /KE tilde. Faf Griefofka OK Lozer, KE lo ST, T, D hash.KKC /KS Jex no 8 SAA5A. BFR Jep no Edgpk, Zvojvpik F ko Ekulai Wutglek Karakari Katav Kyaja Kamaja VA with Macron Ravanaya Naja VA with Macron Nasa. Vbadam. Viatamavahita VA with Macron Sarvamp Tarkamasva Jaya Jaya Kera Abdaramadava. Am 5. Itaramede Karkraya Virasit Ivam Nazapisampt. Lord. Whatever wrong or sins I may have committed with my hands, legs, words / speech, body, deeds / actions, ears, eyes or mind / heart, whether they are known or unknown, evident or hidden, I beg you to please forgive me for them. On Lord Mahadeva Shambhu. You are an ocean of mercy, kindness, compassion and grace. Glory to you, glory to you. 5. Thus ends the hymn of Shiva's mental form of worship composed by Shankaracharya. ***************** 70. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 4. Shiva Parad Kshamappan Stotra. Rivpadakampanas Shri Shiva Parad Kshamappan Stotra. This hymn is used to request Lord Shiva to forgive and pardon all the wrongdoings and sins committed by the living being, inadvertently or by perforce, and from the adverse consequences of which he is suffering. JHF Kokij /K, KEKULRK equals E tilde S. VKNKS Desgal KR tilde DY, FRDYQKA Eka DQ, KKS Fufkra Eka for.U equals keys /E S do FK, FR Ferjka TKBJKS. Krosnk percento. SR equals NQ%, KAO, FK, FR Ferjka OD, RS PSUOAQA, Curo. KSS times IJK /K% FKO 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 HKKS Jegno S. AXAA1AA. Rivpadakampanas Tram. Dal karma praisagt kalariati kaluum to kukors thita ma with macron. Vimtarem doyamat hikvathiati nita jarj davd. Yardid vaitat duka viathiati nita yakyat navaktu. Kantavi empaha siva bhr m1. First of all, the consequences of my past misdeeds have made me lie tormented in the mother's abdomen, womb. Then I am further tormented with hunger and thirst as I lie surrounded in filth of urine and stool there. Who can describe the countless horrors and miseries that one faces there, mother's womb, continuously? O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu, please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my dmyanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 1. CKY, SN%, KKFRJSDKSQ ik thyroid percent LRU, ikas vehicle cuxod PSF uns, sh, KS cox.ktverk QT urixika. RQNF Yura U cuxfunk percent, Kns Newage OK percent SQ Uja Ulegkfu, Kuro, KS0AA2AA. 71. BA with Macron LY Duktuk Malalulatava Pustanyapan Pips. En Arctic and Dryabhi Bavagwahanit John Tav MA with Macron Tudanti. Nerd Deduk Drudana Peravara Akaranas Mami. Kantavi. 2. Infancy was not much better. During this period there were a lot of miseries and anguish. The body used to remain smeared in dust and excreta of the body. There was a constant thirst which forced me to suck the breast of the mother. The body and its organs had no power or strength to do anything. It made me completely dependent upon others and left me to their whims and mercy. Various types of insects and organisms, incited by the Maya of Shiva, used to bite and tease me. I used to cry continually because of the misery and pain caused by many types of diseases. How unfortunate I am that even during these testing times I could not invoke the blessings of Lord Shiva and request his intervention to provide me with succor. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu, please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my dmyanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 2. CKSAA, Kuro, K0SAA3AA. Prauha Yavanas Thvayavayad Hari Pankap Hermamazandal. Danavivka suited Haneuvatis Vde Sorkhinia. Ave Saint Vinamama Rudayamam Nagavdaha. Kantavi. 3. When I grew up and became an adolescent, 5 types of serpents representing the attractions of the sense organs towards their respective objects in the material world began to torment me, and they collectively bit me, causing me further miseries. These 5 organs are the organs of perception such as eye, which forced my mind to look at things not good for my moral well-being, the ear that forced my mind to hear such things that were not conducive to my peace and happiness, the tongue which forced my mind to taste things and long for them though they ruined my health, the nose which compelled me to indulge in things that gave out a sweet fragrance, and the skin which made me sensual and sexually pervert, desirous of enjoying worldly pleasures that gratified my organs. Intoxicated by the bite of these serpents, I lost my mind and sense of wisdom, property and propriety. As a result, I wallowed in the pleasures and comforts that are usually associated with acquisition of a wife, a son and wealth. Even during this time I had not remembered you, i.e. worshipped and paid my respects to you, and instead roamed around full of pride and arrogance in my heart. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu, please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my dmyanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 3. OK, ZD, SPSF uns, K.K Fox 6 free for PKF /NOCFNKI S% SIKS XXFO Z, XXRU Offeroik %SCKSF Guapin Hu tilde. A. FEF, KEX KFHKYK KX for SEEUX /KWTZVS KZU kilowatt U, AA, Kuro, KS0AA4AA. VA with Macron RD Daki kan drive Vigatage tematic die Dave de Pi. Pi Agervia Geist Vanavasatava Pu Prau Hina Si Aidnam. 72. Mithime Pilar Brahmati Mama Man Durja Dinan Ya. Kantavi. 4. Even during my old age when my body and its organs and faculties are weak and feeble, my mind and intellect have slowed down, and I am being tormented by countless miseries arising out of the traitaps, my accumulated sins, diseases and grief caused by so many separations from near and dear ones, who have either left or abandoned me and gone elsewhere, or have died. I still do not remember you. Shiva. Instead, my mind and heart are shackled to false hopes and expectations, and I am being tormented by unfulfilled desires and wishes. Woe to me! I still do not remember Lord Shiva. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu. Please be kind to forgive me for my sins and mide me annas. Forgive me, forgive me. 4. Uxod, Alekadesk Frinkskuka, OK, KDQYK, a JKSRS Okak ZDFK ESF, Tgafofks Chakes SLLKJSQ. A. Ukulfk /KES SFOPJ Jo.Kua, KS% FDFUFN / KFLRO, AA. Kuro, KS0AA5AA. NAQSMTA Karma Pratapa Gahana Pratya Vikuk Haya. Rort VA with Macron RTA with Macron Katha Mdvijakula Viet Brahmamksus. NA with Macron STHA with Macron Derm Vikru Ravamananaki Nadi Itavia. Kantavi. 5. Being constantly tormented by so many horrors and miseries, I do not find time to observe even the basic requirements of religious life and auspicious behavior expected from a householder, what to talk of higher levels of auspicious, noble and righteous living that is ordained for a Brahmin in the scriptures, and which prepares one for realization and attainment of Brahm. That is, throughout life I was running from pillar to post pursuing my false agenda, and now that I have become old, neither would the bad old habits die nor does my weak body have the strength and the ability to observe religious sacraments and study the scriptures. I wasted my life in futility. I have no faith in religious practices, I have no inclination for hearing and studying the scriptures, and obviously I can't do meditation and contemplation. In this situation, O Shiva, you are my only succor. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu. Please be kind to forgive me for my sins and mide me annas. Forgive me, forgive me. 5. Lakroxia. WKDKYS Luufoth /KFO KKS Ukara XKRKS, Iwat KFK plus or minus OKDN KFPN tilde KKSKK, K.MFC Yonikfu. A. Ukarak Iokkaik LJFL Fod Fogzu /Kik Ron FK plus or minus O, Kuro, KS0AA6AA. SNA with Macron TVA with Macron Pratyakal Snapanaviaviau Nurta Gatya. Purta VA with Macron CAD Sidebar Hutaragahant Kabulvdalni. NA with Macron NTA with Macron Padmamal Sares I Vikasit Gandapup Vedartha. Kantavi. 6. I had never come to you to offer the holy water of river Ganges after my daily bath in the morning, i.e. I bothered about taking a bath myself but never bothered to bathe. 73. I had never brought the leaves of the vilva tree, wood apple, from the forest to offer you for worship, and neither did I ever bring the lotus flower from the pond or some kind of other flowers or even the scent to offer you. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu. Please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my jnanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 6. NQX/XA/OKT, CANSF/KFLRLFGRS luck USO FYAX FYIRAP UNUK S DUTFOGF IFTRA U. Covers %O. /QS DISGNISFOSFO /KJL, CASUSO HK, XIG JES Curo, K0 SAA7A. Dugdermedvgiok ter dadizita sarate isen patan niva liga. En lipta kandandi I kane kavirasate I putana prasne I. Tbikar prad per vivi araziu ter niva barkaiparai. Kantavi. 7. I had never washed, offered oblation and done ablution of your lingam with a mixture of honey, clarified butter, curd and sweetened milk, and had never applied a paste of sandalwood on it. I had also not offered worship to it using the flowers of the thorn apple tree, scent, lamp, camphor and sweet things. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu. Please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my jnanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 7. /KROCFBOOK SF COC, ACPQJRJ /QRUOS NUKA F, TH, KSS GO, RSY, KL, SGQs ROGANUSA UKFISRA CHTEU equals %SA. UX RIRAXKRHJS OSTIFU, S#NZTKI, SUZEDOS NES %O, CURO, KS0AA8AA. DHYA with Macron TVA with Macron Sitive Khaya Pra Curataradhana Datadvijphi. Havia T Le Kasak Haya Hutave Avadan Patab Jamantrai. Entap Targata Vrata Japani Imai Rudraj Planavdai. Kantavi. 8. I had not remembered you and your holy name Shiva, and I have never made charities. I had also not performed a fire sacrifice using your Bij mantra 100,000 times while making offerings to the sacred fire. I had neither done any vratas, observing religious fastings, or japa, repetition, with your Rudra mantra, nor did I do any other type of religious deed on the banks of the holy river Ganges. That is, I had never either bothered to worship you or even worried about my own spiritual welfare. Therefore, I am very stupid and sinful. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu. Please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my jnanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 8. Fufkrok Elfkas LJKSTSC.co, ehrdq.myslw, xzo kurs lokurs sahusktfkosti, KSFR is. IJP, SA. FYKS Chaukt, Esseldiruksra Uja Ulejkfu, Curo, KS0AA9AA. Sthitv with Macron N Sarj Prave Maya Marutkual Skmamg. A with Macron NTSVA with Macron NT Prul Prakite Avibav Jaterp Parkhi. Ligaj Bramavki Se Kalatanugate Akaranas Mami. Kantavi. 74. 9. I do not ever attempt to do meditation and focus my attention on the subtle lotus of 1,000 petals, i.e. the subtle heart, where it is believed that the nectar of bliss that comes with self-realization lies, i.e., I have never tried to contemplate upon the Atma, the pure consciousness that is my true self, and realization of which leads to extreme bliss and beatitude. It is at the core of this subtle lotus that the vital winds known as the prans hear. The cosmic nod, the cosmic sound that resonates in the core of the heart and is representative of the cosmic consciousness, and since I have failed to meditate upon it, I have failed to hear it and derive its spiritual benefits. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu, please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my jnanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 9. Uk sucks foo %LKQ, FL equals xq.kfojfx/orec/q/KDKJKSS sucklx ZSU, LRNF fo ZFNR cox.KKSQU so NV %DNKFPR tilde. A. Mu, Kolfk, K Rocker Fox at Fire Oja Ulegkfu, Kuro, KS0A10A. Nagnizigord Dastrigwavira heat Dvastamdaka. NA with Macron SA with Macron GRN Yastadravida Tabavagu Niva Drakadsit. Unmani Vaste TVA with Macron Vigatakalymala Akaranus Mami. Kantavi. 10. I have never forsaken this artificial world, and had never meditated upon you by abandoning all external coverings represented by clothes. I have never led an austere life like that of a hermit or an ascetic. I had never discarded clothes and company, i.e., I had never left my attachments with the gross material world, and I had never been pure and pious. I have never risen above the effects of the three gunas, the three basic qualities that drive all characteristics in this world, known as Sata Guna, the Raja Guna, and the Tamar Guna, I never became neutral and indifferent to the world. I had never eliminated the darkness created by moha, worldly attachments. And I had never reached the higher state of meditation in which the practitioner focuses his attention on the tip of the nose, becomes indifferent to the world, and is able to experience the presence of the Shiva Tattva. Then I do not also remember and meditate upon your auspicious and holy form that is pure and divine. Therefore, I have not attained and enjoyed the bliss of Shiva realization that comes in the higher state of spiritual existence known as unmani state. This refers to the state of consciousness wherein the creature is neutral and unaware of the body and the world around him, and instead remains engrossed in meditation and contemplation. O Shiva, O Shankar, O Mahadeva, O Shambhu, please be kind to forgive me for my sins and my jnanas. Forgive me, forgive me. 10. Punsk Sokful KS, KJS Legts XK /KJS Ojs Lizks KRD.BD.Ks Fuchs U equals Ksrfkosokajs SA. Nfrotenrelunch Kekj /KJSQ equals YKSD, LKJSSGJSX, KKFK plus or minus DQ hash FPUCO FUKF, KIQ, LRQS FTA DESF %AA11A. Kan Deeb Sitak Ha Smara Ha Gagda Akar. Sarper Pitaka Hakaravivar NTRT the Vavna. 75. Dantit Vakurta Sundambaradya Trail Kyasraha. Mkatar Kuru Satave Timer Kilmanyastuki Karmab High 11. To achieve moksha, spiritual emancipation and salvation, liberation and deliverance, one ought to focus his mind and the subconscious in meditation on Lord Shiva, on whose forehead is glowing with the light of the crescent moon, who is an eliminator of all negativities caused by darpa, arrogance, haughtiness, deceit, conceit, wickedness, pretensions, who bears the holy river Ganges on his head, in the matted lock of hairs, who is a personified form of auspiciousness and well-being, whose neck and ears are adorned by serpents wrapped around them, fire spews out from whose third eye, who wraps his body with the thick hide of an elephant, and who represents the essence of the whole creation known as Triloki, the three worlds: terrestrial, heavens and nether. What is the use of doing any other religious deed if moksha is attainable so easily? 11. FDA okas u/kus okftfhk% qsjkt, USFDA FDA OKIQ equals DY equals FE equals IKFKNSKUSKSUSFD tilde Crossr K.KHK cube tilde XJ Q lifn JSR KT, a UX NWJR% a lock rec FK plus or minus X hash OKD, RKSQHKT Jikos Hawaii tilde. AA12A. Kivnaj Hanav Jikrib Hypoptna Ajinaki. Kiva with Macron Putre Kalatramitre Porb Herdnagna Kim. Jtvatat Karbagara Sapadi Artigia Mandrata. Svtmthaguraf Kyate Baja Apavat Valabam 12. What is the benefit of these worldly acquisitions such as wealth, horses, elephants and kingdom? Similarly, what is the benefit of having sons, a wife, friends, domestic animals, a healthy body and a home? O my manna, mind! They are all transient and perishable, so discard them from a distance, and stop thinking about them. Instead, rely upon the advice given by a wise guru. Moral preceptor, the scriptures, by having devotion for and thinking of Lord Shiva, who is the divine husband of the mother goddess, Parvati. This will help you to attain self-realization and its attendant bliss, peace, happiness, beatitude and felicity. 12. VK, question Z, FRI, a kff nua, KFR, K, A, K su ACR, K, KF your XRK% equals Z FNOC% DKYKSO, KD% O. Y, ALRKS, RJHK pig for QPRth for Alequeka oj.xra oj.kn roa J, KJ, KK/KA 13AA. Yernayati Payate Pratadina Yati Kaya Yavana. Prayuin T Gat Punana Divas Ka with Macron El Jagord Barkaka. Lakmstyataragak Apple Video College Vita. Tasn Maragate Arada Vareka Rakdyan 13. My age is running away fast, I.E. I am getting older with every passing day, and so is my youthfulness, that is also waning rapidly with each passing day. The days that have gone by do not come back again. The Kal, time and death factors, is gobbling up the world steadily. Lakshmi, worldly wealth, prosperity and pomp, is as unsteady and ever changing as the flowing current of water. Life is as flickering, transient and 76. Unpredictable as the lightning, seen during the rainy season, in the sky, here now and vanished the other moment. In this scenario, I have only one source of succor and solace, and it to seek shelter with Lord Shiva, who is very graceful to those who seek refuge with him. Hence, O Lord Shiva, please protect me who has come to seek refuge with you. Protect me, protect me. 13. DJPJ.nra OKDDK, TARDASDA OKJO.ku, UTA OK Equala OKIJK /KE tilde Afaf Grief Ofka OK. Lozizr, KE Lo T, T. D#KKC /KS Jegnso 8 SA 14 BFR Jepno Ejkk, Zvojvpura JHF Kokijk /K, Keki ULRKS equals a li.kze tilde. Karakari Katav Kyaja Kamaja Va with Macron Ravanayanaja Va with Macron Nasa. Vbadam. Viatamavahita Va with Macron Sarvamptakamasva Jaya Jaya Kara Abdaramadva. Am 14. Itramede Karkraya Virasitariv Pada Kampanastra. Sampram. Whatever wrongs and sins that I may have done or committed, inadvertently or willingly, with my legs, hands, words /speech, body, deeds /actions, ears, eyes and mind /heart, whether they are known or unknown, O Lord, who is an ocean of mercy and compassion, please be kind to forgive them all. Glory to you, glory to you. 14. Thus ends the hymn called the Rivpada Kampanastra by Shankaracharya. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 77. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 5. Vedasa Shiva Stavaha. Vdasrava Stavat. Vedasa Shiva Stavat. This hymn presents the essential form of the divinity known as Shiva that is endorsed in the Vedas. Osnuktvkaolro%. Ikvuka ifra ikyuk kaijs kaik stuns, esnfuka okur ojs dot, e tilde. tvktwve /slqjn tilde xkokfya q egn so estelejkflejkfya tilde aa1a. Vdasrava stavat. Pan pati pana paragajandrasia kati vasna verim. Hajamadis fragafrimadvamka smami smarim 1. He, Shiva, who is the protector of all living beings, who is the destroyer of sins, who is the supreme being known as Parmshwar, the supreme lord of creation, who wears the hide of an elephant, who is excellent, the most exalted and the best, and in whose lock of hairs on the head the holy river Ganges plays or frolics around, I bow most reverentially to such a divine Lord Mahadeva, the great god Shiva, who is also the killer or vanquisher of Kamdeo, passions and lust. 1. XKALJSKAQLQJKJKFRZUKKA4HKQ Farukfka Foka, HKWKE tilde. For ik, KFEU. Dzokfaf equals U equals S Alanka unim CHKQ I cod equals E tilde AA2A. Mahasura Saratana Vibe Hu Vivantha Vibe Shtigaborm. Verb Kamindvar Kavna Trintra Sadnandam Prabhu. Pankavaktram 2. He, Shiva, is the great Lord, Mahesh, and the King of Gods, Suresh. He destroys the sorrows and miseries of gods. He is almighty, omnipresent and the eternal Lord. Vibhu. He is the Lord of the entire world, Vishwanath. And he is decorated by a smear of ash, Vibhuti, from the fire sacrifice. His 3 eyes are represented by the sun, the moon and the fire. Hence he has an unconventional form, Vairapan. He is always cheerful and blissful, say Dharanand. And he has 5 mouths, Pangshavaktra. 2. 78. fxjhkax.kskaxysuhio.k plus or minus xozunskv /k, ax.kkihrie tilde. Co hkk lo ha hklk fork wa kokadi equals ahkt siad equals e tilde aa3a. Jaragaragorn lavaragavn de ha gatapam. Bhavabsvera basman pitga bhavan kalatrabaj. Pankavaktram 3. He, Shiva, is the lord of the mountains, Gairish. He is the lord of his attendants, Gaish, as well as the father of Lord Ganesh. He has a blue-tinged throat. He rides a bull, known as Nandi. He has countless forms, being a personified form of the Supreme Being who has countless forms too. He is the progenitor of the entire creation. He is an embodiment of light and illumination. He has ash of the fire sacrifice smeared all over his body. I worship and pay my obeisance to such a Lord Shiva who has 5 mouths, and is the divine consort of Parvati, the mother goddess. 3. F cocked cure xoko ek /xexes xq alpha u tilde tvktwv /q tilde roastx txn tilde o kidx for oiclhnClhnchkksi.kziaa4aa Ivnta am akadhaim almanalin hajadrin Vamk jagord fipak vivarpa prasta prab proper 4. O Shamhu, the dear husband of Parvati. O the Lord who has the moon adorning his forehead. O the great god known as Maheshwar. O the Lord who holds a trident. O the Lord who has matted lock of hairs on his head. O the Lord who has revealed himself in the form of the entire creation. O Lord, you are the only one who is present in the entire creation uniformly. O Lord who is whole, complete and immutable. Be pleased with me, be pleased with me. 4. Ij krekesta tx teka fujka fujkt jeko akyo z tilde sa. Rkstk, rsy, rs, su for oa reka hkts ye, rs, equals for oe tilde aa5aa. Part namka jagord bjamdia nahania kram kravdim. Yatjit pliat unaviva tamarbaj liat yatra visvam 5. He, Shiva, is the supreme Atma, soul, of creation, and therefore known as the Paramatma, is one and only one of his kind, i.e. has a non-dual and eternal existence. Is the primary and primordial cause of this creation or existence coming into being. Has no desires as he is self-contented, has no specific form and shape, and is represented by the cosmic sound of Om, that is regarded as the universal sound. Symbol of the cosmic consciousness and the supreme transcendental Brahm, the divine being. The whole world is not only created by him and protected by him but also merges in him at the time of its final dissolution. Verily, I pay my obeisance and worship to such a great Lord known as Shiva. 5. 79. Uk fuz kicks u of uzok, q and uzpkdk keklrsur ungzu funk za. Uxhxzu ora unkkkssuoskkksu, l, kflr ufotfl equals ufa plus or minus rel msaa 6a. Nub myrna ca with macron p na varnerna vina kamst nut and na nide. Na grm na ta na d na vina system tistrim t tam 6. Though the entire world is deemed to be created in his image, and he has revealed himself in the form of each unit of creation without exception, still it is a mystery that he is not the earth, not the water, not the fire, not the wind, not the sky, he is not the drowsiness, not the sleep. He is not summer, not the winter. He has no particular abode or place where he resides specifically or to the exclusion of other places, because he is omnipresent and all-pervading. He has no specific forms or attire either. Verily, I pay my obeisance and worship to such a great Lord known as Shiva, who is formless on the one hand, and known as Trimurti, the Lord with 3 forms. On the other hand, the Trimurti form of Shiva symbolizes the fact that the entire creation having 3 dimensions, 3 aspects or 3 phases of time, viz. the past, the present and the future, are revelations of one divine entity known as Shiva. In this sense Shiva refers to the supreme being known as Brahm who has manifested himself in the form of this world having 3 dimensions. 6. Vda ok ora dkj.ka f coad soya kuda kuk tilde rqjh, a representic jekagwa si sija ikara, sragu tilde aa7a. Ajavata kra kran iva kvalab se karbsim. Turaya tama pramdi antana prapadi parapvana. Dvaitanam 7. He is without any birth, Aja, because he is eternal and infinite as the truth, which also has these characteristics. He is constant and steady, being present uniformly. Everywhere, he is eternal and universal, Shaswat. He is the very cause that is at the root of all other causes in this creation. He is auspicious, holy, truthful and divine. Shiva. He is one of his only kind, being non-dual and matchless, Qual. He is not only self-illuminated, splendorous and radiant himself, Basakam, but is the one who grants these virtues to others who shine in the reflection of his glory, Basakam. He exists in the transcendental state of consciousness known as Turiya. He is untouched by and beyond the reach of darkness created by ignorance and delusions. He is without a beginning and an end. Verily, I pay my obeisance and worship to such a great Lord, Shiva, who is most holy and divine, who is supreme and transcendental, and who has no trace of duality in him, i.e. there is no confusion or doubt about him. 7. UELRS for HKKS for OEWRS UELRS FMGUAN yes ZA UELRS RIX KSXXE UELRS Chkfakuks AA8AA Namast Vibe Vivamd Namast Sidnandant Namast Tapigar Gamya Namast Rutijnagamya 8. 80. I pay my obeisance to and bow before the Lord who is almighty and eternal, Vibhu, and who is a personified form of the entire world, or is an embodiment of the whole world being his image. I repeatedly bow before the Lord who is an image of eternal bliss and consciousness. I repeatedly bow before the Lord who is attained by doing tapa, austerity and penances, and yoga, meditation. I repeatedly bow before the Lord who is attained by the knowledge of the Vedas, or is the Lord indicated and implied in the teaching of the Vedas. 8. CHKKSOEIC.KS for HKKS for UKFK EGNO SAKSIG KSF equals US equals A. F cocked cure oka lejk jesik ron u, KS oj dot, KSSUEQ. KSUX, percent AA9A. Prab lap vibe vivanthamaddva am mahatrintra. Ivantan to smap her vadan y varina ma with macron ny na Gaia 9. O Lord, O the one who holds the trident, O the Lord who is almighty and eternal. Vibhu, O the Lord of the world, Vishwanath, O the great God known as Mahadeva, O Shambhu, O Mahesh, the great Isha or great Lord God with 3 eyes. O the dear Lord, husband, of Shiva, Parvati. O the Lord who is calm and serene. O the Lord who had vanquished calm, lust and passions. O the Lord of the world, Purari. There is no one more exalted, more worthy of respect and honor, and more important than you. 9. AXXKD#.KKE, OEIC.KSXKSJERSIKCHIKKUK tilde DKKHERS KTXNSRNSD and Elroa Gaflik Fulfon /KKFLX times FLAA 10A. Ammaha Karumaya Lap Gipat Por Panin. Kdat Karua Yujagortadkastva Hansi Sai Vidadsai. Mavasai 10. O Shambhu, O Mahesh, O the merciful Lord, O the one who holds a trident, O the dear husband of Gauri, Parvati, O Pashupati, literally the Lord of animals, but implying the Lord who controls one's animal-like instincts and negative qualities, O the one who destroys one's spiritual shackles that tie down a person like an animal to this gross world. O Lord of Kashi, Varanasi, the holy pilgrim city. It is only you, the merciful one, who creates, sustains and then ultimately concludes this creation. O Lord, you are this world's only Lord, the undisputed Lord. 10. Rooks Zufan so Kolejksro, so FRBFRTXUEM Faruk FKA. Ro, so XPNFRY, a TXNSRNHKFYK reader GJPUKPFO for U tilde AA11AA. BFR Jepno Edgkp, ZNRKS Osnukfkolro %li.kze tilde. 81. Vatjagord Bhavati Dvabhava Smavayavatai Hati Jaganmra. Vivantha. Vayava Gakati Laya Jagorta Delict Makahara. Karkaravivar Pin 11. Itr Karkrai Akat Vdasra Ivastavasam Pram. O Lord, this entire world has its origin in you, you are its creator. This world is established in you, you are its foundation. And at the time of conclusion this world merges with you, dissolves in you. It reminds one of your gross and visible form known as the lingam. You are the Lord of this world like you being the Lord of the lingam. Oha, Shiva. This world consisting of mobile and immobile creature, such as the animals and plants respectively, is nothing but your image, your manifestation. 11. Thus ends the hymn called Vdasra Ivastava by Shankaracharya. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 82. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 6. Shivashtak. Ivakam. The Shiva Ashtak, the hymn known as Shivastak, consists of 8 verses, Ashtak equals 8, of 2 lines each. F cock d tilde. Les ue %ijigj.kdkj.kk, nextoitofafiixbook, a. Uksunskjnk.myhkwk.kk, schajunsfo.kgojnk, ue %f cock, aa1a. Ivakam. Tas may I nama paramer kred ptishvalach valate pigalal kanya. Ndraraka takuala bia brandre vuvaradia nama. Ivia 1. I reverentially bow before the Lord, Shiva, who is the cause of all other causes, i.e. he is the one who gives rise to the first cause, he is the first spark that sets off a chain reaction, consisting of cause and effect. He has radiant eyes that glow with the golden or orange color of fire. He is adorned with necklaces made up of serpents coiled around his ears and neck. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva, who also grants boons to other great gods such as Brahma the creator, Vishnu the sustainer, and Indra who is the king of gods. These gods are the senior gods in the pantheon of gods, and are capable of granting boons independently. Lord Shiva is more powerful and exalted than them, because they seek his blessings and patronage. Shiva grants them their wishes, and therefore is senior to them, because only a person who occupies a senior position in any hierarchy is entitled to grant permission and privileges to those lower down in the rung, and not vice versa. 1. Jerklua kfkuxk.kk, Ossisuns konupkvkrigsbook, a. Psyklianjek suns futsrak, YKSD equals, KFRZGJ.KK, UE%F-Kok, AA2AA. Aramat Prasana Apanigabaya Ailndrajvedana Batalkania. Kyle Samandaraman Dranik Taniel Gatrayatihara Nama Ivia 2. 83. He, Lord Shiva, has the wonderful moon and the serpents as his only adornment and ornamentation. The daughter of the mountains, i.e. Parvati, his divine consort, kisses him on his eyes as a show of affection. He has his abode in Mount Kailash and Mount Mahendra, which is the mountainous abode of gods. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva, who also removes the 3 types of sorrows of the 3 worlds. The 3 types of sorrows are known as Trayitap. They are Adhidavik. The one caused by malignant spirits and stars, Adhibhautik, the one caused by this mortal world and its creatures, and Adhyatmic, the one caused by spiritual ignorance and delusions. The 3 worlds are the past, the present and the future. It also means the heaven, the terrestrial and the nether world or the hell. 2. Iaconcrief.kd.mixxokk, qn.kkx #punupfsk, a. hkli kuktfodpxrifidk, qhixctd.blnkk, UE%F-Kok, AA3AA. Padmvatame Kualagvriya Kagaru Prakure Kandanas Asatya. Basam Nuak Tavakakt Palamalakyan Nubjakaha Sadriya Nama Ivia 3. He wears large earrings crafted from solidified nectar extracted from the core of the lotus flower, and from which a shower of radiant rays of brilliant light emerges. He has his body smeared with a paste made from aloe wood and sandalwood. He is adorned with ash from the fire sacrifice, fully blooming lotus flowers, and jasmine. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva, who also has a blue tinged throat. 3. Yekufayuv kektkvksrudvk, navikchkaifodvkadvksjok, essay. O, K, /kjk, ukchk, s equals yksd, ukfkufuk, sue%f-kok, aa4aa. Lambatsa pigalajam ukatkaya dankalavikat beravia. Virgin Bharajyarya Manarya Trail Kyanthanama Nama. Ivia 4. He, Lord Shiva, looks awesome with the golden-colored locks of long hairs dangling from his head, giving the impression that he is wearing an unconventional crown. He looks very formidable and terrible with strong jaws and sharp teeth, and this form of the Lord creates fear, and gives him the name Bhairath. He is wearing the hide of a tiger. In spite of all these he looks very affable, pleasing and attractive. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva, before whom even the seniormost gods who rule over the 3 worlds themselves pay their obeisance by bowing before him. 4. N. Kifrug, Kuk Kuk, F. Kek equals Ikchunkyo, Kruk, A. Chasftsrix /oskxfunuruk, KSXK, Kxufuk, UE%F-Kok, AA5A. Dakapraj Patimamak Hainania Kiprama Tripuradnavatania. Brahmrajatad Vagakarinik and Tanya Yajia Yaganamatya Nama Ivia 5. 84. He, Lord Shiva, is the one who had destroyed the sacrifice of Daksha Prajapati. Because he had insulted the Lord out of his stubborn rudeness, arrogance and haughtiness. This incident is narrated in Ramcharitmanas or the Ramayana of Tulsidas, in its Bal Kant, from Doha No 60 to Shopai line No 4 that precedes Doha No 65. He is the Lord who had quickly and easily killed the fierce demon named Tripuraja. He had also severed the upper 5th head of Brahma, the creator, because he had become exceedingly haughty and arrogant. This incident is narrated in Devi Puran Mahabhagwat, Canto 42, verse numbers 35-54. He, Shiva, is an embodiment of yoga, meditation. He remains perpetually submerged in meditation and contemplation. He loves doing yoga very much himself, and loves those who do yoga. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva. 5. LLKJLFV, Kvukafi Orzak, AJ, K%FIKKPX.KFL, Licht Kuk, A. FL, KSJXXGX.KSUnsvuksfork, Zedonzipazolak, UE% Kok, AA6A. Songs Razrihan Parivartanya Reka Pike Gazadezamkulya. Sidragagrahigan Dranavatyuradlakamavazanya Nama Ivya 6. He, Shiva, changes the world and the way it is created in different kalpas, eras of creation. That is, every time a new method is adopted by the Lord to initiate the process of creation, and each creation is different from the one prior to it and the one that follows it in the next phase. He is surrounded by ghosts, phantoms and siddhas, mystics. I reverentially bow before Lord, Shiva, who is being served by siddhas, serpents, stars and gods led by their king Indra, and who wears the hide of a tiger. 6. HKLEK JKXNRXK, LKSE, Konkrau Ekfirik, A. XKSJHDVK, Ku, UK/KZFUJH, K.KK, XKS, KHJ/KKJ/Koik, UE% Fkok, AA7A. Bazamgagakatapaman Haria Sormavartavanamritam Ritya. Gyurkanayan Dana Kaya Gradradavalyar Nama Ivya 7. He has adorned his body by smearing it with ash of the fire sacrifice. He provides support and protection to those who live peacefully in a pleasant forest. This obviously refers to hermits, ascetics, sages etc. who live in hermitages located far away from the hustle and bustle of worldly life in the deep reaches of forests where they live a life of serenity and calm, peacefully doing meditation and contemplation as well as study of the scriptures and teaching their disciples. Lord Shiva is regarded as a patron god of ascetics and hermits. He is also the universal guru, moral preceptor, and guide for the whole world. He looks with a sideways glance at Gauri, Parvati, his divine consort, who is also looking at him affectionately at an angle. I reverentially bow before such a Lord Shiva, who has a complexion that is fair like the milk of the cow. 7. VKFNR, ilxio#kfuelsfork, kkfxux equals oj/quefudrak, SA. _ detailed nekfaf hk%lrqfrl, qrk, xxeek, xxeufurk, UE%fkok, AA8A. 85. Datyasme varunalazvityar yajnatravarod maniktanya. Axmavdamunib high stutazana utyag pyag banamatyar nama ivya 8. He, Shiva, is being served by the sun god, Aditya, the moon god, Som, the water god, Varun, and the wind god, Anil. He lives in a subtle form in the fire sacrifice, and in the fumes arising out of it when offerings are made to the sacred fire. He is praised by the Rig and the Samvedas, as well as by the exalted sages, ascetics and hermits. I reverentially bow before such a Lord, Shiva, who is worshipped as the Lord of Nandi, the bull, and is the protector of cows, humble creatures. 8. Fkoktfena IQ. A. %ibsfnol /KKSA. F coix diacux for F cos ulgx nsaa 9 plus AA. BF arjep no edgkp, zvoj per F coqvda li.kze tilde. I vacamida puia yopark shivazaniao. Ival kamaften t ivna saham dat 9. Itr medekar krya virasita I vaka sam pram. Anyone who recites with devotion this Shiva shtuk in front of Lord Shiva, i.e. his lingam or portrait, is suri to please the Lord and attain Shivaloka where he enjoys his stay with the Lord. That is, such a person is blessed by Shiva and he finds access to the divine abode of Lord Shiva in the heaven, known as the Shivaloka. 9. Thus ends the hymn called Ivaka by Shankaracharya. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 86. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 7. Shiva Panchakshara Stotra. Rivapankarast Tram. The Shiva Panksha Akshar Stotra. This hymn outlines the significance and meaning of the 5 letters or syllables that form the main mantra of Lord Shiva. It is Namaha Shivaya, I bow before Lord Shiva. Na plus Maha plus Shi plus Vara plus Ya equals 5. JHF Koik, KJLRKS equals E tilde. Uksanskj, SF equals Yikspuk, HK lek JKXK, Exojk, A. F, K, Ok, K, FNXXK, les caret U asterisk DKJK, UE % F Kok, AA1A. Rivapan Karast Tram. Ndraria Trilkania Bazamgajia Mavaria. Nitaya Yadoya D Gamberoya Tasme Ina Kriya Nama Ivia 1. He, Lord Shiva, who has a necklace of serpents in his neck, who has 3 eyes, 4. Whom the ash is the only ointment that he applies as a paste to smear his body with. Who is the great god known as Maheshwar, who has the various directions as his clothes, i.e. who is wrapped by the sky, who is eternal and unchanging, who is pure and holy, and who is naked, i.e. has nothing to hide as he is honest, truthful and unpretentious. Verily, I bow to this holy and divine form of the great god Shiva, a form that stands for the first letter Na of the 5-letter mantra / hymn of the Lord. 1. Unkf dulfia punapfpsk, uanajkef kukf kegojk, sa. Eunk jikik chikil chiftik, les caret e asterisk dkjk, ue % f kok, aa2a. Mandkin salile kandanas asatyan nanvara pramathan thamavaria. Mandra pupa bu pupa supur tasme I ma kriya nama ivia 2. He, Shiva, is worshipped with the water of the holy river Ganges, also known as Manakinai, and with sandalwood, as well as with beautiful flowers of the mandar tree, coral tree, and other assorted trees. He is the lord of Nandi, Bull, and other of Shiva's attendants known as Pramatha. He is the lord of gods, the Maheshwar. Verily, I bow to this holy and divine form of the great god Shiva, a form that stands for the 2nd letter Ma, or Maha, of the 5-letter mantra / hymn of the Lord. 2. 87. F. Kok, Xjonukto UN and LW, KZ, N, KK / Ajuk KDK, A. Juhide.bk, OK / Otk, les caret FK asterisk DKJK, UE % F Kok, AA3A. Ivia Givadan Javanda Sriya Dakt Varanakya. Unlake Oya Vradvagia Tasme I Kriya Nama Ivia 3. He is an image of auspiciousness, truthfulness, beauty, purity and holiness, Shiva. He is like the sun that brings cheer and happiness on the lotus-like face of Gauri. Parvati, Shiva's divine consort. He is the destroyer of the sacrifice of Daksha. Prajapati. He is the Lord with a blue-tinged throat. His standard /flag has the emblem of the bull. Verily, I bow to this holy and divine form of the great god Shiva, a form that stands for the third letter Shi of the five-letter mantra /hymn of the Lord. 3. Offalbtkek Z Andiku Hansensokfs KS, KJK, A. Punsk Zookujik book, S Ulla S Carito *DKJK, UE% F Kok, AA4AA. Vasa Hakamd Bavagortain Ria Mundradv Sitak Haria. Kandra Kavavnaral Kanya Tasme Iva Kriya Nama Ivya 4. Great sages such as Vashistha, Kumaj, Agastya, and Gautame, as well as senior gods as Indra, king of gods, have worshipped his head, by offering flowers and sandalwood etc. He has the sun, the moon and the fire as his three eyes. Verily, I bow to this holy and divine form of the great god Shiva, a form that stands for the fourth letter Vara of the five-letter mantra /hymn of the Lord. 4. Kaloik, TVK /KJK, Fiuk Gelark, Alukruk, A. FNO, K, Nzok, FNXX, Les Carrot, *DKJK, UE% F Kok, AA5AA. Yakas Varpya Jadaria Pinkar Hastya Santanya. Divya Dvya Digamberoya Tasme Yakriya Nama Ivya 5. He has assumed the form of a semigod known as Yaksha. He has long hairs matted together in a knot resembling a crown on his head. He has the bow known as the Pinake in his hands. He is the divine ancient Purush, the primordial being. He remains naked, because he wears the sky and its directions as his clothes. Verily, I bow to this holy and divine form of the great god Shiva, a form that stands for the fifth letter Ya of the five-letter mantra /hymn of the Lord. 5. Ik, Kchfena IQ. A. Percentibs Fnol Fua /KKSA. F Koix Diakux for F Kos ULGX NSAA 6AA. BF Arjepno Ejkk, Zvojfpur F Koik, KJLRKS equals LI.KZE tilde. Pankaramida Puya Yopak Shivazanial. Ival Kamafn T Ivna Saham Dat 6. 88. ITR Medekar Kriya Virasita Ivapan Karast Tram Sam Pram. A person who recites this hymn, known as the Shiva Panchaksha, before an image of Lord Shiva, lingam or portrait, is able to attain the abode of the Lord and enjoy the Lord's company there. In other words, he goes to heaven known as the Shiva Loka where Lord Shiva resides himself. 6. Thus ends the hymn called Ivapankarastram composed by Shankaracharya. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 89. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 8. Dwadashjyotirlingani Stotra. Dvdajatirligni. The Dwadashjyotirlingams. This hymn lists the 12 divine and holy lingams, symbols, of Lord Shiva. Dwadash equals 12. KNKT, KSFRFYZ Kfu. LKSJKVS Uksiukfka PJHK System FEDKTXU tilde MTTF, U, KAEKT Kikoekgiazoj tilde SAA1A. Dvdajatirligni. Sora Smantha Ca Rail Malakajunam. Ujjainya with Makron Maklam Krama Malvaram 1. Shri Somnath in the state of Srishtra, Shri Mallikarjun on Mount Shri Shail, near Madras. In the state of Tamil Nadu, and Shri Mahakal, Shri Omkareshwar and Amleshwar in Ujjain, in the state of Madhya Pradesh. 1. IJY, KAOSU KFK PMKFDU, KAHKHE code tilde LRQCU/KSSRQGs KAUX KASNK #KSA2AA. Parali Vadiantha Cakin YA with Macron Makaram. Steuben 2 Armanga Drukvan 2. Sri Vaidyanath in Pali, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and alternatively in a pilgrim town with the same name, i.e. Vaidyanath, in the state of Jharkhand, Sri Himshankar in a place known as Dakinai, between Mumbai and Pune in the state of Maharashtra, Sri Rameshwaram on the shores of the ocean, located at the southern tip of India, the point where Lord Ram had constructed the bridge, to cross over to Lanka to fight and eliminate the demon king Ravana, and Sri Najeshwar in Darukawan, in the state of Gujarat. 2. Okj.kl, KARQ for OSKA, Ekdakskri of Sufjeki, SRQ Dsunkyo, KQSKAPF Koki, SAA3AA. Vrazi 2 Viva Triambaka Gautaimta. Imlay 2 Kdraguma Ca Ivlay 3. Sri Vishwanath in Kashi, Varanasi, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Sri Triambak on the banks of river Gautami, Godavari, near Nashik in the state of Maharashtra, Sri 90. Kedar in the Himalayas, in the north of India, and Sri Gushmeshwar in the Shivara Laya, near the village of Baral that is near the railway station of Dowlatabad. 3. Akfuti, KSFRFYZ Kfu LK, a CKR percentibs UH percent alert UNRA IKEA ledge.ksufu, FRAA 4AA. Nijaturligni Saya Patar Parnera. Saptahan Makatar Par Smarana Vinajyati 4. A person who takes the names of these 12 holy Jyotirlingams of Lord Shiva in the morning and evening daily, the evil effects of the sins that he might have committed in his past 7 lives are neutralized by such remembrance. 4. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 91. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 9. Dwadash Jyotirlinga Stotra. Dvdajatirligastram. The Dwadash Jyotirlingam Stotra, this hymn is dedicated to praising the 12 lingams of Lord Shiva, and lists their special subtle spiritual values and importance in a symbolic manner. KNKT, KFRFYZLRK equals E tilde SS. LKSJKVNSKS for KNS times FRJE, ST, KSFREZ, a P undikoral tilde ZA. Kftkunkuk, Nikas.K plus or minus RALXIUKFKOJ.KA SISAA1A. Dvdajatirligastram. Saurad tirami jitamaya kandrakal vatan sam. Bhaktipradnyakapvatra tasmantha araprapadi 1. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva who has most mercifully revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam in the very charming and pleasant environ of the state of Srishtra, Gujarat. This lingam is self-radiant, with spiritual energy, is adorned by the crescent moon, and is a bestower of bhakti, devotion. This holy lingam is called Samanath. 1. JHXIJUK S FOC /KKFRLSRQYKFNZRQ times Phi Eknkolu tilde. Retgzwer Efiadiwosdar S Yek Flak Jliknzulk tilde SAA2A. Railrak Vibhutisarg Tildrite Yuga Pi Mood Vasan Tam. Tamajuna Malakapavamkanami songs Rasa Mudrastam 2. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam situated on the summit of Mount Srishail, which is the best and the highest amongst the mountains. Gods continuously assemble there. Shiva lives there most cheerfully, and is like a bridge that helps the devotee cross the ocean-like world very easily by his grace and mercy. This holy lingam is called Mallikarjun. 2. Varfordk, ka fafkakya eftknkuk, qpl tukuk tilde. Vdkia, ks% ifj, k.kkfk plus or minus ouns ekt kieglsk tilde qaa 3a. 92. Avantaki vahit vitra mukti pradnya ca satjanam. Aklanti parirakatha vand maklamashoram 3. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam at Avanti, Ujjain, so as to provide mukti, liberation and deliverance from this gross mortal world, to gentlemen who are pious and righteous. He provides fearlessness from untimely death. This holy lingam is called Mahakal. 3. Note, the word Kal refers to death, and Mahakal therefore means the Lord who is superior to Kal. This form of Shiva is able to protect the devotee from the fear of death and its horrors. This verse ought to be correctly interpreted: freedom from the fear of death does not mean that the worshipper will not die a physical death, but it means that he does not have to cope with the pain and horrors that generally torment the dying creature, and that after physical death of the gross body his soul finds permanent freedom inasmuch as it does not have to take any new birth again. Tkosfydgzn, k% sifo equals slkgzis ltkj.kk, a. ln so eq /kkr eqs olyor and exo kaf coastal msaa 4a. Kvriname de pavita samgam sajjane tre. Sadavan to pavasantam krama ivam kam 4. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam situated in the meeting point of two great holy and auspicious rivers, the rivers Kavrai and Narmada, so as to continuously grant liberation and deliverance to gentlemen who are pious and pure. The divine and holy Lord lives there permanently. This lingam is called Omkareshwar. 4. Note, the word Omkareshwar means the Lord who is the Supreme Being, the Brahm, represented by the divine word Om. This Om itself is the cosmic sound that pervades uniformly throughout the length and breadth of the cosmos, and is said to be the vibrations caused in ether by consciousness. I woke suktofitgfu /kaslnk oljorufksfjtglesratilda ljklqjkjkf /kruknioka qjosukafgriga yekfa 5a. Paftar prajvalanin sad vasanta gyraj samtam. Surzaditapde padma avadiyantha tamahanami 5. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam situated in the east side of the country. The Lord's lingam here is like a fount of illumination, so glowing it is. The pleasant season of spring is perpetually present at this place, where Lord Shiva happily with his divine consort Gairaja, Parvati, the daughter of the Himalayas. The lingam here is called Vaidyanath. 5. Ke, slnsux times frje, sfoc 4k fofo /kspHkksxs%. Lof drekftknekesta jiksukfka oj.kasisaa 6a. 93. Ya with Macron my sadagnagatirami vibe hitga viviiskabgai. Sadbhaktimukti pradamamka and gantha araprap 86. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam in a very pleasant city located in the south of the country. This lingam is adorned by countless adornments and is surrounded by all the comforts of this world. The Lord is the only one who grants the auspicious virtue of bhakti, devotion, as well as attainment of mukti, liberation and deliverance, to his devotees. This lingam is called Sri Nagnath. 6. Ekfnziko szprvsje Uralite, Ekura Akans %sa. LJKLQJS, Z, Kexkskes QDSNKJEHKAF Coastal MSAA 7A. Madripov Catar Ramanta Sampjimna Satata Mundrai. Sir Shurera Kamaragdia Ike Drama Ivam Kam 7. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has established his divine self in the form of a lingam that is situated on one edge of the mighty mountain known as the Himalayas. This lingam is always worshipped and served by great sages, hermits and ascetics, as well as by the gods, the asuras, demons, the yakshas, junior gods, the spirits, and the serpents, reptiles and earthbound creatures. This lingam of Lord Shiva is called Kedarnath as it is the Lord of Mount Kedar. 7. Lakfns khksz foisol urixxnkojurjifo equals nsksa. Ixukrakadek kqukkac, kfra, ekdek lmsaa 8aa. Sahydra vimal vasantagdva trapavitrad. Yardarant ptakamuna prati tar treambakam 8. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has established his divine self in the form of a lingam on the summit of the pleasant mountain known as Saoya. It is located on the charming banks of river Godavari. All sins are eliminated as soon as one has a divine glimpse of this lingam. This lingam is called Trayambakeshwar. 8. Lkzi.khztyjkfk, ksxqs /LRQSA FAFK, Kastla, S%. Chkepuns.ks Lefisra Rajkis Ojk, Afu, Rayekfa 9a. Satmre Pajalaragnabadoy Stu Ayik Herozak Hi. Rumakandra Samapita Taharem Vak Hyaniatanami 9. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam that was established, consecrated and offered worship by Lord Ram, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Being, when he constructed the bridge using countless arrows on the mighty ocean in the southern tip of the land, India. This lingam is called Rameshwaram. 9. 94. Note, the word Rameshwaram means two things simultaneously: 1, the Lord, Shiva, whom Sri Ram worshipped, and 2, the Lord, Shiva, who worships Sri Ram. Umkfdukftfudklekt sfu kso, ek.ka5krkqspa. Ln so kikfninkfl, a rauja hkdfgrayekfa 10a. Yokinkinik samchnivima putanika. Sadeva bmdipada prasidda ta akarabak ta hitanami 10. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam that is always worshipped by Dakinis and Shakinis in a dense forest. The Lord is always the well-wisher of his devotees. This lingam is called Bhimshankar. 10. Note, the word Bhimshankar refers to the formidable, or inspiring and strong Lord Shiva. Ilka anika anasolyor andiku undunagrakio untilda. Okj.kalhakfkfkajfukfkoj.kasisa 11a. Snandam non devan vasantanandakanda hata pavandam. Vrasanthamantha avivantha araprapadi 11. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who is an embodiment of bliss and beatitude himself, and has revealed his divine self in the form of a lingam that is also an embodiment of bliss and beatitude. The Lord is the destroyer of all forms of sins. He is the Lord of those who have no other support and succor. This divine lingam is called Vishwanath. 11. Note, the word Vishwanath means the Lord of the world. By Kikj, for KKYDS times F lu tilde leki ilura PTX, JS. E tilde O uns ekjlokko S, K.Kojk, ASOJ.KASISA 12a. Il peram yavilax min samalasanta ca jagord farim. Vand madrataras vabva gavak haya araprapadi 12. I most respectfully bow before and take the shelter of Lord Shiva, who is established in the form of a divine lingam situated in a beautiful shrine at Ilapa. This Lord is worshipped by the whole world. His nature is extremely magnanimous and generous. This lingam is called Greeneshwar. 12. T. KSFREZ, KNKF wide Kuka F Kokrakakstfena S.Ka. LRKS equals A if broke Uktx times FRHKDR, K Kaya RNKYKSD, footer HKTPPSAA 13A. BFRJH, KNKT. KSFRFYZLRKS equals A Li.KZE tilde. Jatumayad vdaligan ivdman piktamida krama. Straparit vmanaj tibakti fela tadal kyanajabajka 13. 95. Ityad vdarjatolagast tram sam pram. If a person recites this stotra, hymn, dedicated to the 12 Jyotirlingams of Lord Shiva with great devotion and faith, then he gets the same rewards as derived by physically visiting and viewing these lingams themselves. 13. Thus ends the hymn called Vdarjatolagastram. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 96. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 10. Shiva Tandaf Stotra. Ivatavast Tram. The Shiva Tandaf Stotra, this stotra, hymn, is dedicated to Lord Shiva's cosmic dance form that represents creation, sustenance and destruction of creation. It is the most complex, and of all the hymns of Lord Shiva it is the most enchanting to hear when incanted by expert singers, as its lyrics are very emphatically bold, robust and rhythmic. The unique quality of this stotra is that it was composed by Ravana, the demon king of Lanka. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva, and used to offer daily prayers to him. Fkik.molrk equals E tilde S. Vgvogzaitikikjik folfkais xys times oec, yfekaka hkqtrq ekfidk tilde. My ifua anoios, a pdkjp.mrk.moarukik su%fko% fko aa1a. Ivatavast tram. Jav galaj jalapravorp vitus thal gal valambia lambit. Pujagatugam Amamamanindarvamavaya kakrakatava. Tantuna Iva Saivam 1. The Lord, Shiva, who wears a crown of dense matted hairs on his head from which falls the holy river Ganges, washing and bathing the Lord's throat, around which a thick garland of serpents is dangling as its stream cascades down, to reach the plains of the land below. The Lord who dances ecstatically to the loud sound emerging from his damaru, a hand-held tabor shaped like an hourglass, that he shakes vigorously. Let that divine Lord Shiva grant us our welfare and well-being. 1. Vgvgliaxexefuafiafu, zjh and foixioffpojfojkteku, zfua. /kx, x, Kstoyik via kods FDKKSJPUNKS, KJSZJFR%CFR, K.KAEEA2AA. Jakahasam Brahma Brahmanilimpaniya Ja. Vilaf Sivalavajam Nam Dani. 97. Digord Digajvalalale Papvik Kaire Kandrak Ha Rati. Pratakam Mamatu. The Lord, Shiva, whose head is adorned by the thick mat of coiled hairs that form a virtual cauldron in which the bubbling and frothing currents of river Ganges swirl vigorously, the Lord on whose forehead the fire is raging and leaping forth with a roaring sound, the Lord on whose head the newly formed moon, crescent moon, looks admirable. Let me have infinite affection and devotion every moment of my life towards such a divine form of Lord Shiva. 2. /KJK /Kunzu Funa Foikelq /KQCU /KQJ and Lktfigurla for sex necklace QSA. Niktvk, K /KKSJ.kfu hash, NQ /KSJGIFNDOF fixekts UKS Falks Nurkes Olkfu AA3AA. Da Don Dranandin Vilsaband Ubandura. Sfredigan Santa Tipramdam Namanas. Kupkakadranirad der Padik Vasadigamba Man Vindantu. Vastuni 3. The Lord, Shiva, who feels exceedingly happy when he observes that all the directions are illuminated by the magnificent ornaments worn by the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Parvati or Uma, who is his divine consort, when she is in a cheerful mood, the Lord by whose mere gracious glance the greatest and the gravest troubles and problems are dispelled or eliminated. Let my mind and heart find their peace, happiness, succor and solace in Digamba form of the Lord, Shiva. The word Digamba means a naked form, a form which wears the sky as its only apparel. This form has immense symbolic value as it indicates that a Digamba is unpretentious and has nothing to hide. 3. tvkhkqtfiyLqqjrq.kif.kchkk and dnect cube tilde genzok so /quek, ksa. nq /kflu /ktlq exuch, isnkts qqukes falkniokra sfchkrqzhkwrhkrzfjaa4a. Jabhujagarpigalas frafame prab. Kadambaku kumardravapraliptadigvadmuk. Madndasinduras fratvagataram der man vindamadputa. Bibachubshtabartari 4. All the directions of the world are being illuminated by the diffused golden-hued light radiating out from the manis one present on the hoods of wonderful serpents that have raised their hoods as high as the equally wonderful lock of hairs on the Lord's head, swaying majestically there, and the thick hide of the elephant that the Lord wears on the upper part of his body as an overgarment gives the Lord's appearance a glazed and smooth sheen. Let my mind and heart find happiness and joy by remaining engrossed in the remembrance of this Lord of Bhuts, living beings, ghosts, mortal creatures. 4. Note, 1 Mani, it is believed that certain category of serpents effuse a sap from their heads that dries up to form a gem-like structure from which a divine glow effuses. Its color is like that of pearl. 98. Elgoixpuchka, Xois, KKS, KJ and KVU /KWFY /KKSJ.kfo /KWLJK cube tilde F, ksub%. HKQTJKTeki, KFUK, TKVTWVD%FJSFPJK, TK, RKAPDKSJCU /KQKS, KJ%AA5AA. Sahastral Karna Prabhutyalkakhara. Prasnadli Ravisag Shrifab. Hujagajam lane abade dejajaka sriya I Siriajit. Kakraband Hukara 5. The Lord, Shiva, whose footwear has become covered by the flowers and their petals that have fallen down from the heads of Indra, king of gods, and other gods when they bowed their heads before the holy feet of the Lord to pay their respects to him. The Lord whose majestic lock of hairs on the head is girdled on all the sides by a ring formed by the coiled body of Nagraj, the king of serpents, i.e. Lord Sishnath, let that Lord Chandrasekhar, the Lord who has the moon on his head, the moon that resembles a gem studded on his crown of hairs, i.e. Lord Shiva, be a bestower of everlasting wealth and prosperity for me. 5. Yikv projtoi, U degree K, LQFYHKK and Fuirikilk, the QU Fuafiruk, de tilde L/KKE, W, KYS, K, KQ Fojkteku KS, Kya Ekdik Fi L1 FKJKS TVKYELRQU% AA6AA. Lalakat Veroj Valadananjayas Fuligab Niptupan Kajaka. Namanilimpanyakam. Sudmakar K Virjamnak Hara Makapli Sampadaya. Jalamastuna 6. The Lord, Shiva, had destroyed the god of passions and lust known as Kamdeo with the flames leaping out of the ferocious fire raging brilliantly in the altar represented by his forehead, i.e. from the fire spewing out of the third eye located in the middle of his forehead above the root of the nose, the Lord to whom Indra, king of gods, regularly pays his respects, and the crown of locked hairs on whose head is adorned by the ever-changing form of the magnificent moon, let that Lord known as Maha Kapali, i.e. Lord Shiva with a broad and high forehead, be a source of my wealth and well-being. 6. Chpike Kai Fedk /KX, X, Kstoy and, U degree K, KGQIHNRCP.Mikalk, DSA. /KJK /Kunzu Funudkxf equals I equals D and Gdiast KFUFU SZF equals Uxpus JFREs AA7A. Karlable Pakdigord Digajvala. D Danan J Hutkata Prakarpan Kajik. Da Dern Drananding Kook Grey Citra Patraka Prakalpane Kazilpini Trilkan. Ray Shermamar 7. The Lord, Shiva, had offered the sacrifice of Kamdeo, god of passions and lust, by burning him to ashes in the fire pit of the blazing fire that rages on his broad and high forehead, and the only Lord who can expertly decorate the breast of the daughter of the mountains, i.e. goddess Parvati, his divine consort, with leaves and petals, let me 99. Be focused on the Lord with 3 eyes, known as Trilocorn, and let me remember him and meditate upon him. 7. UOU, KE.MIFU hash, NQ/KZJLQJ and DKFU KHF Q%Q/KC, do/KJ%SQA. FUVFU, ZJH/KJ Rukik Essenfuck flu/KQJ% Dikfu/KQ/KQJ%FJ, ATXN tilde/KQJU/KJ%AA8AA. Navnamgamanira Dadarasfra. Tgunathintamapprabandabudakandara. Nilimpania Jardarastan tu Katisign Dura Kalnanaban Dura Jagor Durandara 8. The Lord, Shiva, who has a dark-colored throat, one that is as dark as the night of the dark moon when the sky is covered with a thick blanket of dark clouds, the Lord who has the hide of an elephant wrapped around his body, and the Lord whose beautiful complexion shines /glows with the subtle light emanating from the magnificent moon. Present on his forehead, let that Lord known as Gangadhar, i.e. the Lord who bears the holy river Ganges on his head, enhance my wealth and prosperity, and let it spread and grow. 8. Note: 1. Lord Shiva's throat is dark because he had gulped the poison that was produced at the time of churning of the celestial ocean by the gods and the demons in search of Amrit, the elixir of eternity and bliss. Though Shiva had gulped the poison to prevent it from being spilled over and burning this creation, he had however kept it in his throat instead of actually allowing it to enter his stomach. The horrible and corroding poison had burnt the throat from the inside, and this resulted in its complexion turning black. Kiu hiatik kfi ek and oifek.bd uni #fpcc, do/kje tilde qa. Lejftna iktftna koftna e, ktftna kstftngu /ktftna ryudftna hktsaa 9a. Prafyolan lape kajaprapan kaklimer prab. Valambai kahe kandolrusa prabade dakandaram. Smarakchida parakchida bavakida makhakida. Gajak chidan dakakida tamante kakida baj 9. The Lord, Shiva, whose dark-colored throat has the same hue as the petals of a dark-colored lotus flower, and it resembles the throat of a deer, and the Lord who had vanquished Kamdeo, the god of passions and lust, the demon Tripura, Bhava, the mortal world, thereby freeing the creature from its fear, the fire sacrifice of Daksha. Prajapati, the elephant, the demon Andakaja, and Yamaraj, the god of death. Himself, verily, I worship and adore this Lord, Shiva. 9. V. Kozlos YKDYKDNS degree KJH and Chalkakgek /kfke.kke/kosra tilde. Lejkurda ikchkurda kokurda e, kkurda kstku /kdkurda ryud kurda hktsaa 10a. A kave sarvamag or kalkadambamanja. Rosapravorm havij Muhammad havratum. Smantakar perntakar bavantakar markantakar. Gajantandakantakar tamantantakar baj 10. 100. The Lord, Shiva, who is like the bee that constantly drinks and the ever-increasing supply of sweet nectar overflowing from the core of the lotus flower represented by the charm and beauty of the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Parvati, Shiva's divine consort, who has no sense of pride and false airs of superiority at all, i.e. Parvati is simple, humble and courteous in spite of her being the mother goddess of creation, and is the one who had destroyed Kamdeo, the god of passion and lust, the demon Tripura, Bhava, fear of the mortal world, the sacrifice of Daksha Prajapati, because he had become arrogant and haughty, the elephant, the demon Andakaja and the god of death known as Yam. Verily, I worship and adore the same Lord Shiva. 10. T. Ronks fuxexiok and F. Fux zrelkchkaigo, okv tilde qa. F/kfef, fef, fen tilde /ouuenrqey and /ofuia fatup.mrk.mo%fko%aa 11a. Jayat Veda Bravibrahma Brahmad Pujagame Vesa. Dvinurgamakramas Frat Kalabla Haviv. Dimid Dvanam Digatugame Agala. Dvanikramama Pravata Tapre Kartava Iva 11. Glory to Lord Shiva, on whose forehead the fierce fire that burns there eternally is being whipped and fanned by the hot breath that emanates with a fierce hissing sound from the swaying hood of the mighty serpent that slithers swiftly from side to side on the head of the Lord, and who is dancing the fierce Tandaf dance of death and destruction, at a slow pace, with gravity, solemnness and intense seriousness of demeanors, to the beat of the mridang, a timbal, or a kind of tambourine. 11. N of, fp equals re, KSHKQZTX docs and XZFJBJRUXB, KS% LAF, I, K, KS% QA. R.KFVANP, KKKSQ Sons, KS% LECO FUCT% DNKLNKF COA HKTKE, GE tilde AA12A. Dradvisitrate alpabe hujagamork to castraja garaharatnale. Suradvipe kapake. Travindakar prajmamandre samapravtika kad se diva. Bajmuram 12. When will I understand and realize the great spiritual truth of non-duality that would make me wise enough to grasp the essence, tattva, of Lord Shiva as being the universal, uniform and non-dual truth of creation, as being the Lord who is the Supreme Being and the cosmic consciousness that has been revealed in the form of this creation, that the Lord lives in each unit and entity of creation in a uniform manner irrespective of the physical form the individual units or entities take, and that there is nothing in creation that is not Shiva. In other words, whatever exists is a form of Shiva. Therefore, when will I be able to worship and offer my obeisance to this Supreme Lord of creation by seeing Him everywhere, in each unit and entity of creation, equally and without discrimination? When will I be wise and enlightened enough to see and worship my Lord in a stone as well as a soft bed sheet, in a serpent as well as a garland of pearls, in a collection of priceless gems and precious stones as well as a pod or ball of clay or earth, in a friend as well as in an enemy, in an unattractive blade of reed or grass as well as in a charming woman with beautiful eyes? 101. That resemble a lotus flower, and a benevolent Lord who takes care of his subjects and is easily accessible to them as well as an emperor who rules over the vast earth, and therefore is inaccessible to a common man and is unconcerned about individual problems. 12. DNK FUFIFU, ZFU degree KDKSVJSQ alu tilde foidnkes % QLNKFKJ% LFKE degree fire ogu tilde Foixixix yakekki exud % F cos for EU equals ikpju tilde DNKL, KHQ cocky, GE tilde AA13A. Cad nilimpanurjana kunjaka vasan vimukta sad. Irastaman jali vahan. Villalal kan lal mablalagnakar ivti mantra makaran kad suk. Bavmuram 13. When will I be overwhelmed with ecstasy and spiritual bliss as I remain focused on the most charming form of Lord Chandrasekhar, who has a broad forehead on which the crescent moon looks admirable, after I have abandoned all my evil thoughts and demeanors while I live in a secluded forested area on the banks of the holy river Ganges, with hands held together above my head in a posture of prayer and submission, as well as with my eyes full of tears of affection for the Lord and having an intense eagerness to have a divine vision of the adorable Lord as I faithfully and constantly repeat his holy mantra Shiva Shiva. 13. BFG for, ESO edriku keksukia kulroa ibula juka ujks zq for KQF, is for LR tilde. GJSXJKSQ kftreak KQ, KFRUKU, FKKX for folksqua FGene fduka SL Kojal, QFP aru tilde AA14A. Imahina tyom vamukta mutan tama stavapahan smaran bruvana. Visudimtai santatum. Haga rao subactim uyiti na with macron enyath gati vimhana high din. Swakarasia sintanum 14. In this way, any person who reads, remembers, repeats and chants this excellent hymn regularly on a daily basis remains always pure and holy. He is soon able to obtain bhakti, devotion, for Lord Shiva, who is the Guru, moral preceptor and guide, of even the gods. Such a man never confronts adversities and situations that are detrimental for his well-being, whether spiritual or worldly. Verily this is a fact that having devotion for Lord Shiva and constantly remembering the Lord or meditating upon him eliminates all sorts of delusions and spiritual miseries of all living beings. 14. Iwatkokul, SNKOD equals XHRA, percent chai chuja IBFR knkso SA. RL, FLFKJKH Sunskch, Qdkawai, IHRLN Solek, KQCNNKFR 8% AA 15 AA. BFRchko.nra fkk.mo LRKS equals li.kze tilde. Pchvasna sami darvak tragta yaram hupyanapara parhati. Prad. Tasias thirathagajan drachuragakt lakm sadeva sumak. Pradati amhu 15. 102. Iti ravakata ivatavastra sampram. A person who invokes the blessings of Lord Shiva by using this stotra composed by Ravana to worship Lord Shambhu after having completed his daily routine worship rituals in the evening pleases the Lord, who bestows the worshipper with wealth and prosperity symbolized by chariots, elephants, horses etc., representing all sorts of worldly comforts and material well-being comparable to a king's, that are stable and lasting. 15. Thus ends the Shiva-Tandava stotra composed by Ravana, the demon king of Lanka and one of the greatest devotees of Lord Shiva. Thus ends the hymn called Ivatavastra by Ravana, the demon king of Lanka. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 103. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 11. Shripashupatashtak Stotra. Aporpatyakam. Shripashupatyar Ashtakam. This hymn has 8 verses. Ashtakam equals 8. Dedicated to Lord Shiva in his form as the Lord of all living beings of the animal kingdom. Pashu equals animal. Jaikchya, vd tilde. / q tilde. / k, sfu, xkh tfxfuka park hash pian choral zh rukdi xtoik I jake ksojk kfagulraklu u tilde. Iakihua local recreax.kso. KZ, Xnfuka o cure for okaya for arcta fuf, KYHK, J cod equals AF equals us equals E tilde. AA1A. Aporpatyakam. Dinam. Tinatyar Maharajatajayaranibar Krukandvantasa. Ratan Kalpujvulga Paramragavabshtahasta Prasanam. Padmsna Samant Stutamamaregaya Virakati Vasna. Vivdya Vivabjanik Hilabaya Harapan Kavaktra Trintram 1. One must meditate upon and focus his attention on the holy and divine form of Lord Mahesh, literally meaning the great Isha or the great Lord, an epithet of Shiva, whose radiance is like a mountain of sliver, who wears the crescent moon as his ornament, whose body is illuminated by the light emanating from gem-studded adornments of various kinds and descriptions, whose 2 hands hold an axe and a deer while the other 2 hands are held in postures of Va, granting boons, and Abhaya, granting fearlessness, who is ever cheerful and happy, who sits on a seat of lotus flowers, or who sits in the lotus posture, who is being offered prayers by the gods who stand encircling him, who wears the hide of a tiger, who was present at the beginning of creation, who is the initiator or progenitor of this world, who is the seed from which this universe has emerged, who is the eliminator of all fears and torments, and who has 5 mouths, heads, and 3 eyes. 104. LRKS equals E tilde. Ik chifra /kj.khifriktzikzdifra pelifra tilde. C.krukdratukfatgja ija hktrjsyek kufksfjekifra tilde aa1a. Stram. Porpati diupati darapati bhujagor kapati ca sapatim. Priyatabokta hara para bhajata manaj gyaraj patim 1. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva, who is the supreme lord of all living beings, as well as of the earth, the heaven and the nether world of serpents, who is the dear husband of the daughter of Daksha, i.e. Parvati, who removes the miseries and troubles of those who have taken his refuge and shelter, as well as are his devotees. Who is the supreme being himself, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma Parvati. 1. Utudkestu ruplknjkssu, ksup kfusayad gi tilde. Varfa dks times phi udkyo kxra hktrjsyek kufksfjekifra tilde aa2a. Na janak janan na cas darnatane na ca bribala kilam. Avati kapina klavara gate barjata manaj gyaraj patim 2. O human beings! No one can save a living being who is under the grip of Kal, death, time and adverse circumstances. Neither the father, nor the mother, the brother, the son, or one's strength and powers of the family can be of any help whatsoever. Therefore, it is wise for you to have devotion and affection for the Lord Shiva, who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma Parvati. 2. Echtfmf.mirkfoy, k.kae/kjikkenfolkjen tilde. Seftkirks.kastfeelsfora hktrjsyek kufksfjekifra tilde aa3a. Murajayamav divile karmadurapan kamanda viradam. Pramathabshtar erapis vita bhajata manaj gyaraj patim 3. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva, who is an expert in playing the drum, timbal, and the tambourine, who is an expert singer who can sing with all finery and sweetness all the notes and tones of music, who is being served by ghosts and spirits, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma Parvati. 3. Oj.na l, na q oj.kkf ura fkof kosfa ur au.kke tilde. VHK, na d-co-kky, ahktrjsyek kufksfjekifra tilde aa4a. 105. Arada Sakada Aranvitar Ivti Nata Na with Macron M. Abhayada Kera Uvarilaya Bhajata Manaj Gyaraj Patim 4. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva, before whom all men bow their heads while muttering the holy name Shiva 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 reverentially, who gives happiness to those who have taken his shelter and refuse, who grants joy and fearlessness, who is an ocean of mercy and compassion, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma Parvati. 4. Ujfkdq.myaktkjikna.okhk/o tilde. FPFRJTKS/coinrefoxgazhktrjsyek kufksfjekifra tilde aa5a. Narerasita makeula pujagaramudavrabadvajam. Sitiraj-davulkatavigraha bhajata manaj gyaraj patim 5. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva, who wears skulls dangling from his ears in the form of large earrings and garlands made of serpents, whose body is smeared with ash taken from a burnt funeral pile, whose flag has an emblem of a bull, Nandi, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma Parvati. 5. Kfaukja of KKS, Kya LRE/OJHKKFT Kukan tilde CY, NX /Kojkaljekyo QQHKTRJSU Ktfksfyekifra tilde AA6A. Mkhavanakara Akara Satata Madvarabji Fala Pradam. Pralaya Dagda Surshuram Nava Barjata Manaj Gairaj Patim 6. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva who had destroyed the sacrifice of Daksha. Prajapati, because he had become arrogant and haughty, on whose head the moon looks adorable, who always grants rewards to those who do fire sacrifices, who burns to ashes all forms of creation including the gods, the demons and the humans in the great fire of doomsday, representing the conclusion of one phase of creation, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma-Parvati. 6. Enikel, Fpurfnufulfkra ej.ktuetyk, ifmre tilde txnqnh, lehihk, ktkai-hktrjsu ktfksfyekifra tilde aa7a. Madam Apsaya Sira Radai Songs Thita Merajan Marjabaya Pitam. Jagorjud Kya Sampabakula Barjata Manaj Gairaj Patim 7. O human beings! Look at this world tormented by a continuous fear from the cycle of birth, old age and death. This fear is staring right in your face too. Hence, you must discard arrogance and haughtiness that you have accumulated over time in your heart, and instead offer your sincere worship to Lord Shiva who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma-Parvati. 7. 106. Kfifojfkljk /Kiiftra itaske /Kuz kilnra tilde F equals U, U8 equals R, KF /Kia HKTRJSYek Qfksfyekifra tilde AA8A. Hariviran Sai Surdipe Putar Yamahanad Hainanamaskatam. Trinaran Abhuvanatritade Hipar Barjata Manaj Gairaj Patim 8. O human beings! Worship Lord Shiva who is worshipped even by Vishnu, the sustainer of creation, Brahma, the creator, and Indra, the king of gods, before whom Yam, the god of death, and Kuba, the treasurer of gods, bow their heads reverentially, who has 3 eyes, who is the supreme lord of the 3 worlds, consisting of the heaven, the earth and the nether world, and who is the dear husband of Gairaja, the daughter of the mountains, i.e. Uma-Parvati. 8. Ikchias Fuvdiokra Fojfpa AIFka Hyphelfu.kko IBFRLUK.KQRS Ayukt percent LNKF Koikja OSYHKRS Ekn tilde AA9A BFRJIFka Hyphelfufojfprajikchia Vda Li.KZE tilde Por Patridame Kamad Puta Virasitar Pathiv Patisri Parhati Sunrut Manaja Sadivapa Vasart Labat Madam 9. Itia Pathiv Patisri Virasitara Por Patyaka Sampram. A person who regularly reads and hears this 8-verse hymn composed by Suri, the Lord of Earth, a great king, and dedicated to Lord Pashupati, Shiva, verily, such person is able to live in the divine abode of Shiva known as Shivapuri and become happy and contented. 9. Thus ends the hymn called a Patyaka dedicated to Lord Shiva. Asterisk 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 107. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 12. Shri Vishwanathastakam. Avivanthakam. Shri Vishwanathashtak, this hymn consisting of 8 verses of 2 lines each is dedicated to Lord Shiva as the Supreme Lord of this world. Vishwa equals the entire world, Nath equals Lord, Ashtok equals 8. Jfouk fk cave d tilde. xkrj.kh, tivk dikiexxjfujorj fok for kekzu tilde. Ukjk.kfc, eun kik kjokjk.klhikjafra hkt faruk fke tilde aa1a. Avivan thakam. Gagtaragaramaya jakalpa gyurnarantaravibhitav mabgam. Nrio priamanigamad paravraspurapati beja. Vivantham 1. One must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi, a pilgrim town said to be the terrestrial abode of Shiva, whose crown of matted hairs look wonderful as the swift currents of river Ganges swirl and splash around them, whose left side is always adorned by Gauri, his divine consort and mother goddess Parvati Uma, who is very dear to Narayan, Lord Vishnu, the sustainer of creation and the manifested form of the supreme being known as Brahm, and who had destroyed the arrogance and pride of Kamdeo, the god of passions and lust. 1. Oakexxploitx.kalo iasq oakshkfo.kljl for inibi tilde qsa. Oaksu foxgoj.kzsdy equals oyura oakjk.klh0aa2a. Vkmakaramankagbasvarpav gavyazurus vitapdafam. Vamna vigrayavara kalatravanta. Vras. 2. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who cannot be described in words, who has countless forms and virtues, whose footwear is worshipped and served by such exalted gods as Brahma, Vishnu and other gods, and whose divine wife is always present to his left. 108. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 2. hkwrkf/kyaktxhqo.kforkaqo, k, xfdakx/qtf via f equals us equals e tilde. Ik cubed tilde dqkkhk, ojknqyikf.ka okjk.klh0aa3a. Pshtipab hujagababhitga virgin baradurajala. Trintram. Kubayavarapradallapai. Vras. 3. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of ghosts and phantoms, whose divine body is adorned by serpents which form his ornaments, who wears the hide of a tiger as his attire, who has a snare, a gourd and a trident in his hands, besides holding them in the posture of var and abhaya, granting boons and fearlessness respectively, and who wears a crown of matted hairs on his head and has 3 eyes. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 3. OakakqxfkfjfodktekyohkKys, k.qfolksfrik.ke tilde. Ukxf/kickfhkkljd.kzjqa.klh0aa4a. Nubhitakiravijamna bulkanala ayute pankabam. Niprasatab shorakara pra. Vras. 4. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, whose head is adorned by a crown of matted hairs, that is illuminated by the glorious light of the crescent moon, who had burned Kamdeo with the fire spewing out of the third eye located on his forehead, and from whose ears dangle large earrings made of huge serpents with a glistening skin that shines when the Lord moves his head. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 4. Ikuan kfirakat kuka ukskirdanuktik tilde. Ngokuya ej.kkksdtjk vohukara okj.klh0aa5a. Panknana durita matamata darka. Danujapu gave apanagnum. Dvnala mere kajaravn. Vras. 5. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who is akin to a lion that vanquishes and kills very easily a mad and intoxicated elephant symbolized by sins and misdeeds of a creature, who is like Garud, the vehicle of Lord Vishnu, the eagle or falcon, that devours all the serpents representing the demons, i.e. evil, pervert, cruel and sinful creatures of the world, and who is equivalent to the fierce Devanal forest fire, that destroys the dense forest symbolized by all the horrors associated with old age, death and sorrows that are an inseparable part of life in this world. 109. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 5. Astx, alx.kfuxz.kef, rh, andika undunijkftraces, e tilde qqa. Uxcredal de fu diacri ia okj.klh0aa6a. Jmaya saguanagwamadvityam nandakandamar parjitamapramyam. Maka se kalana marpa. Vras. 6. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who is an embodiment of splendor and radiance, who is Saguna as well as Naguna, i.e. Shiva encompasses all aspects of creation, the grosser aspect that has attributes and forms, as well as that aspect that is subtle, without attributes and formless, who is Advitiya, unique, matchless, without comparison, without parallel, who is Anand Kanda, the very source of bliss and happiness, who is Aparajit, invincible, almighty, and Atulniya, uncomparable, matchless. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who bears serpents on his body, whose divine form represents and embodies all aspects of creation, sacral, but at the same time it is free from the taints and blemishes or faults and shortcomings that are an integral part of the same creation, Nishkal, and is the Lord who represents the Atma, the soul, the essence, the fundamental truth, the cosmic consciousness of this creation. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 6. JKXKFNNKSKFGRLOTYUKUXQAOSJKX, KKFRFUI, AFXFJTKLGK, E tilde EQ/KQ, Z/KS, ZLQHKXRXJYKFKIROKJ.KLH0AA7A. Agdadara hitus vajanerga vajyantinalaya gyaraj sayoyam. Mhuriyad haria subiga garalb herma. Vras. 7. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who is free from such faults and shortcomings as having rag, attachments, infatuations, longings, and dvesh, envy, jealousy, animosity, hatred, that invariably taint all other creatures of this creation, who is always kind and compassionate towards his devotees, who is an abode/treasury of the magnificent spiritual virtues of vairagya, renunciation, detachment, dispassion towards all material things and sense objects of this mortal world, and shanti, peace, tranquility and serenity, who is always accompanied by Gairaja, his divine consort Parvati Uma, the divine mother goddess, who looks very affable and charming with his grand virtues of dairya, patience, courage, resilience, forbearance and tolerance, and Madhurya, sweet temperament and friendly nature. And who looks very attractive with his dark-tinged throat showing signs of the poison located there, that he had drunk at the time of the churning of the ocean to prevent the poison from scalding this creation and burning it down. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 7. VKKK Fogk, Ifya, IJL, Fuanka Ikesj for Peel Fuik, ZQEU% lek /KKSA. 110. VKGKNRD /Ksra IJSKA A with Macron V Oya Paria Tia Parasia 9 PA with Macron P Rati Cas Univria Mana. Samau. Darukamalamad Hyagate Para. Vras. 8. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva after having abandoned all hopes and expectations from any other entity in this world, after having discarded the tendency to criticize and find faults with others, and after having turned oneself away from sins and misdeeds. One must worship and have devotion for Lord Shiva, who shines in the subtle lotus present in one's subtle heart, inner self, by focusing the mind and the sub-conscious on the transcendental state of existence of consciousness that is attained during samadhi, higher stages of undiluted and undisturbed meditation that becomes permanent inasmuch as the practitioner lives in this state of transcendental existence every moment of his life. In other words, one must worship Lord Shiva with full devotion and concentration, and after having pulled his mind and subconscious away from the temptations of the material world of sense objects. In the state of samadhi, the worshipper draws immense bliss and experiences beatitude and felicity that are the characters of the true self known as the Atma. This Atma is nothing but pure consciousness, it is self-illuminated like the glowworm, and it lives in the heart of all living beings. The Atma is the only unequivocal truth of this existence. It is beautiful and pure because it is the truth, and it represents Shiva Tattva, the spiritual essence known as Shiva, the truth and reality of existence. Rest of the world is false and gross, and if Shiva is removed from this world, nothing worthwhile remains. Verily, one must have devotion for and worship Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the entire world, the Lord of the gods, and the Lord of Varanasi. 8. Okj.Kalhikjers% Rawa FKOL, O, K, KR Eved Fena IBRS Uk, %O. For KAFJ, a Foikel Kes, EU Urdfa plus or minus Leki, Nskfoy, SYHKRSP Eek, KE tilde SAA 9AA. Vrasparapat Stavana Sivasia Vik Hitame Kamida Parhat. Manya. Vidiria Vipule Sork Haya Manantakati Sampapyada Vile Labat Ca. Mgam 9. A person who hears, reads and recites this 8-stanza stotra dedicated to Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of Varanasi, is able to attain Vidya, knowledge and erudition, Shri, material prosperity and wealth, an immense amount of happiness and cheer, Vipul, Sorkhaya, and infinite kriti, success, fame, good name, majesty and aura of greatness, while he is alive, and attains moksha, salvation and emancipation, at the time of leaving the body, i.e. at the time of death. 9. Faruk FK Caved Fene, percentibs fnol fua /KKSA. F Koix Diakux for F Cos ULGX NSAA 10AA. 111. BFR Jegf KZO, KLC.Kruch Faruk FK Caved Li.KZE tilde. Vivanthaka yopak shivasanial. Ival kamafnti ivna saham dat 10. Itr maharivasaprata Vivanthaka sampram. A person who recites this stotra called Vishwanathashtak in front of Lord Shiva, i.e. in front of his symbol known as the lingam or his portrait, is able to attain the divine abode of Lord Shiva and live happily with the Lord there. 10. Thus ends the hymn called Vivanthaka composed by sage Vedavyas. Asterisk 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 112. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 13. Mahamrityunjaya Mantra. 13. The Mahamrityunjaya Mantra of Lord Shiva is invoked to tide over fear of death, as when suffering from some serious disease or an imminent attack from one's enemy. It is said to be very powerful, though it is very brief. Its short form is an aid for quick recital in cases of emergencies. But since it is a tantric form of mantra, great care must be taken while reciting it, for if any of the syllable is mispronounced or done with disbelief, it is said to be more harmful than being useful. Rauljasa /Bhurbhuvasva Om Triambakam Yajmih Shugandim Putivardhanam. Urvrukamiva Bandan Mtyomukyamutat. Svabhuva Bhr /Sajrao Om Salutations. We worship, adore, honor and revere Yajmih, the three-eyed Lord, Shiva, Triambakam, from whom a divine fragrance of holiness effuses, Shugandim, and who nourishes and nurtures all beings, Putivardhanam. Even as the ripened, or a large-sized, cucumber or melon, Urvrukam, with the help of the gardener, is freed from its bondage, or a birth tie to the creeper or the vine to which is attached from birth, Bandan, may the Lord liberate us from the bounds of death for the sake of providing us with immortality, Mtyomukya Mitat. This stanza can be read in the following two manners also. I, O Lord, I am bound down to the vine, symbolizing this mortal perishable world of birth and death, just like a cucumber or melon is to its vine. Please liberate me from this shackle and give me eternal freedom. 2. O Lord, I am suffering from a big fear, from disease or some other cause, which is as big as a cucumber or melon. Please free me from this dread and liberate me just as the cucumber is freed from its bondage to the creeper, by the gardener who plucks it and sets it free. 113. Note, in this hymn, the cucumber or the melon is compared to the suffering person. The size of the cucumber to the gravity of his problems, and the vine or the creeper to the problem itself. The gardener is Lord Shiva. Just as the gardener frees the cucumber from its bondage to the creeper by simply picking it up and cutting off its tether by which it is attached to the stem, the worshipper requests Lord Shiva to free him from his problems and miseries. In some Hindu religious books, the complete mantra is preceded by Om Raljasa /Om Bhurbhuvasva, and followed by Om Svabhuva Bhr /Om Sajrao, which is its tantric version. There are at least two versions of the Triambakam mantra found in the Rudrashtadhyoi and in the Shukla / Krishna Yajur Veda. The versions are similar with variation in a few syllables. Om Triambaka Yajmih Shugandhi Patividanam, Urvrukamiva Bandhan Mtyomukyamuta. Om Jum Sa is the Mahamrityunjaya Bhajam mantra. Om is an address for the Supreme Being, the Most Exalted One. It is used to salute the Lord. Asterisk 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 114. The Legend of Lord Shiva. Book 2. The Sacred Hymns of Lord Shiva. 14. Neelkantha Agarastra Stotra. The Neelkantha Agarastra Stotra is an esoteric hymn that is employed in occult forms of worship to destroy sins and their horrendous consequences, to make wealth and prosperity stable, to have health and freedom from diseases, to overcome fever, to prevent premature death, to fight tuberculosis and other infectious diseases such as leprosy, and to get rid of fear of ghosts and evil spirits. Fofu, KX% and SSVL. JH Ksoku hide.blnk and FKO and LRKS equals EA equals L, JH Chak underscore FK%, Vukpchi. None%, JHU hide.blnk F Coxn Sork, Chukto, Eco ZRHKFDR%, EELA LRIK, K, KFXO. KSE and LFKS and VKZ, Q and VKJKSX. And VFCO, FKZX, KKFN and PKOSX and LK/KUKFXA PJH. UHide.B and LNKFKO and ISON and FL, FKSZTs FOFU, KSX%O. Viniriga. Asaya Arbagavnan Lekaha Sadsavastra Mantrasia Abramri. Anuhu Parshanda, on Lekaha Sadiv Dvat, Brahmabja. Pavat. Akti, Mama Samasta Parkerthakmaster Uagia. Abhiv Diartham Kdikachavagas Tuntha Ca on Lekaha. Sadiva Prasta Siddharth Jap Viniriga. This esoteric stotra has Brahma as its rishi, i.e., it was first conceptualized by the creator Brahma. Its composing style is known as Anushtup Shanda, the deity worshipped by it is Lord Neelkantha, i.e. Lord Shiva with the blue throat. Its beach seed is Brahma, the supreme being and the cosmic consciousness, i.e. it has its origin in the vibrations produced by the cosmic consciousness, and its Shakti, power and dynamic energy, is Parvati, i.e. it is made effective by the blessings of Mother Goddess Parvati, the divine consort of Lord Shiva. This hymn is invoked for the welfare of the worshipper and help him get rid of his problems such as making it possible to destroy his sins, make his wealth and health steady, help him overcome diseases and torments associated with old age, help his attain liberation and deliverance, and so on. All the four sections of the society, viz. the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas and the Shudras benefit by its invocation and repetition. This pleases Lord Shiva with the blue throat. Underscore, KFN and U, KL% and JH Chak underscore K, SUE% FKJFLA VUVGQN and SUE% IK, KSA JHU hide.B. LNKFK own sork SUE% GFNHCHTK, UE% FIXA SECO ZRHKDR SUE% UKXA EELA LRIK. 115. K, KFXO, KSE and LFKS and VKZ, Q and VKJKSX, and VFCO, FKZX, KKFN and PKOSX and LK/KUKFXA PJH. UHide.B and LNKFKO and ISON and FL, FKSZTs FOFU, KSXK, UE% LOKZAX Ayudinisa. Abram Ray Nama Sayarasi. Anuapashandas Nama Muk. Nlekaha Sadiva Dvatyai Nama Radai. Brahmabjya Nama Lig. Pavat Saktyai Namanbal. Mama Samasta Parkerthakmo. Stayuajya Abhiv Diartham Kdikachavagas Tuntha Ca. Unleka hase diva prasta siddharth jap vinirajya nama. Savk. Now, the process of doing anganyas is being described. The anganyas is a method to purify the different parts of the body by invoking a part of the mantra in each such part, and also to establish the mantra's inherent power there to give it constant protection. The head is touched by while pronouncing the phrase Shri Brahma. That is, let my head be protected by Brahma, the Creator. Let the Anushtup Shanda empower my mouth. Let Lord Neelkanth, who is the Lord of all the gods, live and protect my heart. I bow before him. I invoke Brahm on my genitals. Let my sperms, Bij, be empowered by the cosmic power of generation. Let Parvati bless my navel, and let the Mother Goddess nourish and protect me, as she did while I was in her womb. The navel is also the center of the Nabhi Kant, from where all the important nadis or nerves and veins branch out in the body. It is also the place where the placenta is attached while the creature is still in the mother's womb, symbolizing a duct that helps inject vital nutrients in the body. Let all my sins be destroyed, let me have stable and ever-increasing wealth, prosperity and health, let me not die prematurely, let me find liberation and deliverance. I am offering prayers to Lord Neelkantha with this stotra to honor and please him so that all my wishes be fulfilled. LRKS equals Yexu hide.bk winking smiley Oz and KJHJK winking smiley like ZKHKWFKRK winking smiley Ktiksifyk winking smiley Ux, Kshurak winking smiley Vuzdr, Q Falk KK, UE percento, QX, QXK your DKYZ, and Is per MK winking smiley is Taki Andik, KK, UE percento na VKDJKY. KKSJIK, QV tilde lock K to Kaikik, KK winking smiley EA equals DJKYK winking smiley ISP.MKDZLGL equals KAKQP.MK, UE percento. DZJNS if Yakaksk, UE percento. Stro. Nam Lake Oya, Vdaria, Sarplakra Patya, Pujaga. Parakarya, Ngayaj Pavtya, Ankam to Uvinya Nama. Yuga Yunta. Klapralaya Prakaya, Prachvlamukhaya Nama. Dankalagro. 116. A pure HH for SVA with Macron HA with Macron. Jvalmukhaya, Mantra Kalaya, Prakaka. Sahastanu Kaya Nama. Karprumda Parimalgya Nama. OM salutations to Lord Neelkantha, blue-throated Lord Shiva, who has a fair complexion, is adorned by serpents wrapped around his body, has huge pythons serving him as attendants, wears snakes as the sacred thread across his shoulders, and is the Lord who overcomes death. I bow before him. At the end of the era, he starts the process of conclusion of the existing world. In a fierce doomsday scenario, with fire spewing from his mouth, he assumes a fierce form with horrifying teeth. I offer my oblations to him, hum, hum, fat swaha. Tongues of flame leap from his mouth, his mantra is also awesome, and he assumes the form of thousands of deathly spirits. I bow before him. I offer him worship with camphor and sweets for my auspicious welfare. I bow before him. Biza bzza I ekkuhi otso sai, f.kf.kd, ektvhkwk.kk, guguyun guk, j. lqqj iselkj, kksj. KKSJ Ruck IPVPV ISP VDG DGOEOECA /KCA/K, KKR. KKR, GQ AQV tilde GSKG JLQQJV, KKSJ JFK JFK ra equals PV tilde DG EN Gundguk, GZHALQQJLQQJ ISLKJ KKSJ Ruck IPV ISB DG OEC /KACA/K KKR GQAQV tilde TJKEJ.KHK GW AQV tilde LOCK Nlaman Lavatra Valakyam Imakyam Mukyo Baya Hana da Hanya Hs Prasfra Gregritanapa ka pre ha vama Banda Gdaya Hufa HRA with Macron HR Sfra Agra Apya Ratha Tantra ka ha Mada da Hana Danya Hs Prasfra Gro Gritanapa ka pre ha vama Banda Gdaya Hufa Jam Mera Baya Fu SVA with Macron HA with Macron. This part of the stotra consists of magical words that are used during black magic rituals or occult forms of worship. So, only a brief outline of their meaning is given below. OM salutations to Lord who has a blue-colored throat like the color of the vast sky as well as the blue water of the ocean that reflects this color. He has a crown studded with gems. He is fierce so much so that he burns everything with his wrath. His form and countenance are fierce. Though of a terrible form, the Lord can help one to overcome fear of death. I offer my oblations to him. Vuurk, KKSJ TOGJ.KHK, K, DQBO, KF/K Fout KK winking smiley kfdum kfdachajk, KLNSR, Nkyo. CU/Kuk winking smiley 6 lik JHKWRCRKYS mkfdakfda los XGZ Fout KK winking smiley EA equals DKSFV ised VK, IJ. Fuchsnsnuk winking smiley GW AQV tilde lock KVK re equals iljo, K.KK, UE%. Anant Grijvara Mera Bayakaya Q Harvai Divinya, Kin. Brahma Kasa Deatyadneva Bandanya, Apazamrubshta Baitla Kin. 117. Kin Sava Gray Harvinya, Mantraki Prakaya Paravidikjdanya. HH for SVA with Macron HA with Macron. Mamantra Sarakaya Nama. The Lord has an infinite form and helps the worshipper to overcome the greatest of horrors and fear arising out of the gravest of fevers, death, destruction, tuberculosis, leprosy, and other degenerative diseases. He helps overcome fear from ghosts, phantoms, demons, hobgoblins and evil spirits, as well as from malignant stars, and harmful thousands of mantras. Hum, Fat Swaha. I bow before him and say this. Him to afford protection to my Atma, my soul. Gskgjgk Sayxhkw Amglejtakia K Kurkuka, KNK Kurkuka equals, KSNK KKSMK Israkuka Seup NK. Mkfdukfdu Huka Guk Wan Goon Kik FK. DKFGD, KFGDE, KFGD PKRQFFKZDE Ukfdo, K, ZK. Incure Okakfnoka LFJD DQFIRRD DKK Okal YSEKFNDERINGFNFU /K/K Jegnso. Fuf ZRLAKU EKGU SO, KDKZ.KSPVUDHUK, K.KSBFRKV tilde DKZF.KOR. GW AGWQV tilde lock K. HRA with Macron HR how nam bshtamaj vla vesa BHTA with Macron NA with Macron Dvdara. BHTA with Macron NA with Macron Trader AAPRTA with Macron NA with Macron Panka Dasa Kin Kin Hana Hana Dahana Drantha Kaika Dvehaka Trehaka Kterthika Pashika VYA with Macron GHRA with Macron Pntav Dev Dasarika Kapha Pitakak of Sulmdika Daha Chindai Aramadva Nirmitar Stam Hanam Hana Vakarakana Klandvara Itaa Kami Vtua HH SVA with Macron HA with Macron OM Salutations I bow before the Lord of Ghosts, Phantoms and Hobgoblins of all denominations. Lord, destroy them, burn them of merciful Lord. Destroy the horrors arising out of all sorts of creatures, whether 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5-toed, from lions and tigers, from wind and storms, from diseases caused by disturbed vital winds in the body that results in cough, bile, breathlessness, asthma, and so on. Destroy them, burn them. This stotra designed to worship the greatest god known as Sri Mahadev is to honor him and pay obeisance to him. I am surrounded by the consequences of my deeds. Please protect me and destroy the circle of deeds that surround me. Hum, hum. Fat Swaha. Oka and Toj and HK. Fnua HKWR Toj Toj SFIKKP Toj JKF equals Toj KHR Tojaki Toj CKY Toj Tgekt Toj Fur Toj Ngu Toj Kataj Z for KQ Toj NZ Toj Ekt Toj Isos K Toj Tgekfn for KE Toj Ekt Toj Isb.M KJK Is FKS Oj KH KZ Agwagwa QV tilde lock K Vdajvara mera baya china chinana bstajvara patajvara. Pikajvara atrijvara tajvara pajvara blajvara kumrajvara amitajvara. Dahanajvara brahmajvara vayuyvara adrajvaramjvara pravajvara. Kmdai via marjvara ma with macron ajvara prakar garya pramavera. Gro. HH for SVA with macron HA with macron. 118. Destroy, tear apart and crush to smithereens all my fears of diseases arising out of rheumatism and fever, as well as the constant fear of death, ghosts, spirits, blood. Thirsty phantoms, rheumatic fever, fever accompanied by chill, fever with high temperature, fever of children, of grown-ups, fever that does not abates, fever that burns the internal organs like they were on fire, Brahm fever, Vishnu fever, Rudra fever, i.e. torments created when these gods become angry, and calm fever, high agitations, restlessness, temperature and blood pressure generated by passions and lust, etc. O Lord of the ghosts and Pramaths, special category of creatures who are Shiva's attendants. Destroy soon these and all other fierce fevers that burn me. I offer worship to you, hum, hum, fat swaha. Yek su hide.bk winking smiley n, k toj /aluk, ajhu hide.bk, ue%. Nam leke oya, darkajvaradvan sanya an leke oya nama. Om salutations to Lord Neelkanth, I bow before you. I once again bow before Lord Neelkantha, who had once destroyed the sacrifice of Daksha Prajapati, when he had become haughty. Asterisk 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 asterisk.